Jayla spun around to race down the staircase, hoping to be unobserved, but Madeleine's cry of, "Wait!" stopped her as well as Reese. "Wait," Madeleine said again. I won't be able to bear it if you're angry with me." A sound that might have been an attempted laugh. "I'm not angry. I'm heartbroken. Can you really not tell the difference?" "I never set out to hurt you. I never tried to. I never pretended." "No. I can only blame myself for wanting something that was never promised to me, never even offered." "Reese." Yet again, silence from beyond the door. This one the longest yet. But this time, Jayla was fairly certain the two speakers weren't simply staring at each other from across the room. She decided that any danger Reese might still pose would be to Madeleine's heart, not her person. So she made her way silently down to the atrium. Just in case she was wrong and Madeleine cried out for help, she lurked at the bottom of the stairwell until Reese emerged about an hour later. His face was closed and set, and he left the house without a look back. For the rest of the day, Madeleine refused to come downstairs, even when the dressmaker showed up for a fitting, even when one of her cousins dropped by to visit, even when her father wanted her to join him for dinner with Harlow. Nora sent up a tray of food, which was returned largely uneaten. It seemed clear Madeleine didn't need Jayla's protective services, but Jayla still stayed within easy call in case Madeleine suddenly changed her mind and wanted to dash out of the house. But it never happened. A couple of hours after dinner, Jayla rescued Aussen from the kitchen and took her upstairs. They spent a few minutes practicing Zessen and Kurdish so they could both improve their language skills. Then Jayla kissed the girl on the forehead and put her to bed. A few moments later, she was standing outside Madeleine's door. It had become their custom for Jayla to drop by every night to inquire about Madeleine's plans for the next day, so she knew how to prepare. Madeleine usually greeted her cordially, and they often talked for a few minutes on topics not strictly related to Jayla's job. But they had never developed what Jayla would consider a true friendship. Well, Jayla knew better than to presume that even a close relationship with an employer could ever amount to friendship. She was probably even more interested than Madeleine in maintaining a professional distance. She could be fired at any time. She could quit at any time. A contract made everything perfectly clear. Still, she would have had to be an absolute stone not to realize Madeleine had had a trying day, and to wonder if the other woman actually wanted a visitor at this hour. So her knock was soft, and she did not plan to repeat it. But Madeleine answered instantly. "If that's Jayla, come in." She stepped inside to find the room lit by a single low lamp. Madeleine sat by the open window, the outline of her profile barely discernible against the night sky. She didn't turn to face Jayla, just sat there in silence a moment. Jayla waited. Eventually, Madeleine said, "I suppose you heard all of that." It seemed pointless to pretend not to know what she meant. "The first part of it, anyway." "It doesn't seem like I have to ask you not to repeat it to my father, but—" "Of course I won't." There was another long, wordless stretch. Jayla would have offered to leave, but she suspected that Madeleine had invited her in because she wanted to talk. Finally, Madeleine stirred on her chair and turned in Jayla's direction. "I don't know what to do," she said simply. "I can't possibly advise you," Jayla wanted to reply. "I'm not your cousin or one of your friends. I'm not your confidant." But again, only a stone could be so heartless. "Is it that you don't really know what you want?" she asked. "Or is it that you're afraid you can't have what you want?" Madeleine caught her breath, as if she had not considered her dilemma that way. "It's that I'm not sure what I want is the right thing to do," she said at last. It is not just my own life that matters here. So many things are connected. Jayla nodded. I see that. But I suppose I wonder what? How terrible would it be if you did not do as your father wished? Would it destroy Tivol's life? He loves me. He might find someone else he loves just as much. And there are business interests to consider. If the Elaine and Willendon fortunes are not merged, I believe a lot of money could be lost. Couldn't your father find another business partner? Couldn't Tivol's mother? I don't know. I suppose so. If you weren't alive to marry Tivol, all of them would survive in some fashion, Jayla said. You can't be the only thing that keeps the world going. That made Madeleine laugh, a faint but genuine sound. No, indeed. You're right. How very vain I must be to think I am that important. That's not what I meant. No, but it's a very freeing thought. I could vanish today, and the world would keep spinning. Vanishing is harder than you might expect, Jayla said with a trace of amusement. But I do think you could make some of your own choices and find that the outcome is not as terrible as you fear. Madeleine sighed. It would seem terrible to my father, she said, and it is very hard for me to go against his wishes. Jayla weighed her words carefully. Are you afraid of him? Do you think he would harm you? No, of course not. He wouldn't hurt me, I'm sure of it, Madeleine said. She did not sound sure. He might lock me in my room, or something. I don't know. He's a very hard man to withstand. Jayla waited a moment and then said, If you need assistance leaving the house, you realize I will help you. Madeleine stared at her a long moment, her eyes pools of darkness in the shadowed room. My father pays your salary, she said at last. It was a question, although it wasn't phrased as one. He pays me to keep you safe, Jayla said. If he's the threat, I'll keep you safe from him. Madeleine exhaled on a long, tense gust of air. He's not a threat, really, but it's good to know that I will keep that in mind if I decide that I have to think about things very carefully. You don't have a lot of time. I know, but I still need to think. Of course. Jayla waited a beat, then said, I came by to see if you knew what your plans were for tomorrow. Oh, yes, said Madeleine with a ghost of a laugh. I'm meeting with Harlow to discuss my wedding vows. It might have been a week later, sometime around midnight, that Jayla was jerked awake by a percussive boom, followed by a sinister sizzle. She leaped from her bed and flung herself across Aussen's small form, before another, slightly softer detonation sounded in the distance. Aussen curled up beneath her, clutching her cachalosha fish in one hand and clinging to Jayla with the other. She asked an urgent question in words Jayla didn't understand, but it wasn't hard to interpret. I don't know, Jayla said. Something exploded. She stayed where she was, making her body a shelter for Aussen's, but listening intently for any clues as to what had happened. In a few moments, she started hearing sounds from the house, voices raised, calling from room to room, and, even softer and farther away, the noises of neighbors opening their doors when she realized the world was in total darkness. The windows of her room usually received faint illumination from lights in the street. A small artificial lamp was always set near Aussen's bed, in case she woke up and was afraid. Sconces stayed lit around the clock in the atrium and along the stairwell, providing a faint ghost light that spilled in under the door. All of these were powered by the same great engine that fed the gridway, and all of these had been extinguished. Jayla didn't know what catastrophe could have knocked out the engine, or how difficult it might be to restart. But that wasn't her concern at the moment. The sounds hadn't come from someone breaking into the house to harm Madeleine or steal Aussen, so she could relax. "Everything will be fine," she said, repeating the phrase in halting Zessen. "Go back to sleep. I'm going downstairs to look around." In the perfect darkness, Jayla glided through the room, pulling on yesterday's discarded clothes and tucking a knife into her waistband, just in case. She stepped through the door and paused to get her bearings. A 3/4 moon dripped a gauzy, mostly useless phosphorescence through the overhead skylight, but it was enough to suggest where the banister and the stairwell lay. Jayla could see shapes outside some of the servants' doors as the maids and footmen clustered in the hallway, wondering what to do next. She felt her way carefully down to the second level and arrived at Madeleine's door just as it opened. "What do—" Jayla started, and Madeleine responded with a little shriek. "Sorry, I thought you could see me." "Jayla? Oh, I'm glad you're awake. I was just going to come get you." "What do you think happened? It looks like the power was knocked out." "Yes, that's my guess. It's happened a couple of times before, but it usually only lasts an hour or so." "Is it safe?" "Do you mean, will the city catch fire or something? I don't think so. But since I don't really understand how it works—" "Or looters might take advantage of the darkness and try to break into houses and businesses." "Of course, that's the first thing you'd think of." "I just might sit downstairs and wait until sunrise." Their voices attracted attention, and a few more shapes drifted down the stairwell. "What would you like us to do, Donna?" asked the junior footman. "Do we have candles? Jayla's right. It wouldn't hurt for a few of us to keep watch in the atrium." "There are candles in the kitchen," Nora said, "if I can find my way there." "I can walk the house blindfolded," said the footman. He was young and a bit of a braggart, but Jayla had always thought he was sharp and capable. "Hold on to me." They led the way, and Jayla and Madeleine followed them down the stairs. "You don't have to sit up with us," Jayla said to Madeleine once they reached the ground level. "I can't sleep, so I might as well." Jayla glanced around as if she could see through the shadows piled under the archways and behind the broad pillars. The distant moonlight gleamed like frost along the polished floor and created feathered halos around the decorative plants in their heavy stone vases. "Where's your father? Didn't the noise wake him?" "He's not home." Jayla nodded, knowing the movement was invisible. Every few weeks, Alistair Elaine would be absent from the house overnight. No one specified where he spent his time, but Jayla had always assumed he had a lover, or at least a temporary paid companion. At the back of her mind, she tucked away the thought that his next absence would provide a perfect time for her to spirit Madeleine out of the house, if Madeleine decided she wanted to go. "Is Aussen all right? Is she afraid?" "She woke up, but I told her everything was fine. I'll check on her in a bit." They stood in silence for a moment before Madeleine exclaimed, "You just never realize how dark it can be. I'm so used to the sconces always being on." Jayla was amused. "Well, that's the advantage to growing up in the desert," she said. "No artificial light, so if you didn't have a candle and the moon wasn't out, you learned to move through the darkness. You get so you can sense where things and people are, even if you can't see them." "I'm not sure I'd ever get good at that." They waited a bit longer, hoping someone would emerge from the kitchen with a few lit tapers. Jayla's hearing was always sharper in the dark, and she could catch a few snatches of conversation down the hallway. "I think they're having trouble finding the candles," she said. "It might be a while." Madeleine made a small sound of irritation. "All right, just a minute. Where's the nearest planter?" That made no sense, but Jayla just gave a mental shrug. "Take my arm, I'll lead you over." They crossed the floor in a cautious step and glide. Then Jayla guided Madeleine's hand to the stone lip of one of the big pots. "Feel that?" "Yes, thank you." There was a faint sound of digging, a barely discernible movement in Madeleine's dense shadow. and then a small globe of cool light bloomed between Madeleine's fingers. Jayla stared at her in absolute shock. Madeleine responded with a merry laugh. "If you could see your face." What did you... Madeleine twisted her hands back and forth, pivoting in a slow circle, and the icy light created swooping shadows across the surfaces it was strong enough to reach. "Isn't that a fun trick? My brother and I were always able to do it, but I've never met anyone else who could. Give us a patch of dirt and we can squeeze it into a ball of light. It was very handy when we were children sneaking around the house at night." It was hard to know how to phrase the question, hard to even form the words. "Why do you think this is something you can do, and no one else?" "I don't know. Just something we inherited. From our mother, I suppose, since my father can't do it." A pause. "Well, he says he can't, but I'm not sure he always tells me everything." He absolutely doesn't tell you everything, Jayla thought. "And you're sure your friends can't do it? Your cousins? Tivol? Reese?" "Oh, I'm sure. When we were children, our cousins would try and get so mad when they couldn't make anything happen. Tivol always says it's one of the things he loves most about me, because it's such a pretty and useless skill." Madeleine was silent a moment, perhaps remembering something Reese had said on the same topic, but deciding not to repeat it. "Anyway, since I've been an adult, I haven't had too many occasions to go around creating my own personal ball of light, but it's good to know I still can." "Yes, I imagine it is." A flicker caught the corner of Jayla's eye, and she turned to find Nora and the footman making their way from the kitchen, lit candelabra held triumphantly aloft. "Excellent," Madeleine said. "Now we can all see." Jayla felt she was more in the dark than ever. It was noon the next day before power was restored, but none of the city's systems appeared to have sustained any permanent damage. Rumors filtered through the streets about what had caused the breakdown, some speculating that it had been sparked by a small quake, and others insisting it had been purposeful destruction by petty criminals. Madeleine's father dismissed all the theories, saying the problem had been caused by normal wear on the power core, and that city workers were figuring out ways to prevent the problem from happening again. It was a week before Jayla had an unexpected free day when Madeleine came down with a headache and moaned that she would not set foot outside the house for any inducement. Jayla left Aussen with Nora and took a chugger to Cody's house. "You're lucky," said Cammy, who answered the door to Jayla's knock. "He'd have left in another 10 minutes. Rovan was peering over Cammy's shoulder, and she looked as though she wished Jayla had not been so fortunate. But she managed a civil, unsmiling nod, and Jayla responded in kind. Cody appeared surprised but happy to find Jayla had sought him out. "Did I forget I would be seeing you today?" he asked. "Madeleine's sick, so I got the day off," Jayla replied. "Do you have to work?" "I was planning on it, but I don't have to. Is there something you'd like to do?" "I want you to take me to see Pietro." Chapter 23. Jayla. If Cody had been surprised to see Jayla, Pietro was astonished. He'd answered her urgent knock by throwing the door wide open. This clearly was not someone who was afraid thieves or murderers might be awaiting him on the other side. When he saw her, his eyes widened and he stepped back, as if her presence had hit him with the force of a blow. "Jayla." And then, suddenly alarmed, "Has something happened to Aussen?" She brushed by him to enter his rooms without an invitation. One quick glance showed her a small, spare living space, clean and uncluttered. The place of a man who was rarely home, or who craved order in at least one corner of his life. "Not yet," she said, "but you owe me some explanations." Pietro must have given Cody a searching glance as he followed her across the threshold, because she heard Cody say, "I don't know why we're here either." She spun around to face Pietro. She had had a few days to consider, and she thought she had come up with a safe way to ask this question. I met a woman the other day, and it turned out she had this amazing skill. She could take a lump of dirt in her hand and make it glow with light. Cody seemed impressed. Really? I didn't know anyone but Aussen could do that. Pietro closed his eyes. Ah. He thought for a moment, nodded, and opened his eyes. Let's sit down and talk. Would you like something to drink? They gathered around his small table and sipped at a lukewarm beverage that Jayla didn't like very much. Neither she nor Cody said a word, while Pietro appeared to gather his thoughts. She thought he looked noticeably older than he had when they camped out by the bridge, although that was ridiculous. That had been less than 3 months ago. Of course, you know the story of Corcannon, Pietro began. Of course, she said impatiently. But just for context, let me recite it again. The world was a wide expanse of many small islands and land masses, separated by a tempestuous sea. Some of the lands were ruled by Dar and some by Zesiah, and nothing changed for centuries. Until one day, Corcannon made himself known to the world, and he said, I will knit together the scattered lands. I will bring water to the desert, and stability to the islands, and prosperity to the united people. And so he stitched the mountains to the mainlands, and the desert to the islands, and the city to the larger mass. We know all this, Jayla said. Pietro sipped his drink before continuing. Now, the religious doctrine tells us that Corcannon was, indeed, a deity, though the sacred texts are unclear on why he chose that moment, after eons of silence, to step forward and reshape the world. There are some historical scholars who posit that Corcannon was not a god at all, but a visitor from another world, who had crossed the unimaginable miles of space to land on our planet. Really? Cody said. He sounded delighted. I like that. Jayla was confused. Would something like that even be possible? Who knows? But many of the things that seem to be explained by divinity make even more sense if you view them as technology created by people who were advanced enough to travel across the stars. Such as the power core that drives the city, for one thing. No one truly understands how it works. The story is that Corcannon created that power core after he sewed the continent together. But maybe a visitor from another world took whatever energy source he used to travel here and buried it beneath the land and set it up to sustain us for untold generations. That sounds impossible, Jayla said. Pietro shrugged. More impossible than a god creating the power core by simply waving his hands and willing it to be so? Maybe. I would think advanced technology also would explain how our own world could be so forcefully reconstructed. He took another sip. And the theory about a visitor from another planet is attractive for other reasons. Historical artifacts, dating back for millennia, show that the Chobani and Maratans and the Oraki people and the islanders, everyone except the Corcannonos, have lived on this world almost since it was formed. But there is no evidence of Corcannonos living here until 1,000 years ago. How can you know that? Jayla objected. It's not like you can dig them up and see the color of their skin. The shapes of their skulls are slightly different, and they have a particular bend to their index fingers. More than that, we have drawings that have survived since ancient times that we can date with passable accuracy. It's only about 1,000 years ago that Cordellanos appear in any of these pictures. It's not unreasonable to assume that Cordellan came here with some contingent of others, dozens, maybe hundreds. They settled onto this planet and began intermarrying with the natives. Cordellan himself is supposed to have taken Dar as his wife and fathered 10 children with her. I don't understand what any of this has to do with Aussen and the trick with the light. I'm getting to that. It's complicated. Whether you believe Cordellan was an alien visitor or an actual god doesn't entirely matter, because the rest of the story plays out the same either way. He rearranged the world, and he locked the new continent in place with a very peculiar device. Cody looked up at that. You mean the one we visited under the temple? Exactly. Just tell me, Jayla said. The device is a lever that is tied to the mechanism that holds the pieces of our world together. Every few years, that lever must be oiled to keep it functioning. If it is not oiled, the stone walls that surround it move closer to each other, and closer. Eventually, they will crush it, and the lever will shatter, and the lock will fail, and the land masses will break apart, probably with a great deal of violence. The quakes, Jayla said. The quakes, indeed. They are a precursor of what could come. So then, the quakes are letting us know that the mechanism needs to be attended to. And very soon, or our world will rip apart at its literal seams. So then, why hasn't it been done? Because the substance that is used to keep the instrument turning is blood. Jayla stared at him. She couldn't figure out where this was tending, but she had a feeling it would be terrible. What kind of blood? From a direct descendant of Cordellan himself. No, even more specific than that. From someone born to a woman who is a direct descendant. The religious scholars believe this was a condition that Dar imposed, to acknowledge the importance of the female line. But the blood itself could come from either a man or a woman. Cody leaned forward. You said he fathered 10 children. I suppose someone kept track of them? Yes, very close track. The priesthood was formed in part to watch over these very precious descendants. And for years, decades, many centuries, all was well. As soon as the priests detected a tremor, they would draw a few ounces of blood and pour them into the basin. And the mechanism was placated, and everything went on as normal. But over time, it took more blood to pull the lever and settle the walls back in place. And then a little more blood. Maybe the mechanism began to degrade, to rust, perhaps. Or maybe whatever compound made Cordellan's blood so special was diluted with every new generation. But eventually, the lever would only move if what amounted to the blood of an entire person could be poured into the basin. Jayla knew her own face was horrified. When she glanced at Cody, she saw his expression mirrored hers. People were killed to do this? She said. Well, not at first. Generally, the older members of the family, the ones who were sick or exhausted, ready to go. When their time came, they volunteered. Except something else had happened. This keeps getting worse, Cody muttered. It does, Pietro agreed. Cordellan's descendants were fewer and fewer with every generation. Some women had only a single child. Some had none at all. He paused, lifted his cup as if to take another swallow, and set it down untouched. Up until this point, the children of Corcannon had always known their role, their fate, and they felt privileged to partake in this sacred ritual. But as their numbers dwindled, and the quakes kept coming, and there were not enough older people on the verge of death, the priests became desperate. They convinced a man in his 50s to sacrifice himself years before the natural end of his life. But a few years later, they needed another volunteer, and no one would agree. And so, one was taken. And a few years later, another one. Each one younger than the last, and each one unwilling. Cody murmured some phrase that sounded like a ritual prayer, but Jayla didn't recognize it. Pietro nodded in his direction. Exactly. Now Corcannon's few remaining descendants were keenly aware of their dire fates. They knew that when they married and had children, their daughters would be forced to give birth to the next generation of sacrifices, and their sons, once they were old enough and big enough to produce the required quantity of blood, would be taken away and killed. How old? Cody asked, seeming unable to help himself. How big? It would vary with the individual, of course, but roughly 100 pounds. Jayla had to fight to keep her voice even. So the boys were murdered, and the girls were bred like farm animals, she managed to say. And they knew this was what would happen to them. And they did not like it, as you can imagine. So they rebelled, and several of them tried to run away. But none of them were successful. Ultimately, all of them became prisoners of the priesthood. Very valuable, very well-kept prisoners. Pietro paused, but when neither Jayla or Cody spoke, he sighed and went on. At this point, it seemed to the man who served as High Divine that it would be a good idea to not tell the next generation what fate lay in store for them. At the time, Corcannon's only surviving heirs were two sisters. One, a grown woman who already knew what her life held in store, and one, a girl too young to have heard the story. The younger one was separated from her sister and raised by another family, never told who or what she really was. And her daughter was raised by another family, and her daughter. The various High Divines wanted to be very certain that none of them could piece the tale together and figure out what might lie in store for them. That first woman must have been Madeleine's grandmother, Jayla thought, or great-grandmother, perhaps. Pietro had not been specific about the timeline, but Jayla was absolutely certain this story was going to end with Madeleine being a descendant of Corcannon, and destined to die on his barbaric altar. She asked, did the foster families know who the women were and what was intended for them? Oh, yes. The heads of all the council families know the truth. They have always worked with the High Divine to keep the city functioning. Alistair Elaine. He had married one of those doomed women, knowing perfectly well that his heirs would be given over to the god. Then he had plotted his daughter's wedding, so that the children she produced with her husband... Jayla's mind skidded to a stop. Tivol. Did he know? Did Reese know? Jayla felt her body fill with rage and fear, and something very like panic. She could not take it all in. She could not bring herself to entirely believe it. She had to work very hard to keep her breathing deep and even. And now? Cody asked. Are any of Corcannon's descendants still living in the city, with no idea of who they are? Pietro nodded in Jayla's direction. The young woman Jayla just met, Madeleine Elaine. As far as the council families know, she is the last surviving child of Corcannon and the goddess Dar. That sounds like there might be more, said Cody. The High Divines have always been very crafty. Let's face it, they've been peddling a lie for centuries. Some generations back, they claimed that their last prisoner had died without giving birth, leaving only the girls who had no idea about their fate. He spread his hands. But I wonder if that's the truth. Somewhere in the city, might there be a young woman living under heavy guard, awaiting her fate with horror? It would be a deception entirely in keeping with the highest circles of the priesthood. Cody said, "And you know this because—" He waited. Pietro managed a faint smile. "I was a priest, yes. Not in the very highest circles, but high enough to learn this story." Jayla thought she had her voice under control now. "So this woman, this Madeleine, she will marry someday and have children, and then what happens to them? What happens to her?" "If she has sons, they will be taken from her when they are old enough, or when the High Divine is desperate enough. If she has daughters, they will be married to council family men who understand where their duty lies. When she is past her childbearing years, and if there is an emergency, it is very likely she will find herself sacrificed on the altar of common good." Jayla pretended to be thinking something over. "If it is so urgent for her to be producing children, I would think she would have been married off when she was quite young. But the woman I met looked like she was at least 20 or 22. "She is 24, Pietro said. When they both glanced at him, startled, he responded with a painful smile. "I knew her, back in my former life." "That must make this hard for you," Cody said. "It makes it unendurable," Pietro replied quietly. "So why isn't she married?" Jayla asked. Silently she added, "Yet." "Oh, the requirements of the mechanism are so very precisely calibrated," Pietro exclaimed. "For the blood to turn the lever, it must be present in a specific quantity, and it must include a compound that apparently does not develop in a woman's body until she has reached a certain maturity. Any children she bears before that time will never have the chemicals in their blood, so they are useless to the temple. Which is why Madeleine has not been encouraged to marry sooner. Generally, a woman's blood will reach the desired composition when she is about 25, unless her development is inhibited by certain external factors." So much information. Jayla was starting to feel like she was drowning in awful details. But she forced herself to focus and asked, "What factors?" How healthy she was as a child, whether she ever had certain illnesses. But the biggest factor is whether or not she has been exposed to churlosh. Jayla fixed her eyes on him. "Churlosh," she repeated. "I don't know what that is." "Oh, but you do," he said, with another painful smile. "It's what Zesiah's followers use to make the chazisas they wear to honor her. You saw a churlosh charm on the necklace I gave to Aussen." "Wait," said Cody, wrinkling his forehead. Jayla was just as confused. "I don't understand." Corcannon and Dar banded together to rule the continent that he had made, but Zesiah still had plenty of power of her own. She threatened to rip the islands from their seam along the mainland if Corcannon didn't promise that he would never harm her people. So he agreed that anyone would be safe from his justice if they wore an amulet crafted from her body. That is, made from the Churlosh stone that forms the bedrock of the islands. And it turns out that if any of Cordelon's descendants are exposed to too much Churlosh, their blood does not develop the necessary compound until the influence is removed. Churlosh, Jayla thought. That's what I'll do. I'll get a chaziza for Madeleine. Out loud, she said, So when you gave the necklace to Aussen, I was hoping to make her invisible to Cordelon, he said, nodding. But that means, do you think that Aussen is... He spread his hands. No one except one of his descendants has ever been able to do that particular trick of picking up a fistful of soil and turning it into a beacon of light. No one. It doesn't seem possible, Cody asked. She's an islander. I don't see how Aussen's mother could have taken a lover who was descended from Cordelon. Not if all the boys are sacrificed the minute they're old enough to give enough blood. I know. I was shocked myself when Aussen managed that feat. But I am convinced she comes from Cordelon stock. He shrugged. Maybe, decades ago, when there were still plenty of heirs, the priests lost track of someone. A young woman escaped their close attention and ran away to the islands. And generations later, Aussen is the result. Jayla fixed him with a hard stare. You said you had powerful friends, and they would want to hurt Aussen. You said you didn't want to help them, but that they might persuade you to change your mind. That's why you told me to take her. That's why you told me to keep her away from you. Cody looked between the two of them, but kept his mouth shut. Pietro sighed and rubbed his eyes with his finger and his thumb. And all of that is still true, he said quietly. Just the other day, I had a visit from one of them, and he is so desperate that if he knew of Aussen's existence... She was on her feet with a knife in her hand before he could finish the sentence. Maybe I should kill you first, she said, before you can tell anyone anything. She heard Cody's shocked voice pronounce her name, but Pietro just looked up at her, weary and somber. Maybe you should, he said. It's not like I'm loving any part of my life right now. Jayla, Cody said again. She turned to him, the blade still in her hand. I don't trust him. He doesn't know anything. All he has to know is that Aussen exists. All he has to do is tell someone. She gave Pietro another cold look. Maybe he already has. Pietro shook his head. If my word means anything to you, I can swear I haven't, and my intention is to never speak of it to anyone. He closed his eyes. But I still recommend that you never tell me where she is. But what happens now? Cody demanded. What if the quakes keep getting worse? What if the device gets crushed? How do we stop that? Pietro shook his head again, the slow, hopeless movement of a man who saw absolutely no options. I have no idea. The priests could take Madeleine and throw her body to the god. But then what? Unless they truly have another descendant stashed somewhere in the city, they have only bought themselves a few years. They could sacrifice Aussen. No, they couldn't, Jayla growled. But she's too small. Her little body doesn't hold enough blood to move the lever. And they can't wait until she's old enough and big enough, because they don't have that kind of time. So then what? Cody asked, his voice even more strained. If we can't figure it out? The continent tears itself apart. In a matter so violent, it perhaps is not survivable. We become just like the lands to the east, ruined by the god's hand. Jayla was in a daze as they left Pietro's small apartment. She honestly didn't think she would have been able to find her way back to the Elaine house without Cody's hand on her arm. Even so, she was clumsy and unsteady, blundering into small hazards on the road and bumping into people striding in the other direction. They had elected to walk, at least for part of the way, and in absolute silence, they made their way out of Pietro's neighborhood and into the wide, bustling avenues of the Catterfoil. She felt Cody tug her to a fanciful carved wooden bench that overlooked a small patch of green and was currently unoccupied. "Let's sit for a minute," he said, and so they did. Jayla stared blindly ahead of her, barely registering the play of sun and shadow on the street, or the clicking of the cars as they passed along the gridway nearby. She had leaned forward and rested her elbows on her knees, and now she was not sure she would ever have the strength to push herself to an upright position again. "What are you going to do?" Cody asked. She just shook her head, and they sat there in silence a while longer. "Do you want me to get you something to drink? There's a vendor selling bottles of something." Her stomach was in such a turmoil that she might throw up anything she swallowed, but her mouth was so dry that her lips felt cracked. She nodded. She didn't look up when he left or returned, but she did straighten her back and take the bottle when he handed it to her. "Just water," he said. "He had juice if you'd rather, or wine." She just shook her head and took 3 cautious sips. The water tasted almost sweet on her parched tongue, washed some of the horror down her throat. Her stomach tensed, then quieted again. "Each part of that story was more dreadful than the last," Cody said. "And I have this terrible feeling it's all true." Jayla addressed the patch of grass at her feet. "I can't let either one of them die." "Of course you can't." "I mean, he says the world will end if one of them isn't sacrificed, but I can't let them be sacrificed." She turned her head just enough to see his face from the corner of her eye. "Maybe you think that's wrong of me." "What? No! How can you even say that?" With a hand that didn't hold the bottle, she gestured at the busy square, filled with such energy and motion and life. "This beautiful city, all these people. How do you weigh that? The life of one person against the value of all this?" The glib and light-hearted Cody shook his head and showed her the most somber look she had ever seen on his lively face. "I don't know how to make those calculations. All I know is that if the person to be killed was my sister or my roommate, if that person was you, I would do everything I could to save them. I don't know how to think about—" His hands made circles in the air, trying to shape the city or maybe the entire planet. "Everybody, all at once, in the abstract. All I know is how to take care of one person at a time. All I know is to watch out for the people who matter to me." "I have to tell her." At his gasp of horror, she quickly added, "Not Aussen. I would never put this nightmare in her head. But Madeleine has to know." "You think she doesn't have any idea? No suspicions at all?" Jayla shook her head. "I don't think so. Tivol, though, the man she's supposed to marry, I would bet everything I own that he knows." "Tivol Willenden?" She nodded, a little surprised. "You know him?" Cody shrugged. "Not to speak to. I've made deliveries to him. And of course, everyone in the city knows who all the council families are." "I don't like him. I could never figure out why." Cody managed the ghost of a smile. "You don't like anyone. But if he knows what's supposed to happen to Madeleine, and he kept it a secret from her all these years, what do you think she'll do when you tell her?" "I have no idea." He took a deep breath. "And after you tell her, what will you do?" She turned to look him more directly in the eyes. "I have no idea," she repeated. "But it sounds like it won't be safe to stay in Corcannon." "It sounds like it won't be safe anywhere." She was silent a moment. "If the quakes start getting worse, I think I might take Aussen and head to the islands. See if I can find her family. I have to think—" "What?" "The islands might be the safest place of all. If Zesiah had enough power to make bargains with Corcannon, maybe she has enough power to protect her own lands when the tremors come. Maybe. At the moment, it's the best plan I can think of." Cody nodded, his face determinedly neutral. "When would you leave?" "I don't know. I don't know how long we have until the quakes start tearing the land apart." "Don't go without letting me know." She shook her head, looked away, and finally said, "You'd be welcome to come with me." He didn't respond for so long that she had to turn back to face him. He had managed another smile, this one warmer and sweeter. He took her hand and carried it to his heart, and she let him hold it there. "That's an amazing offer, coming from you." She tried her own smile, though it wasn't as successful. "Easier to travel when there's two of you on the road. Two adults, I mean." "I'm not sure I can do it," he said. "Leave everyone behind. All my family." "They could come," she said. "Everyone should be leaving the city." "Can I say that I'll think about it?" She couldn't tell if her swift reaction was surprise or hope. "You mean you might?" "If I tell the others, if they know why I'm leaving, if they can choose to leave too, then I think, it seems to me, I'm not sure I can bear it if you just walk away." Before she could stop to think about it, she leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. She thought she could taste first his amazement, and then his delight. He put his free hand around her shoulders and drew her tightly against his body. But she didn't try to pull away. She wriggled against him, trying to get closer. The kiss seemed to last forever. "Who would have thought I could be grateful for the end of the world?" he whispered against her mouth. "It does change a person's perspective on certain things," she whispered back. "Though, all in all, I still wish it wasn't going to happen." She sighed and freed herself from his embrace, though she let him bend in for one more quick kiss. "I have to say I agree, but I need to go. I still have one very hard task to do today, and I don't think I can put it off." He stood up and pulled her to her feet, since it turned out he still hadn't released her hand, and they started strolling slowly toward the nearest gridway stop. Jayla wondered how long it would take to walk the whole way back. A couple of hours, maybe? Half of her wanted to take the slowest possible route home, put off the terrible conversation as long as she could. And half of her wanted to scale the nearest pole, climb onto the support webbing, and run as fast as she could to Madeleine's house. She compromised by waving down a chugger clacking in her direction. "I can come with you if you want," Cody said. She shook her head. "I need to think about this. I'll do that on the ride, but thank you." He nodded, kissed her again, and let her go. The transport was crowded. Jayla had to shove her way on, then stand for the duration of the trip, clinging to a handrail and sightlessly staring out the window. When the car rounded the bend onto Council Row, she felt another swell of cowardice and the craven desire to just keep riding. But she took a deep breath, excused herself as she pushed past the other riders, and swung off in front of the Elaine mansion. Another series of deep breaths, and she had made herself cross the street, open the gate, enter the house. The faint smells of a savory dinner drifted from the kitchen to the atrium, The youngest housemaid was sweeping the highly polished floor. "Is Madeleine in her room?" The girl nodded, and Jayla ran lightly up the stairs. Her heart was pounding, and her hands were clenching. She could not remember the last time she had had to do something she so much did not want to do. She knocked, and when there was no response, she knocked again. "It's Jayla," she said. "Can I come in?" She took the muffled response as an affirmative, so she steadied her nerves and entered the room. "I have something I need to tell you," she began. But when Madeleine turned to look at her, Jayla knew her mission was unnecessary. Madeleine already knew. Chapter 24. Madeleine. Madeleine was almost grateful for the headache, because it gave her a reason to not leave the house. It forced her to stay inside, to think hard about the sudden dramatic acceleration of her life and how she really felt about that. It gave her time to breathe. But her head hurt too much for her to think clearly, so all she actually did was sit in the window seat, watch the cars wind by on the gridway, and mope. She did wash her face and comb her hair and put on her plainest gown, because who knew when she might have to run outside in the middle of a quake. But the mirror showed her such a wan, bruised countenance that she hoped she wouldn't have to see another living soul. The maid brought her a lunch tray, but she barely bothered to eat. A couple of times she got up and paced, but that made her headache worse. So she sat down again and leaned against the window casement, and tried again to think. She would be marrying Tivol in a month. She should be happy and excited, full of longing and excitement. Instead, she was anxious and uneasy, full of worry and despair. Of course, she knew the reason, but that only made things worse. If she wanted to marry Reese instead, she couldn't. Or even if she could, she didn't want to. She wasn't sure. She wasn't able to think it through. He infuriated her and unsettled her, and he had no right to tell her he loved her. But when he was gone for more than a few days at a time, she missed him so much. It was like his absence carved a physical hole in her body. At times, she thought she might put a hand to her heart and find that her fingers sank all the way through her hollow ribcage and out past her spine. She couldn't even put into words what it was that she missed about him, what she might say to him if he was standing right beside her. There was simply this ceaseless echo inside her head that went knocking through her empty bones. Reese, Reese, Reese. She didn't remember ever having Tivol's name reverberate through her body like that. There had been this connection between them last year, an unexpected flare of warmth she experienced whenever he stepped into the room, a sense of dizziness when they danced together, an unspoken but powerful emotion one afternoon when they strolled through a temple garden for more than an hour, saying almost nothing, occasionally glancing at each other, then looking quickly away. She had not examined her feelings too closely at the time, hadn't questioned those little spikes of happiness. They'd always been friends, in the loose, easy way people of their class were friends. She didn't want any more, expect any more, didn't think about it. Reese had ruined everything by declaring he loved her and asking her to marry him. She had been utterly shocked, because it hadn't occurred to her to put a name to the emotion, to consider a course of action that would permit it. Because he had made her examine her heart, and then forced her to make a choice based on actual knowledge, not self-deluded innocence. Because he had made her hurt him. She had told herself that she wasn't just as hurt. It hadn't been that difficult, a year ago, to resume her old life and remember that she had always loved Tivol. She hadn't thought Tivol was even aware of the sad little romance, though every once in a while he said something pointed and sarcastic about Reese that made her wonder if he had noticed more than she realized. But everything soon seemed back to normal, She was even able to have light, impersonal conversations with Reese when they were both at some social event together. It helped that he was so rarely in town. But everything had changed that day a few weeks ago, and she didn't know why. Maybe because Reese had stopped pretending that he didn't care. Maybe because her life had been threatened, and Reese was the first one who seemed to think that the risk was real, and that her life was precious. Maybe because she had let her guard down. Maybe because she had stopped loving Tivol. Oh, but that wasn't true. She had always loved him. She still loved him. Well, it didn't matter if she loved him. She was going to marry him. Plenty of people made good marriages based on nothing more than a shared sense of duty and a baseline amiability. She and Tivol had always been friends. That was the important part. She was comfortable with Tivol. Reese made her nervous. Reese made her feel like her veins ran with molten silver, and her ribs formed a cage for fluttering songbirds. Those didn't seem like good reasons for marrying anybody. She shut her eyes. If she married Tivol, she wouldn't have to keep worrying about Reese. She would be launched into her new life. She would be a happy bride. Her mind wouldn't keep circling and whimpering in this unpleasant way. Everything would be settled. Everything would be clear. That's what she wanted. She would marry Tivol. It didn't help that her eyes were closed. The tears leaked out anyway. She hadn't managed to sort anything out by early afternoon when there was a tentative knock. "There's a visitor?" Ella called through the closed door. Madeleine jerked upright and came to her feet, smoothing down her skirt, then running her fingers under her eyes to make sure they were dry. She must look disastrous. "I don't think I'm well enough to see company," she called back. "Who is it?" There was a small commotion outside. Footsteps, a surprised gasp from the maid, and then a man's voice. "It's Reese. Let me in. I have to talk to you." Madeleine had to bite back her own exclamation of surprise. She could feel her cool face flush with heat. "Reese, no, you can't come in." "It's important. It's not about... Let me in." She was seized with sudden terror. What dreadful news had Reese been authorized to deliver? "What is it?" "I have to talk to you," he said. He tried the door, which of course she hadn't locked, so he came right inside. "It's important," he repeated. Ella was peering in, looking frightened and just the tiniest bit intrigued. "Should I fetch the footman?" she asked anxiously. Of course, this would be the day Madeleine had let Jayla leave the house, thinking she had no need for a guard. But she was not going to subject any of them to the indignity of having the servants throw Reese out of the house when he clearly was unwilling to go. "No, everything's fine," she said. "Don't raise an alarm." The maid curtsied and withdrew. Reese shut the door firmly, then turned to stare at Madeleine. The window was still open, admitting enough light for them to see each other plainly. She stopped worrying about how awful she must look, because he looked even worse. "Reese, what's wrong?" She had been about to warn him to keep his distance, but now she took 2 steps toward him, extending her hand. His face was ravaged. "I've just come from my father's." "Oh, no. Reese, has something happened to him? Is he—" He shook his head impatiently. "No, he's fine. Well, he's fading, but that's not what I came here to talk about. I saw him, and he told me what apparently he's been trying to work up the nerve to tell me for the past 6 months. And Maddie, it's too terrible." Now she took his hand in hers and held it in a comforting clasp. His other hand came up and clutched hers. "Tell me," she said. "I'll help you through it." "You can't," he whispered. "Just tell me." He stared at her a moment, his blue eyes burning into hers. His expression was so complex it was hard to decipher, but she thought she saw anguish, and fear, and rage. There's a secret that the heads of all the council families know, he began. And because my father's death will make me the head of my family, he wanted me to learn it. I swear to you, Maddie, I never, not once, not ever, did I have the faintest idea about any of this. All right, I believe you. What is it? The city, the whole country. It was all stitched together by Corcannon centuries ago. She was completely bewildered. This was what had upset him? Some ancient religious mythology that everybody already knew? Reese, what in the world? His hand tightened painfully on hers. But there's a cost to it, he said, speaking over her. The world is held together by some strange device that Corcannon left behind, and every few years it has to be primed with the blood of one of his descendants. And right now, the only one of his descendants who is still living is you. The words were so nonsensical she could hardly take them in. Maybe Reese was experiencing a temporary bout of madness. That's just ridiculous, she said. Outrageous, he agreed. Almost incredible. But you know my father doesn't lie. But Reese, what? Tell me again, only this time makes sense. It doesn't make sense, he exclaimed. It seems that God created some mechanism that would hold the whole continent together, but it has to be fed every few years with blood, and that blood can only come from someone related to him. And if the blood isn't poured into this device, the world comes apart at the seams. Tremors, geysers of fire, destruction. The quakes, she whispered. Exactly, the quakes, and they're only going to get worse. But then, what? Whose blood? How much of it? He looked as wretched as she had ever seen a person look. The blood of someone who is directly descended from the god, whose heritage has been traced for generations and generations, and apparently the only person left alive in this world who meets that requirement is you. She just stared at him. After a long silence, he said, Did you understand me? Say something. I'm not descended from Corcannon, was all she could come up with. Everybody seems to think you are. No one thinks it. My mother was an orphan, raised by the Kissadels out of kindness. No one even knew who her parents were. Reese raised his eyebrows. Someone knew. My father says that decades ago, the council decided to conceal the truth from these descendants because, understandably, they would not be eager to embrace their fate. She wrenched her hands away and threw herself across the room. This is too fanciful to be believed. First, you say the world will be destroyed without some blood sacrifice. Then you say I'm the one who will be that sacrifice? Oh, and right. The reason I'm qualified is that I'm related to the god? Do you have any idea how insane you sound? I know. It sounds crazy, I know. But look at the facts. There have not been any facts in this wild tale you have brought me. He held up a finger. The world is being shaken by tremors. Yes, as it has been in the past. He nodded. The last bad burst of quakes was 10 years ago. Remember that. He held up a second finger. Alistair Elaine, who is not the most romantic of men, married a young woman with a mysterious background who knew almost nothing of her own heritage. A third finger. They had 2 children. One was a boy who died under tragic and unusual circumstances 10 years ago. Yes, he was hit by a grid car. Her voice trailed off. But you never got to see his body, because he wasn't killed accidentally. He was taken to the temple, where he was drained of blood to appease the god. And even though this entire story was far-fetched, ridiculous, overwrought, impossible, at that moment, certainty clicked in place for Madeleine, and she knew. Logan, she whispered. His death bought the city another 10 years of stability. Reese continued. But everyone knew the tremors would start up again. Well, everyone who was privy to this terrible secret. The heads of the council families and the elite members of the priesthood. My father and Heloise. Of course, Madeleine said tonelessly. Oh, if there was any malevolent scheming to be done over the course of decades, she would count on the two of them to conduct it without shirking. But then her heart faltered. Harlow, she said in a small voice. He knew? Harlow, said Reese, oversees the whole operation. Madeleine nodded twice, the motion jerky and uncertain. She tried to say something, but suddenly she felt her balance give out, so she sat down abruptly in the window seat. Her fingers curled around the edge of the embrasure as she attempted to hold herself upright. Yes, of course, she said. If this ritual is designed to appease the god, naturally the High Divine would be involved. It's just that I've always loved him more than I loved my father. He's been so good to me. He's had reason to be good to you, Reese said. The safety of the world rests on your shoulders. She looked up at him. She felt, suddenly, so lost and frail and tiny and alone. So then they, all of them, they plan to kill me? To feed my body to the god? He crossed the room in 3 strides and knelt in front of her, taking her hands in his once more. Impossible that anything could be reassuring in a moment like this, and yet his touch was just the tiniest bit comforting. Oh no, no. They need you alive. You have to produce the next generation of children who will be sacrificed to Corcannon. In her head, she heard what her father had said when she warned him that a hasty marriage would make everyone think she was pregnant. I wish you were. He wanted her to produce sons and daughters who would be slaughtered in the name of religion. He had known what fate awaited his own children before they were even born. What kind of monster can plan to bring a child into this world merely to send it deliberately to its death? She wondered. No wonder he never loved me. How could he bear to? And even knowing what lies in store, he wants me to have children with Tivol. Tivol. The pain was so sudden and so real that she doubled over. Reese was still gripping her hands, and so she folded over his arms as well as her own, while her heart stopped and her lungs emptied and her ribs seemed to pierce every internal organ. Madeleine, Reese said urgently, creeping closer on his knees. Maddie, what is it? I'm sorry. I cannot believe I had to tell you all this. Tivol, she gasped, still bent in half. He knows, doesn't he? Reese was silent a moment. I can't be sure, but my guess is that he does. He wants to marry me and father my children and then send them off to die. He must believe, that it is a good thing, the right thing, the only way to save the world. He must believe he has been given a terrible and solemn duty. She rested her forehead on their clasped knuckles and tried to breathe without panting. She thought Reese might be right. Tivol had probably known this dreadful truth since they were quite young. To some extent, it explained why he seemed so frivolous now, so determined to pursue light pleasures. His future would be grim enough. She briefly felt a surge of pity for him, but it was almost instantly obliterated by rage. I hate him, she said, pulling herself upright, her back absolutely straight. I hate all of them. Not letting go of her hands, Reese scrambled up from the floor and perched next to her. I don't blame you, he said. I hate them all myself. What I don't understand, she said, is why they haven't been breeding me like a prize bitch for the past 7 or 8 years. I could have produced a whole litter of children by now. Why wait? If I understood correctly, there's some chemical that has to form in your body before you will bear children whose blood is of the right composition. Well, I suppose I must thank Corcannon for that particular grace, she said with heavy irony. But how do they know that I... Oh. His hands tightened anxiously. What? They've been testing my blood. For the past 5 years, at least. Every time I would have the slightest illness, my father would send for a physician who always took a sample. And then, these past few weeks, all these little accidents. She shook her head, reviewing the events that had seemed so small and unimportant. The day the glass had shattered in her hands when she was serving wine to Harlow. He had stanched the wound with a napkin, which he no doubt took back to the temple. The day Tivol had cut her thumb with a knife while serving Cardew bread. Red droplets had stained one of the white chairs, and Heloise had made her curious comment, "Nothing is more important than your blood." More droplets on the table, on the brown bread, on the cloth Tivol magically produced. "Tivol definitely knows," she said in a constricted voice. Reese didn't ask her why she was so certain. He just said, "What are you going to do?" She shook her head. "I can't even begin to answer that." "I'll take you away," he offered. "We can go to Chibane or anywhere else you want to go. I'll protect you to the limits of my life." She focused on him for a moment. That dear face, those blue eyes, that expression so full of horror and fear and determination. How could she have ever thought she didn't love him? "What?" she said in gentle mockery. "You aren't prepared to sacrifice me to save the world?" "I'm prepared to sacrifice the world to save you." She leaned forward, and he did the same. Their foreheads touched. For a moment, she thought that the contrary pressure of his body was all that kept her from falling over flat again. "There has to be a way to save us both." "I don't care," he whispered. "All I care about is you." She hadn't wanted Reese to leave, but she hadn't wanted him to stay either. Her head was full of thunderstorms and carrion crows, and she couldn't hear her own thoughts over the din. She had eventually sent him away so she could curl up in the window seat and think. But it turned out she still couldn't concentrate. So she just rested her cheek on her updrawn knees and listened to the wordless howling in her mind. It was almost a relief when Jayla announced herself. Madeleine climbed stiffly to her feet as Jayla stepped in and closed the door. For a moment, they regarded each other in the fading afternoon light. "I learned something terrible today," Jayla said. "But by the look on your face, I'm thinking you might already have heard the story. If it concerns the plans that have been made for me by my father and Tivol and Harlow, then yes, I've heard the story. Reese told me this afternoon. How did you find out?" "I know a man, an ex-priest. It's complicated, but I had a reason to ask him, and he had a reason to tell me." Madeleine nodded, too weary to inquire into additional secrets. "I am still trying to think through how my life has changed in every possible way, and what I have to do about it. It seems pretty obvious. You have to leave Corcannon. Reese offered to take me to Chibane." Jayla regarded her steadily. "If Reese told you, does that mean he has always known this terrible thing?" "I don't think so. He said his father just told him, to prepare him for his role as head of the Curval family. He looked even more shocked than I feel right now." "I'm glad to hear it. I didn't want to think badly of him." Madeleine surprised herself by laughing. "Oh, I'm sorry, but it pleases me so much to hear you say that. You have always seemed to favor Reese over Tivol, even though you never said a word." "It is not my place to have opinions about your friends." A beat. "Though I did." "And it bothered me that you might not think highly of Tivol." Madeleine sighed. "Well, of course, Now it doesn't bother me." Jayla grinned as if she couldn't help herself, but instantly grew serious. "So Reese is on your side. He could be a powerful ally. Would you be safe in his father's house in Chibane?" "Would I be safe anywhere? If the world comes apart along the gods' hand-sewn borders, will any of us be safe?" "It's a serious question," Jayla admitted. "And I don't know how to answer. I just know that I will help you any way I can." Madeleine surveyed her a moment. "I think the task of guarding me is about to get more complicated," she said at last. "And my father will certainly not pay you to help me rebel against him. This might be your best opportunity to walk away." Jayla studied her in return. As always, Madeleine thought, the guard's pale face and serious eyes gave very little away. "I am going to have to keep Aussen's safety as one of my priorities," she said at last. "And if I think she will only be safe outside of this house and outside of this city, I will have to take her away. But for me, this is no longer about the job. This is about protecting you, and you need protection now more than ever." "I think what I need most now is information," Madeleine said. "And then maybe I will have a better idea of what I need to do next." "All right." "But I also need," she took a deep breath, "I also need to defy my father, and that will make him angry. And I'm not sure how I will handle that." Jayla nodded. "I have a few ideas. Let's talk them over." It took all of the next day for Madeleine and Jayla to finalize their plan. But Madeleine was pleased with how the pieces came together. She wished she could get Reese's opinion before putting it in motion. But he had business in Chibane and would be gone for the next few nights. But she was fairly certain he would approve. The following morning, she rose from bed still nursing a headache, but nonetheless feeling a cold resolve that replaced some of the formless anxiety of the previous days. She had a faint idea of what to do next, and from this point on, she would be feeling her way forward. She dressed carefully, pinched some color into her cheeks, and threaded a ribbon through her dark hair. Not that her father would notice how she looked. He never actually considered her a person. She understood that now. So she made the effort for herself. She had timed it so she would arrive in the small dining room just as he was about to leave for the day. Indeed, he was on his feet and gathering up a handful of papers when she walked in. "I need to talk to you," she said. He finished off his juice and set the glass down. "It'll have to wait until tonight." "It has to be now," she said. "Oh, what is it, Madeleine? I'm late already." "I'm not going to let you marry me off to Tivol so I can produce children who will be sacrificed to Corcannon." For a moment, she had the satisfaction of knowing she had caught him completely off guard. His face showed a complex series of emotions: astonishment, something that might be fear, and something that was definitely calculation, before it shut down again. "I'm sorry you feel that way," he said coolly. "I admit, it is a great deal to ask of someone." "I'm glad you're being so reasonable about it. I will send for Tivol and tell him our engagement is off." "You won't," he said. "You will marry Tivol very soon, and you will bear his children. You have a role to play, and no choice but to play it." "I am refusing to play it." He took a step closer, his big body radiating menace. He had never struck Madeleine or her brother, never, as far as she knew, lifted a hand to their mother. But she had always believed he was capable of extreme violence. "You have no choice," he repeated. "If I must confine you to your quarters by force, I'll do it." "People will miss me." "People will hear the tragic story of your terrible illness. Who knows, you might even die." "It will be awfully hard for Tivol to marry me and set up a household with me if I'm dead." Her father shrugged. The marriage is an attempt to give you some kind of normal life. It is not strictly necessary to meet the requirements of the god. Tivol could suitably mourn you and marry some other girl and move on with his own life. Madeleine had never felt so cold, as if her bones had turned to icicles inside the snowbanks of her body. While he visited me from time to time in order to get me with child? Tivol, or anyone else who might play a similar part. You would turn me into Cordelon's whore, she said, deliberately vulgar. Only if you give us no other option. So think very carefully before you start telling me what you will and will not do. She stepped deeper into the room. She was pleased that, despite her glacial chill, despite her escalating rage, she remained so steady, so calm. Who do you think knows the true story? She asked. All the heads of the council families, I suppose, and Harlow. But do all the devout young priests know? The bankers and the businessmen? The workers in the warehouses? Are they aware of this very delicate arrangement between the city and the god? How do you think they would react to that news? He grunted. They would panic in the streets. Some would revolt against the priesthood for their centuries of lies, and some would tear down the houses of the council families, calling us barbarians. But most would riot in terror, burning and looting and trampling each other to death in their haste to abandon the city, afraid of the destruction the gods might rain down. We have always known this was a secret we had to keep, or risk a completely different kind of ruination. What about my cousins and my aunts and uncles? How many of them are in possession of the secret? She could tell he was getting tired of her interrogation, but he had decided he needed to handle her carefully. So he answered, My brother, Archer, knows, as he would take my place if something happened to me. None of the rest have been informed. The truth is too complex for ordinary men and women to be expected to understand. So he didn't consider himself ordinary. Well, that wasn't a surprise. I suppose you wouldn't like it if I told my cousins and my friends, if I shared the secret with your trading partners and your bankers and your servants. Now he was angry again, and his eyes bored into hers. No, Madeleine, I wouldn't like it, and you will do no such thing. I am starting to think I will need to cancel my appointments for the day and begin the unpleasant task of confining you to the house, perhaps for the rest of your life. I think you will be sorry if you do that, she said. His eyes narrowed. Can you possibly think you have something to threaten me with? Information, she said. It's always the best leverage. Be more specific. If I'm imprisoned, if I disappear, people will find out about this scheme of yours. It's not my scheme. And how do you think they'll find out? There are letters in the hands of someone who is watching the house. They'll be sent to people all over the city. She smiled. I actually enjoyed putting that list together. For the first time, he looked uneasy, even appalled. You haven't done such a thing. I have. Explained the situation. Played up the arrogance of the council families in maintaining this secret for so long. You could. Knowledge like that could bring the whole city down, even before the next quake hits. That's what I thought, she agreed. So I think it would serve you better if I maintained my freedom. His expression turned grim. She could tell his mind was working furiously, trying to determine if she was bluffing, trying to figure out how to outmaneuver her if she wasn't. But she was pretty sure he couldn't follow this trail to its conclusion. Jayla's friend Cody had the letters. If Jayla didn't communicate regularly with Cody, the letters would be delivered. Even once her father pinpointed Jayla as an accomplice, he wouldn't know who else was in the chain. For the moment, he said, you have your liberty. What do you intend to do with it? I'm still determining that. His gaze was intense. Once you think about it, Madeleine, you will see that there are no other choices. You will pay a terrible price. You must realize I have paid the same price. But your actions will save the world. It is a noble cause, if a heavy one. I'm having a hard time seeing it that way. You're a silly, selfish girl who has never thought of anything but herself. And you're a murderer. He was on her before she had time to react. He slapped her across the face so hard that she staggered against a table, sending 2 plates crashing to the tile. Before she could do more than cry out, a blur burst through the door, and Jayla flung herself across the room. The force of her attack brought both of them to the floor, Jayla with a knife at her father's throat. The world might need Madeleine, but it doesn't need you, she said. For a moment, they were all frozen in place. Jayla and her father staring pitilessly at each other, Madeleine gaping at both of them. Her father was the first to recover. "Let me up," he said. For an answer, Jayla ground her knee into his stomach, causing him to grunt in pain. Her blade never wavered. Madeleine gathered her wits and crossed the room, stepping daintily past the broken china. "I can tell what you're thinking," she said, peering down at him. "And it would be just as foolish for you to try to do away with Jayla, because if she disappears, those letters are also going out to all your associates and all your relatives." His eyes still on Jayla, he repeated, "Let me up." "Very well, Jayla, you can release him." Jayla came smoothly to her feet, but didn't put away her knife. Her father more slowly clambered up. He was trying to keep his expression neutral, but she could see a storm of emotion scudding across his face. Rage, frustration, uneasiness, an edge of panic. Each one gave her a sense of bitter satisfaction. "We'll talk again tonight," he said. "We won't," she answered. "I want you gone from here. I don't think I can manage another civil conversation with you, and I can't bear to look at you." "You're barring me from my own house? Where do you expect me to go?" "You have enough money to buy 10 houses. Go wherever you like." He eyed her a long moment, as if he still thought he could come up with some argument that might move her. And then he nodded. "Give me an hour to collect my things. Do you want me to send you word of my new address?" "Certainly. It would be useful to have if I ever find myself with a desire to speak to you again." He shouldered past the 2 of them and paused at the door for a parting shot. "I'm sure you will," he said. "I expect it will be at your wedding." She and Jayla waited in the dining room for the entire hour it took him to pack a few bags and gather his necessary papers. Between her headache and a rising nausea, Madeleine couldn't bring herself to eat, but she nibbled on a piece of toast just to have something to do. 2 of the servants crept to the door, as if they wanted to clear the table or sweep the floor, but she just shook her head and they backed away. She wondered how much of the argument they'd heard. The door had been cracked open, just enough to allow Jayla to monitor their conversation, because Jayla had predicted her father would try to hurt her, and Jayla had been standing guard that whole time. Madeleine didn't think anyone else could have caught the incendiary accusations about the priesthood and the god. She didn't think any of the servants had heard her call her father a murderer. But everyone would know she had kicked him out of the house. This story would be all over Corcannon before noon. She would have to invent some way to explain it to her own circle, since she obviously couldn't tell the truth. She caught the sound of her father's footsteps descending the stairwell, heard him give an instruction to the footman. The door opened. He spoke again, and the door closed. That was when Madeleine sank bonelessly to the floor in a puff of fabric and buried her head in her hands. Chapter 25. Madeleine. Tivol was the first to arrive, not 2 hours after her father's departure. Madeleine briefly entertained the thought that he was dropping by for a casual visit, and she was tempted to have Ella tell him she was too unwell to see him. But that would just make him suspicious, and Tivol could be as persistent as Reese. He might actually run upstairs and barge into her room. And if she asked Jayla to throw him out, Madeleine would give away the whole game. She had to come up with an explanation that he would believe, and that would preoccupy him so much he wouldn't probe deeper for the truth. So she agreed to receive him in the downstairs guilt room. But she presented herself as sick and suffering. When he strode through the door, she was lounging on the sofa, resting her aching head against a pillow and letting all her weariness show on her face. "Madeleine, my darling!" Tivol exclaimed. He came over to give her a quick kiss on the cheek, then pulled up a footstool to sit on. He took both her hands in his and said, "You are always beautiful, of course, but you look as dreadful as a beautiful woman possibly could." She wanted to wrench her hands away. She wanted to scrub his kiss from her face. Instead, she lay there, quiescent, allowing her lips to tremble. "I have such a headache," she said. "I am so sorry to hear it. I won't stay long. But, Madeleine, I have heard the most extraordinary tale." She turned her face away. "I've quarreled with my father." "And demanded that he leave the house? What could possibly have brought you to such a pass?" It wasn't hard to make her voice wavering and woebegone. I told him I'm not going to marry you next month." There was a short silence. Then Tivol rubbed his thumbs along the backs of her hands in what he seemed to think was a comforting manner. "It's been a lot, I know," he said, "to have this decision so suddenly thrust upon us, trying to plan the wedding and looking for a house and thinking about how everything will change. But darling, don't be overwhelmed by all the details." He kissed her knuckles. "Just think about finally starting our lives together, something we've both wanted for longer than I can even remember." Still staring at the back of the sofa, she said, "I told him I wanted to marry Reese instead." Now the silence in the room was profound. Tivol's hands all of a sudden seemed stiff and bony. He released her. "I see," he said. She covered her face. "I'm so confused," she wailed. "Reese makes me so angry, and yet I can't stop thinking about him. And he tells me he loves me, and I think I love him, but I'm not sure, but I think I do." Now she pulled herself into a smaller shape and presented herself as one wretched ball of misery. "And I don't want to hurt you, but I don't see how I can marry you if I want to be with another man." It was a long time before he answered. She had to imagine that he was furious, but trying hard not to show it. She was too valuable a prize to lose. He would have to placate and cajole her, aim to keep her friendship even as she spurned his love. He had to try to win her back. The thought was sickening. "Well, this is a blow," he said, in the unconvincing tones of a man trying to use bravery to cover an almost fatal wound. "Give me a moment to absorb it." "It's not like I meant it to happen," she whispered. "No, I don't suppose you did. Love is like that sometimes." It was such a generous thing to say that for a moment she was pierced with doubt. Maybe he didn't know. Maybe he wanted to marry her simply because he loved her. But then she remembered the Cardew bread and the knife and the blood, and anger filled her again with cold certainty. "And I told my father, and we had a terrible fight, and he said the most awful things to me, and so I asked him to leave, and he did." "You will reconcile with him soon enough, I'm sure." "I don't think so. He's a terrible man." "Madeleine." "Well, he is. And so are you." She managed not to say it out loud. "What do you plan to do next?" he asked. You can tell me that while I try to adjust my mind to the idea that you are no longer in my life. I will marry Reese, I think. Ah, well then, I hope you and I will still be friends. She rubbed her hands across her face, inhaled deeply, and finally turned to look at him. I hope so too, she said. But it might be hard. Almost impossible, he agreed. But truly impossible would be losing you altogether. She rearranged her lips, but she was sure her expression did not resemble a smile. Don't be angry with Reese, she begged. It's not his fault. Isn't it? He said. I'd rather blame him than you. I'm not sure I'll be able to avoid punching him in the face next time I see him. Her expression of alarm was only half false. Then you must avoid him. I will as much as possible, but I assume he will be at the next council meeting, as I understand his father is too frail to travel. I hope the next meeting is a long time from now, so that you will have gotten used to all this by then. He sighed. Sadly, no. It is the day after tomorrow. We will all be meeting at Harlow's apartment. You would know this, of course, if your father was still in the house. No, I wouldn't. My father rarely told me anything. He gave her a serious look. Your father always underestimated you, I think, he said. I believe people often make that mistake with you. She held her breath as she stared back. That didn't sound like a rejected lover speaking. That sounded like a man acknowledging a skilled opponent. She wondered if he had not been fooled after all by this afternoon's charade. I think my father never bothered to get to know me, she said softly. And maybe I never tried hard enough to understand him. Maybe that will change in the coming days. I don't think so, she said. But lately I've found that I've been wrong about almost everything. Tivol lingered much longer than she would have expected, still playing the part of the wounded suitor, determined to accept his dismissal with grace. She finally had to ask him plaintively to leave so that she could try to sleep away her headache. He kissed her cheek, gave her one more sorrowful look, and departed. But before she could even leave the room, the next visitors were at the door. Two of her friends, who had also heard the news and were agog to learn the details. And once they left, her cousin arrived, and the whole afternoon went like that. Eventually, her headache was bad enough and the gossip had been spread far enough that she decided she could just tell the servants to stop admitting any other visitors. Massaging the back of her head where the pain was the worst, she went looking for Jayla, and found her in the kitchen with Aussen and Nora. Madeleine beckoned, and Jayla followed her out into the hall. The day after tomorrow, Madeleine said in a low voice. The council is meeting at Harlow's. I have to attend. Madeleine chose her favorite dress, a simple scarlet sheath that made her skin and hair look radiant, and topped it with a scarf shot through with orange and yellow and red. You look like a walking bonfire, Jayla said. Exactly the impression I'd like to give, Madeleine replied. They took a public chugger to the Catterfoil, something Madeleine had only done a few times in her adult life, though when she was younger, she and Logan had hopped off and on the big transports all the time. Jayla seemed perfectly at ease navigating the route, despite having lived in the city for a relatively short time. But then, casual competence was Jayla's defining characteristic. They stepped off at the stop nearest the temple and walked the 3 blocks to Harlow's residence. The streets, as usual, were packed with attractive young people dressed for a night out. They were greeting each other with warm hugs and chattering excitedly about the theater or the restaurant they planned to patronize that night. Madeleine was surprised at the strength of her conflicting reactions. Jealousy, because their lives were so simple and joyous in a way that hers would never be again. And scorn, because they wasted their days in such meaningless pursuits. 5 days ago, she had been one of them. What would have to happen to make all of them as angry and desperate and afraid as she was? Unlike the last time she had visited it, Harlow's residence was not gaudy with lights and crowded with partygoers. Instead, a few soft lamps threw the white walls into inviting relief, and only 2 guards watched the entrance. "I'm here for the meeting," she said in an imperious voice. She wouldn't be on the invitation list, but any temple guard in Corcannon would recognize her face. "I believe my father is inside." The 2 men exchanged swift glances, and the one who appeared to be the ranking officer briefly nodded. "He is, Dona," said the younger one, pulling open the door. "They are upstairs in the Patri's private rooms." She nodded regally and swept inside, Jayla at her heels. "Thank you, I know the way." Harlow's suite was on the 3rd story, up a grand staircase broad enough to accommodate a marching troop. To the left were his personal quarters, which Madeleine had never been inside. To the right were his office, a library, and a dining hall that could hold about 20 people. Madeleine could hear the low hum of voices as she approached the room, could smell the rich scents of expensive food. She glanced back just to make sure Jayla was with her. Then she stepped through the open door. In the moments it took for anyone to realize she was in the room, she took a swift look around, noting where all the council members sat. They tended to be grouped by the lands they represented. Heloise and Tivol sat near Churs Bendelo and his daughter, all of them owning property in Murata. Lara d'Argenton and her son, who were from Chibane, had taken seats by Reese. She focused briefly on Reese, because just the sight of him made her steadier, even though he hadn't seen her yet. Then she surveyed the rest of the table. Harlow and her father, representing the interests of the city, had been joined by Madeleine's uncle, Archer. She had always considered Archer a cold and dispassionate man, though her cousins were extremely fond of him. Now she supposed his knowledge of her eventual fate had made it hard for him to show her any affection. She noted that Harlow had come alone. Did he not have a successor who knew the whole story? Surely the secretary of the sanctuary must know the truth. She even wondered if he had shared the details with Benito. She also noticed something she should have realized a long time ago. No one on the council represented the islands, or Oraki, which apparently didn't deserve votes in government. She wondered how the goddess Zasaya felt about that. As she was trying to decide how to announce herself, there was the sound of a glass falling over and Lara d'Argenton muffling a curse. Everyone looked Lara's way, and then turned to see what she was staring at with such dismay. The room grew absolutely still. "Good evening," Madeleine said, pleased to find her voice did not tremble. "Have you all been discussing me?" Her father came to his feet. "Madeleine," he said sharply, "you shouldn't be here." She stepped deeper in the room. "I think I should." Now Harlow was standing, reaching his hand out and offering his usual benevolent smile. To think that she had always gone to Harlow when she needed solace. To remember that he was the one who had comforted her after Logan died. "Madeleine," he said in his sweet way, "has something happened? We are always happy to see you, but we are in the middle of council business. It's not the best time for you to be here." "It is the perfect time for me to be here, as I am the council's business." Her father came striding around the table, his face red with fury. She thought he might try to grab her arm and fling her out of the room, so she moved quickly to put a serving table between them. He would look ridiculous trying to chase her around a piece of furniture, and he knew it, because he came to an abrupt stop. "This is not the time," he said in a low, frustrated voice. "I'm no longer interested in your opinion," she said. Tivol had also jumped to his feet. He called out her name, but it was lost in the general swell of questions from everyone else at the table. Most of the others had also risen, but they stood uneasily by their chairs, not sure what to do next. Harlow was the only one brave enough to approach her, his arm still outstretched.
"What's happened, my dear?"
Harlow asked. She twitched away when he tried to take her hand, but he maintained his expression of concern.
"Tell me."
She focused on his face when she answered. "What's happened is that I've learned I, and my children, have been chosen as sacrifices to Corcannon. I thought we should talk about that." Harlow's face showed such shocked alarm that Madeleine felt a rush of savage triumph. He staggered back, but her father stepped closer, and Tivol came hurrying around the dining room table. She flung out a hand and ordered, "Stay away from me." Tivol halted beside her father and stared at her, his face stricken.
"Madeleine, is this why you—"
"Oh, Madeleine, if you only knew how many times I wanted to tell you." She spoke directly to him. "If you had wanted me to know, you would have told me." She glanced from her father to Harlow. And you, all pretending to love me, and all scheming behind my back." Harlow had a hand to his heart, as if it was breaking, and he thought he might hold the shattered pieces together with his fingers.
"Never pretending,"
he said, his beautiful voice broken.
"Child, I have loved you so much, and grieved every day at what lay in store for you."
"Even if that were true," she said, "I hate you." Lara d'Argenton spoke up over the resulting hubbub. "Fine, you know the truth. You're furious," she said in her strident voice. "Nothing changes, except that maybe we move ahead with less secrecy, which is what I've always favored anyway." When Madeleine looked her way, Lara gave her a brief, brisk nod. "It's a tragedy, but we might as well enlist your willing cooperation. Easier on all of us." "Oh, you are too optimistic if you think I am endorsing your plans," Madeleine said. "Willing does not even remotely describe my state of mind." "You have no choice," Lara said shortly.
"Madeleine," Tivol begged, "don't you see? They will compel you. Your only hope for any kind of life is to agree to their terms."
She glanced at her father, her eyebrows raised. He said shortly,
"She has shared the information with Confederates, who will publish it widely if she is mistreated in any fashion."
There was a collective gasp at that news, then a few moments of furious arguing. Harlow touched her arm again, and again she shook him off.
"Madeleine," he said, his face creased with distress, "that is terrible, dangerous information to set loose in the world."
"So don't mistreat me," she said. "It seems simple enough."
"None of this is simple," he exclaimed. "How do you think I feel, presiding over the deaths of the wholly innocent? But what else can I do? Who would not choose one life over millions of lives? Are you so selfish and depraved that you would condemn all those people to death?"
"And are you so omniscient that you know what will happen?" she shot back. "If the blood is withheld, if the lever doesn't move, you don't know the consequences."
"The world is already shaking at its seams," her father shouted. "We know what comes next."
"You think you know."
"The continent will come apart," Harlow said. "The mountains will shear away from the Midlands, and the islands will break off and return to the sea."
"That doesn't sound so terrible to me," she said. For the first time, Heloise spoke up. "Then you lack a brain as well as a heart," she said. "Almost all the water in Maratha comes from the Darish River, which springs from the mountains and crosses the Gods' Divide. If the continent comes apart, the river rushes to the sea, and Maratha becomes a desert." Reese answered, his voice so welcome to Madeleine's ears that she almost wept.
"It was a desert before, and people survived."
"Do you think so? From the records I have seen, very few people populated the Midlands until the god turned those barren fields into farms. And now, hundreds of thousands live upon that land.
What happens if it suddenly turns infertile? How many will die of thirst or starvation within a year? Madeleine felt her heart twist at that question. How many, indeed? But Reese answered without hesitation. If one of them is you, Heloise, I might be willing to make that bargain. Tivol turned on him. Shut up, he shouted. Don't say such things to her. Heloise shrugged. I don't care what Reese Curval says to me, but he needs to think about his own situation. I have a river to water my lands, he said outrageously. Do you? Heloise answered. How many crops do you grow in the mountains of Chibane? Don't you import at least half of your food from Maratta? What will you eat if that whole prairie turns to dust? He stared at her with no attempt to disguise his disgust. I'm not killing Madeleine just because I'm afraid to find out. No, and I don't want to kill her either, Heloise exclaimed. You just want me to bear a dozen children so you can kill them. Heloise stared at Madeleine across the room, her dark eyes so cold Madeleine could feel the ice. If the blood of my son could work that device, I would sacrifice him, she said. If my blood would be enough, I would sacrifice myself. How do you know it wouldn't be? Madeleine retorted. Maybe we should try that first. Tivol uttered her name again, horrified, but she was watching Harlow, who was shaking his head. You think we haven't tried that? He said sadly. We had willing volunteers, priests and council members who knew the truth and had no fear of death. But their blood was too mortal. It was not enough to appease the god. So you went back to slaughtering children? There was no choice, Harlow insisted, his voice barely above a whisper. The consequences were too dire. The consequences? The world breaks into the patterns it held before Corcannon intervened, Reese said. Heloise is right. There will be monumental adjustments, but to continue this barbaric practice... Harlow whirled around to face him. Adjustments? Do you think the land will ease apart gradually, a little at a time, each region drifting peacefully from the others? I tell you, it will roil with avalanche and explode in flame. It will be a parting so violent that it's possible no one will survive. Madeleine felt herself blanch again, but Reese remained cool. You have no way of knowing that. Of course I do. The ruined lands to the east, they were first assembled by the gods' hands, and they came apart when the proper sacrifices were not made. You wonder why I am so afraid? I have seen that place for myself, and there is almost nothing left but landscapes of melted rock and beaches of salt and ash. Reese held Harlow's gaze. How do you know that destruction was caused by the god? Maybe the ground shifted of its own accord and had nothing to do with Corcannon's displeasure. Harlow's voice was weary. We have papers in the archives, accounts from hundreds and hundreds of years ago. The god assembled the eastern continent when he assembled ours. But the people of the eastern lands did not take the proper measures, and the continent tore itself to pieces. Harlow's hand made an arc in the air. The eruption was so loud it could be heard in Corcannon. The smoke and cinders were so thick in the air that the sun could barely break through for months. Summer was chilly, and the harvest was poor. There was plenty of death in our lands, too, from the resulting famine. But there was annihilation to the east. Every word was a dagger in Madeleine's heart, but Reese remained stubbornly unconvinced. The god may have assembled the eastern lands, and those lands may have shattered. But my original question remains. How can you be sure of the catalyst for that destruction? It might have had nothing to do with the blood sacrifice you think the god demands. Harlow gazed at him somberly. I know that every decade or so, our land is rocked by powerful quakes. I know that when we appease the god with blood from his descendants, the quakes stop. Can I be sure the devastation will be absolute if we fail to move the lever? No. But can you be sure it won't be if we don't?
Lara stirred and spoke up again. And yet, even if this is all true, we have very limited options. If we were to sacrifice Madeleine today—
You will not sacrifice Madeleine,
Reese roared. We still would not have solved our problem. If she is the god's last surviving heir, we will face exactly the same dreadful dilemma in another 10 years.
That is why she must marry me instantly and bear children as soon as possible,
Tivol broke in.
Reese turned on him. Whatever else happens, she will not be marrying you.
Her father made a brushing motion.
Fine, you can marry her and sire her children, but are you prepared to see them surrendered at the temple? At least Tivol can be counted on to see his duty through.
Lara raised her voice to be heard above the squabbling. But we still have solved nothing. It would be another 10 years before a child was large enough to be useful. Do we even have that kind of time? Madeleine wanted to shriek from revulsion at this cold calculation. She had never been the kind of person who yearned for babies, who pictured herself cuddling a cooing infant in her arms. But Lara was talking about children, Madeleine's children, as if they were livestock being bred for the slaughterhouse. Harlow shook his head.
I don't know. I don't think so. The quakes are getting stronger, but we have no choice but to try.
He turned back to Madeleine. His expression was pleading.
We beg you to help us, to marry and conceive, and to be willing, when the time comes, to give up your most precious gift to save us all.
She tried to preserve her calm, but she still wanted to shriek and rage and strike every single council member across the face, and then run from the room, curl up in a corner, and sob. She took a slow breath. I don't know that I am willing, she said, her voice as steady as she could make it. I just know that you have presented me with a terrible dilemma, and the fact that you have lied to me for my entire life does not make me trust you or wish to accommodate you. Harlow bowed his head.
Keeping you in ignorance seemed like the kindest course, but perhaps we were wrong. Do not let your anger at us blind you to the terrible price everyone else in the world will pay.
She gestured toward the table. As Lara says, even if I cooperate, it will be years before anything can be done. Would there be any value in me giving you some of my blood, as much as I can stand to lose? She heard Reese's voice say, Maddie, but she didn't look his way, just kept her eyes on Harlow.
I don't know. It might be enough to move the wheel an inch or two. It might buy us a couple of months.
He shook his head.
It might not.
That is a donation I am willing to make, she said, so that I can think through what else we might do to avert catastrophe.
We know what we must do,
Heloise said. Madeleine looked at her. No, she said simply. We don't. Tivol stepped closer, his face eager.
Madeleine, if we could just talk, she jerked back, even though he wasn't close enough to touch her.
I don't want to talk to you. Reese practically leaped across the room to come to her side and put an arm around her shoulders. She knew it was cowardly, but she leaned against him, just because she needed the support so badly.
You stay away from her, Reese said fiercely. You don't deserve to ever talk to her again.
Tivol started forward angrily. If you think— Madeleine's father grabbed him in a hard hold.
Let it go, he said, at least for now. But there is much we still have to determine, Harlow said, intervening smoothly. But when can you come to the temple to give your gift?
Tomorrow, if you like. Unless you want to traipse over there now, in the dark.
Tomorrow will be excellent, Reese said. I'll come with you.
She glanced around the room and then up at him. Are you done here? You could leave with me now. He didn't look back at her father or Harlow or anyone.
Of course. Before you go,
Harlow said.
Reese was shepherding her toward the door. You can tell her in the morning. She needs to hear this.
Madeleine didn't quite pull free of Reese's hold, but she did stop and look back. What is it?
The attempts on your life,
Harlow began. Now she and Reese both spun around to face him, wearing matching expressions of apprehension. What? She demanded.
I'm afraid they might continue. For almost as long as this continent has existed, there have been fanatical groups who suspected the truth about the god's requirement, and who made it their mission to try to eliminate the sacrifice.
I thought those were myths, Heloise said.
Sadly, no. We all thought, the group had been eradicated years ago. But it seems someone has revived it. These fanatics call themselves reversionists. They have some fevered notion of returning the world to the way it was before the god reshaped it, and they think to do that by killing you.
Harlow gave her a long, troubled stare.
You must be very careful.
I have my guard.
I doubt a solitary person will be enough to protect you. As each of their attempts fail, they grow more emboldened. You need a cadre of soldiers. I can have a detail of temple guards sent home with you tonight.
Thank you, she said, but Reese spoke over her.
No, he said. I don't trust Harlow's men.
Harlow gave a twisted smile.
I understand why your opinion of me has fallen so low. But I assure you, Madeleine's safety is as important to me as it is to you. Oh, I don't think you want her dead, but I'm guessing some of those zealots come from within the temple ranks.
A low murmur of uneasiness went through the dinner guests, and Madeleine felt a chill along her spine. Why do you think that? She asked. Reese nodded at Harlow.
Who else knows about you? The priests. Only a few of the priests,
Harlow interrupted.
And this lot,
he gestured toward the council members.
It might be one of your cousins or your closest friends scheming to do away with you. But I'm betting fanatics are more likely to be bred in the temple. And, he added, raising his voice when Harlow attempted to speak, the Patri knows it.
He glanced down at Madeleine.
That woman who attacked you the night of the party? Harlow told you she died by her own hand, but I heard she was killed by someone in the temple.
Now he looked at Harlow again.
Because someone in the priesthood didn't want her interrogated. Harlow, is this true? Her father demanded. It is true she died while in custody, Harlow said, and we're not sure how.
Her father swore loudly and violently enough to earn disgusted looks from Lara and Heloise, but Reese ignored him.
So you see why I don't trust the Patri's guard, Reese concluded. I have handpicked soldiers in my employ. I'll put them at Madeleine's disposal.
Thank you, she said in a strangled voice. She really wasn't sure she could handle one more revelation today. Can we go home now? Reese's arm tightened.
Of course.
She ignored both her father and Tivol as they called her name again, but she looked straight at Harlow. I will come to you in the morning and give you what I can, she said. And after that, I will decide what I owe you and what I owe the world. She thought it was as good an exit line as she would be able to devise. Without another word, she headed toward the door, Reese beside her and Jayla falling in step behind them. She had no idea what she had just bargained for. She had no idea what she would do next. She thought it hardly mattered if the god turned his blind wrath on her. As far as she was concerned, the world had already fallen apart. Chapter 26. Pietro. Pietro was lying in Stolo's arms when he said, "I need to visit the ruined lands." Stolo rolled to his back and laughed. "Now that's a first," he said, his voice full of good-natured mockery. "I've had lovers praise my skill, and I've had lovers carefully explain to me why our night of carnal bliss meant absolutely nothing. But I've never had one tell me, after only one night of passion, that he wanted to go journeying to the far ends of the world." Pietro managed a crooked smile. "It is not to escape you that I need to make the trip. I don't suppose you'll tell me the reason, though." Pietro sighed silently, because Stolo was right. Pietro had become a distrustful, secretive man who never told anyone anything. "Maybe once I get back," because by that point it might not matter. "When do you plan to leave?" "As soon as I can find a boat to hire." Still lying on his back, Stolo turned his head to look at Pietro, who lay propped up on his elbow, gazing down at the other man. "My lover," Pietro thought, savoring the simple syllables. He had resigned himself to never having reason to speak the words again. Stolo said, "Should I ask my cousin?" "Who?" "My cousin, Danner. I mentioned him a couple months back. He runs a boat out of Corcannon harbor." Pietro remembered. "Do you think he'd take me?" "If he doesn't have another job lined up, I can't see why he wouldn't." "Would you introduce me to him? Vouch for my character?" Stolo poked him playfully in the ribs. "I don't know how I could do that, since I've never known a man who was less forthcoming than you. I scarcely know a thing about you." "Then you've shown remarkable lack of judgment by climbing into my bed." "I'm impulsive," Stolo agreed. "Careless. Someday I'll reap the consequences." Pietro flattened his hand over Stolo's chest, which was pleasingly muscular and covered with sleek, dark hair. "Don't say that," he replied, troubled. "I hate to think of anything bad happening to you." Stolo placed his own hand over Pietro's. "I was joking," he said. "I'm not as rash as all that, and I'm certainly not afraid that you will be the one to harm me." "I hope not." Pietro dropped down so the back of his head hit the pillow, and stared up through the darkness. It must be close to midnight, but they had left the curtains open. The faint lights from the street played through the window. He could almost make out the spot where the vertical walls joined the flat, horizontal plane of the ceiling. But mostly everything in the room was in murky shadow, just like everything in his life. "I never want to do harm," Pietro said slowly. "But I think I've inflicted my share, nevertheless." "We all have," Stolo said. "If a man walks through a meadow, he crushes flowers underfoot. But that doesn't mean he is cruel. Just by moving through life, you crash into other people, and they crash into you. So intent is all that matters? Intent is half of it. The other half is what you do to make reparation. Well, there, I'm not so sure I'm absolved either." "You're in a bleak humor tonight," Stolo observed. "I've been in a bleak humor for 10 years, Pietro said. "Sometimes I'm able to hide it better." "And you think a visit to the ruined lands will lift your spirits?" "I'm inclined to think the opposite is true." Now Stolo lifted his head. "Unless you consider that the perfect place to seek your own destruction, in which case I will not introduce you to my cousin after all." Pietro's smile was small and bitter. "No, I'd have done it years ago if that was my plan. I'm going with a probably doomed hope of discovering
something. I don't even know what. Is it a journey you have to make alone? What? No. I need the ship's captain, of course. I meant, would you want me to come with you?
This was an entirely new thought. Pietro turned to look at him. Stolo had shifted again and was lying on his side, watching him.
Would you be willing to join me? If I wouldn't be in the way, if you wanted my company. What about your priestly duties? You can't just walk away.
Stolo grinned.
I can get a leave of absence. Say I have an urgent family matter, which will be the truth if my cousin takes us.
Stolo scanned Pietro's face.
I don't mean to pressure you. I won't ask to come if you'd rather travel alone. I feel like I've traveled the whole world by myself,
Pietro said.
I can't remember the last time I had the grace of a companion at my side. What worries me is the fact that you would begin your association with me by lying to your superiors. How can I be good for you if I set you off on a course of deceit?
Stolo leaned forward and pressed his mouth against Pietro's. To reassure him, or to simply stop him from talking, Pietro could not be certain.
Since I have become a priest, I have lived by a creed that I will go where I can do the greatest good,
Stolo said in a husky voice.
And that belief has taken me to the docks and the slums, more often than it has taken me to the temple or the mansions. It has put me in the path of people who need me, and I can't shake the idea that you need me.
Pietro tried to keep his voice steady.
So I'm a charity case.
Stolo produced a muffled laugh.
You're a puzzle I want to solve. You're a fascination I can't look away from. You're a child I want to comfort, and a man I want to embrace. I will talk to my cousin in the morning, and if you want me to accompany you, I shall pack my bags in the evening. But I won't beg you to take me on this mysterious quest, so I'm not going to offer again. If you want me, you have to say so.
Pietro rolled forward, covering Stolo's mouth with his own.
Yes, I want you with me, he murmured. I don't know how I thought I could manage this without you.
3 days later, they were on their way. It turned out that Stolo's cousin had been unenthusiastically contemplating the idea of taking his small craft down the rough eastern edge of the continent to the southernmost harbor tucked into the Maratha coastline. But it was a familiar route, and he was a man who liked the occasional adventure, and he had been hoping that a better opportunity would present itself.
He says you have to pay the wages for himself and 2 crewmen. But if he picks up any cargo, you won't have to pay travel expenses,
Stolo said.
Does he expect to find cargo? Says it's a good possibility. People live in the ruined lands, you know. Just not very many of them. And they do a little mining and farming. They have goods to trade, but not in enough volume for most captains to be willing to make the voyage. Tell me how much I need to pay in advance, and I'm ready to go.
The Corcannon harbor was inconveniently situated for anyone not absolutely determined to get onto the ocean in the quickest manner possible. It lay off the southeast edge of the city, accessible only via a narrow 2-lane bridge that descended abruptly from the mountain plateau to sea level. Traffic in both directions was steady, as shipments were constantly being delivered to warehouses in the dock district, and empty wagons were returning to pick up the next load. But it wasn't particularly heavy. The city harbor was too small, and its waters were too shallow to permit large vessels to drop anchor. So the majority of the goods that flowed into Corcannon came overland across the Marathan bridges. But anyone who just wanted to slip out of the city and hop aboard a small, seaworthy craft could take the mountain route and be out on the open water within a few hours. Stolo's cousin, Danner, was about average height, thick-bodied, with a guarded expression and intelligent eyes. On his left wrist, he wore a sailor's bracelet, stamped with stylized fish and set with an assortment of ocean-colored jewels. On his right was a gold bracelet edged with silver, a slim silver circlet, and 2 gold bands. Pietro interpreted this to mean that he was a widower with a pair of sons. Judging by the features of the strapping young men who helped them load their luggage, Danner's boys doubled as his crew.
"Welcome aboard,"
Danner said, ducking down a narrow stairwell to lead them to a cramped space below decks.
"These will be your quarters."
He glanced at Pietro.
"I was led to believe you'd share a room, but if my cousin was misleading me, I'll throw him overboard, and you can have the place to yourself."
This was said so seriously that it took Pietro a moment to realize the man was joking.
"No, indeed. He told you the truth,"
he answered.
"But thank you for looking out for my interests. Paying guest is always favored over freeloading relatives,"
Danner said, still without cracking a smile.
"Let me know if he becomes a nuisance."
Stolo was grinning as if this was familiar raillery.
"Never any respect for my family," he groused.
"Well, if you'd take a job befitting a real man," said Danner.
"Careful, your paying guest was once a priest too."
Danner appraised Pietro.
"Seems he thought better of it, though. Makes him a wiser man than you." "Is it the profession or the deity you dislike?"
Pietro inquired. Danner grunted.
"Don't have much use for Corcannon."
He pulled out a leather cord, hung with a Trelloche charm. Pietro leaned close enough to decipher the pose. In one tiny hand, the goddess was holding a fish, the symbol most closely affiliated with her. In the other, a sheaf of wheat. This was goddess as provider.
"A man who sails the ocean knows who deserves his fealty,"
Danner said. Pietro smiled and drew out his own chiziza, hung with the goddess in her pose of knowledge.
"Even a land-bound man has cause to honor Zesiah,"
he said. Danner examined the charm with an impassive face, then glanced over at Stolo.
"I approve,"
he said, and departed without another word.
"That seemed to go well,"
Pietro said, but Stolo had already collapsed on the narrow bunk. He was laughing too hard to keep to his feet. Danner had estimated that the outbound journey would take a week. At the news, Pietro had stifled a silent protest, because he couldn't imagine how he would fill so many empty days. However, within a few hours of casting off from the small harbor, Pietro was far more preoccupied with nausea than boredom. Stolo hustled him over to the window so he could vomit directly into the water, though the sight of the lashing waves did nothing to calm his stomach. He could hardly blame Stolo for exiting the room with all speed. He threw up 2 more times, then sunk to the floor in abject misery, thinking how pleasant it must be to die. Stolo bustled back in, looking offensively healthy and unimaginably cheerful.
"Well, you look as wretched as a man might be," he exclaimed. "Here, I've brought you something to drink."
The very thought made Pietro's stomach rebel.
"I couldn't possibly." "This will make you feel better, I promise,"
Stolo said, sinking to his knees and holding out a mug of some herbal concoction. "Come on, just have a few sips." Reluctantly, Pietro took the mug from his hand and lifted it to his face. In the rising steam, he thought he recognized the scent of ginger, mixed with unfamiliar ingredients that made him think of woodlands or garden dirt.
"If I throw up all over you, you have only yourself to blame."
He managed a few cautious swallows. The liquid was hot enough to burn his tongue, but its salutary effect on his stomach was almost instantaneous. He took another sip.
"And stick out your hand, palm up. This should help too."
Obediently, Pietro extended his left arm. Stolo balanced a small, thick metal disc on Pietro's wrist and bound it in place with a tightly wrapped strip of cloth.
"Now your other hand."
Pietro transferred his drink and held out his right arm.
"What are you doing?" "Old sailor's trick. Putting pressure on certain spots helps with the queasiness."
When Stolo was done, Pietro finished off the concoction, then leaned back against the curved wooden wall with his eyes closed. "I feel a little less like dying," he admitted. "But what a very romantic journey this is proving to be." Stolo laughed. "It gives me an opportunity to prove my devotion. I have to think you had hoped for different opportunities. Well, it'll be a long trip. There might still be some of those opportunities after all." The first 2 days were rough, but after that, Pietro found himself feeling remarkably well and ravenously hungry. By this time, he could stand at any spot on the ship's deck and stare out at a limitless and absolutely empty landscape of water. No point of land was visible in any direction. No other ships gave a sense of scale to the horizon. They were entirely alone on the rocking blue waves under a cloudless and infinite sky. This was the moment, Pietro thought, when a devout man might find himself most acutely aware of the might and presence of the god. When the distractions of mortal demands dropped away, when the world offered up nothing but the primal materials of existence. But Pietro had never felt farther away from Corcannon, less convinced of his divinity. Yet the ocean itself seemed imbued with sentience. Even the air he breathed had a weight and consciousness to it that he had never noticed when he was on solid land. He couldn't have said that the elements were benign, but they were present, they were real, and they were powerful. He closed his hand around his Churlosh charm. The Zassin people believed Zasaya ruled the oceans, had carved the islands from her bones. Maybe hers was the hand that roiled the waves, or stilled them. Maybe she would listen if he prayed. He bowed his head and touched the amulet to his forehead. His lips moved, but he made no sound. If the goddess heard, she gave no sign. Once his appetite returned, Pietro made himself useful by taking over the cooking duties from Danner's younger son, who was only too happy to relinquish them. There wasn't much to choose from in the galley, but the crew seemed appreciative anyway. "If you ever need a job, I could recommend you to 6 captains," Danner told him. "I'll keep that in mind. I've been casting about for what profession I should pursue next. Assuming the world doesn't end, assuming I have anything left to live for." By late afternoon of the 6th day, they could spot widely spaced smudges on the eastern horizon, gradually taking on more size and substance as the ship moved closer. Stolo joined Pietro at the bow as the shapes were slowly lost to the gathering darkness. "The ruined lands," Stolo said. "And what will we find here?" In the morning, they were close enough to make out details of some of the closest land masses. 2 were so small that Pietro could trace almost the entire perimeter, so flat that he could see over them with a glance. Both of them were nothing but irregular black surfaces, stretches of uneven rock intercut at intervals by gullies as smooth as glass. Here and there, patches of weeds clung to shallow crevices, defiant stalks of faded green. But for the most part, each island looked empty and uninhabitable. Ruined, indeed. "It's not all like this," Danner informed them late in the afternoon. "All the flat lands, they're just barren stone. But some of the bigger islands, the ones with hills and highland, they're just as fertile as Murata." Not until the next morning did they reach one of those larger islands, divided down the middle by a formidable array of tall, notched peaks. Everything on the western edge was the same dreary expanse of unrelieved black stone. But then they sailed past the demarcation line of the mountains. And it was a different world. It was as if every surface had been claimed by a different shade of green, as moss, grass, shrubbery, and low tropical trees competed for space in the soil. Pietro gazed in amazement at great masses of flowers in brilliant reds and purples, and fancied that he could catch perfumed puffs of air drifting through the salty breeze. It was ridiculous, but the air felt warmer, thicker, heavier against his skin.
Do many of the ruined lands have this same configuration?
He asked Danner, who stood with Pietro and Stolo at the railing.
Black on one side, green on the other?
Some of them, Danner answered.
And people live on the green side.
Stolo split a look between the other two.
And we're planning to talk to some of these people. I've never stopped at this particular island,
Danner said.
Water's not deep enough to get close, but there's a place about a day from here that I've been to a few times.
He glanced at Pietro.
If that's good enough for you.
Pietro nodded.
I don't even know who or what I'm looking for, so that seems like a fine place to start.
They spent the day gliding along an invisible channel through the ruined lands. Pietro was so fascinated, he delayed going below decks to begin his cooking chores. Sometimes their way seemed to be nothing but water, and any islands that were nearby were barely blots to the north or south. Other times, their ship passed close enough to the variable clumps of land that Pietro could see the nests the seabirds built along the sand. Now and then, they spotted figures standing on the beaches or along the terraced slopes of the higher hills, watching them. Here and there they passed smaller crafts riding the waves, hugging the shore or darting across the narrower channels. Sometimes the men in the other boats shouted and waved, but other times they just stared.
We'll be there by morning,
Danner predicted after dinner, so Pietro made himself seek out his bunk instead of standing at the railing through the whole night, trying to make out ghostly shapes. By now he had come to find the rocking of the boat comforting, and it lulled him to sleep just as surely as the sound of Stolo's even breathing. He was awakened by a series of gentle bumps and splashes, then an unnerving feeling that the world had come to a halt.
We must have dropped anchor,
he thought. The boat still tipped and righted with the incessant waves, but there was no sense of continual motion. Pietro wondered what it would be like to stand again on obdurate ground. He woke Stolo with a kiss.
I think we're here,
he said,
whatever that means.
Chapter 27. Pietro. One of Danner's sons stayed with the boat, but the rest of them crammed into a dinghy that had hung off the starboard side until they had dropped it into the water. During the 15 minutes it took for Danner and his son to maneuver the craft to the beach, Pietro studied the prospect before them. They had arrived at a small natural harbor, a deep curve in the coastline, sheltered by an overhanging cliff that might have been 30 feet high. To the left, the plateau above the cove stretched out in acres of rough black rock. To the right, fronds of greenery dripped down from the lush stretches of the higher ground. A narrow but well-trodden path wound its way up from the beach to the fertile land on the right. A few small rafts and skiffs dotted the sand, pulled up close enough to the walls of the cliff to be safe from the hungry pull of high water. A group of people stood at the edge of the path, watching the dinghy come ashore. They looked poised to run in either direction, as the situation dictated, down to the water to offer help, or up the hill to seek safety. They were simply dressed, in loose tunics of light-colored fabric. Pietro supposed there must be some kind of plant life here that yielded fibers that could be beaten or woven into cloth. As they got closer, he could tell that most of the tunics had been ornamented with dyes or beads or shells or braided fringe. For some reason, that detail heartened him. Whether they lived in a fancy mansion on Council Row or camped on an island in the middle of an ocean, people couldn't resist the urge for self-decoration. They were driven always by the desire to distinguish themselves from their neighbors, by color or shape or pattern. They invariably sought to make themselves unique. The dinghy scraped against sand, and the four of them jumped out.
Danner and his son grabbed a pair of ropes and hauled the craft up to the beach, Stolo and Pietro following, all of them splashing mightily. The water was cold, and Pietro was shivering when they made it to land. Danner dropped his rope and held his hands before him, palms up, clearly a gesture designed to show he offered no threat. The other three copied his movements. Then, moving slowly, Danner pulled a knapsack off his back and let it drop to the damp ground. Whatever its contents were, they clinked merrily when they landed. Pietro guessed Danner had brought tools or knives, things it would be hard for someone in this part of the world to mine or smelt, high-value items for barter. The gesture seemed to reassure the onlookers, for the waiting group moved closer. Danner stepped forward, still keeping his hands out, and said something in a language Pietro didn't know. One of the others came close enough to respond, a woman who looked to be about middle age. She had freckled skin and ginger hair that reminded him of Aussen and the small, trim build he associated with islanders. That was interesting, he thought. Maybe before Corcannon started moving bits of the world around, all the islands had clustered closer together. Maybe they had been peopled by a single race. He listened more closely to Danner's halting conversation with the native woman, wondering if he could pick out any words he recognized. If he'd had a better grasp of Zessin, he might have been able to do so. He studied the woman talking to Danner. She had festooned herself with ropes of beads, around her throat, around her wrists, around her ankles. They were small and irregularly shaped, mostly white, but streaked with gradations of color from citrine to snow. Churlosh, Pietro thought, wondering if these people worshipped some incarnation of Zesiah. It seemed likely. The tenor of the conversation changed. Now the woman was pointing at Danner's companions, clearly asking who they were and why they should be trusted. Danner introduced them one by one. Then the woman called over her own entourage and did the same. "Does this mean we're all friends now?" Stolo murmured. "I think so," Danner's son said. "This is Cassie," Danner told them. "She's the head of the families who live here. She's willing to do business with us, but doesn't want us to venture any farther than the beach. She'll send her sons back to their village for items to trade." Pietro was disappointed. If he never saw more than this small sliver of land, he wouldn't be able to find what he was looking for, whatever it was. But maybe after a successful exchange of merchandise, Cassie would be more welcoming. Two of the islanders ran lightly up the hill. Two others produced thin blankets and spread them over the sand. The city folk knelt on one blanket, the islanders on the other, and Danner opened his bag. Pietro's guess had been right. Danner's bounty consisted of a dozen knives of assorted sizes and uses, a hammer, nails, and awl, needles, a length of chain, and other items that he produced ceremoniously, one by one. Cassie and her companions picked up each piece to examine it, then whispered amongst themselves. They seemed pleased, not astonished, so Pietro assumed they had seen similar tools in the past. It wasn't long before her sons returned carrying heavy cloth bags that they placed on the blanket before Cassie. She began pulling out an assortment of rocks that looked a great deal like churlosh, studded with coin-sized deposits of some blue material. Pietro guessed these might be rare minerals that could be cut and polished into exquisite jewels, worth the trade. Danner had gone through about 20 good-sized rocks when Stolo leaned over to whisper in Pietro's ear. "Who's this?" Pietro looked up to see another stranger, carefully negotiating the sloped right-hand path. A man, maybe Pietro's age, and not an islander. So dark-haired and dark-skinned, he might almost be a pure-blood Corcannon. He was dressed in the simple tunic of the island folk, but gold bracelets gleamed on both of his wrists. A Corcannon man. How unexpected. Cassie glanced over her shoulder at the Corcanno's approach, then said something to Danner, who translated for the others. "This is Gino. He lives here. He wanted to meet the strangers. I can't tell what his status is."
Danner added. She spoke his name with respect, but not fear. Gino, Stolo said, and looked at Pietro. Pietro nodded, and he and Stolo came to their feet. Many people bore names that ended in O, but every priest had such a name. And this man bore himself with the authority and serenity that clerics cultivated from an early age. I don't recognize him, Pietro said. I don't either. Neither Cossi nor Danner seemed too interested in Gino's arrival, so Pietro and Stolo strolled over to intercept the newcomer. For a moment, the three of them just sized each other up, confirming their swift suspicions. Pietro made no attempt to hide the fact that he was glancing at Gino's hands, and the other man obligingly extended his arms. On his left wrist, a gold circlet stamped with simple caterfoils, Cortellon's most common symbol. On his right, a gold band with the edges bent up and over themselves to make thin channels on both rims. Celibate. Stolo and Pietro spoke their names and offered their own arms for inspection. Gino nodded. You're from Corcannon, then, he said. His voice was low and pleasant, and he didn't seem like he was having any trouble remembering the Cordish language. Stolo hung back, letting Pietro do the talking. We are. It seems you must have lived there at some point as well. On the continent, at least, Gino said. I wasn't in the city much, though I was an ordained priest. I spent more time as a missionary, visiting the islands and the desert to spread the word of Cortellon. Which explained why he wasn't familiar. Pietro smiled slightly. The people of those regions tend to prefer their own gods, from what I've observed, he said. They do, Gino agreed, and after many years of living among them, I found myself in some sympathy with their views. Zasaya has a seductive pull, Pietro admitted. Perhaps it is the fact that she seems so unimpressed with Cortellon's power. That, Gino said, and the fact that she has power of her own. I am curious, Pietro said, to learn how you moved from those postings to this one. Gino motioned behind him toward an arrangement of small logs drawn together around a fire pit in the sand. Pietro assumed that this was where islanders gathered to await their sailors when they'd been out on the ocean for a worrisome period of time. The three of them took seats on the logs so they could all watch each other. When I was a young man, I was in some favor with the priest who was then High Divine, Gino began. Pietro thought about it a moment. Harlow had held the post for decades, so this would be his direct predecessor. Murato? Gino nodded. Yes, he thought I wasted my talents by living among the islanders and the Oraki tribes, and he often tried to lure me back to the city, promised me an elevation in rank and access to all the secrets of the temple. Stolo perked up at that. Secrets? Gino glanced between them. He doesn't know. But you are both priests, are you not? He is, Pietro said. I used to be. And he doesn't know the secrets, but I do. Gino studied him. Which is why you are no longer a priest. Yes. Gino nodded. So Murato showed me the lever and taught me how to move it, and I was horrified. And he explained that unless the wheel was turned, the continent would be destroyed and become just like the ruined lands. It must be a speech every High Divine has to memorize, Pietro said. I heard one very like it. Who has the office now? Harlow. You might have known him. Gino nodded. Another of Murato's favorites. A good man, I always thought. Devout. Passionate. Unflinching. Those aren't always good traits, Stolo observed. Yes, they can also describe zealots and martyrs, Gino agreed. At any rate, when Murato delivered the speech, I said, Very well, I want to see the ruined lands.
So we crossed the ocean and cruised between the blasted islands.
Gino linked his hands and stared down at the sand between his feet.
I did not react as Murado expected. I thought those burned, blackened lands had an austere and terrible beauty, and I was struck with the rich, bounteous flourishing of the areas that had recovered. When the harbors were shallow enough, I insisted that we disembark and attempt to talk with the inhabitants. I was pretty conversant in Zessan, and the language these people speak is not terribly different. So we were able to communicate in limited ways. I was impressed with their strength and resilience, and generally sanguine outlook on life. Their oral histories and their few written records contained graphic descriptions of the catastrophic events that had broken their continent apart. But many generations removed from that event, they were quite recovered. Yes, they were confined to small spheres of hospitable land, and yes, they had lost the great mysterious engine that used to power their society. But in their small, interconnected pockets of life, they had created a thriving, successful community.
Gino lifted his head and looked directly at Pietro, and then Stolo.
And there were no more quakes, he said. Once the continent came apart, all that turmoil simply stopped. The land was content.
Pietro took a sharp breath, but exhaled it without speaking. Gino glanced around.
I was intrigued. I was entranced. I told Murado I was not returning with him to Corcannon. He argued with me for 3 days. Eventually, I got tired of the quarreling, and I slipped away with one of my new friends in the middle of the night. I learned later that it was a week before Murado pulled anchor and went home.
Gino looked over his shoulder toward the lush green lands behind them.
I have never regretted it. What do you do here? Stolo asked, since I assume you do not serve in a religious capacity. It is generally women who act as guardians of Zesiah's temples, Gino said, but I still feel called to similar service. I act as a teacher and a counselor, and I have learned the rituals for conducting weddings and consecrating the dead. I have no authority, but the guardians make use of me, and I am convinced the goddess is pleased at my devotion. It's a remarkable tale, Pietro said. It gives me some faith that even if the worst happens, there is some hope in the far future.
Stolo looked at him.
What worst? What do you anticipate?
But Gino knew.
The quakes are back, aren't they? It's time for another sacrifice?
Sacrifice? Stolo repeated.
It's time, said Pietro. But all that's left is one young woman who is so far childless. And once she's gone...
He spread his hands.
Wait, Stolo said. What are you talking about?
Gino glanced at Stolo, then turned his gaze somewhat accusingly to Pietro, as if to demand why Pietro hadn't shared this terrible, incriminating information, as if Gino believed all men should know it. Pietro sighed and answered,
When Corcannon gathered the scattered lands into one great mass, he linked them in some fashion to his own body. Every so often, the lands begin to shift and push against each other, and all that calms them down is a libation of blood. Blood? It must come from the body of one of Corcannon's descendants, and the world is fast running out of those. But how much blood? How often? What happens to... And that is why this is such a terrible story.
Pietro interrupted him.
Because of the answers to those questions.
Stolo simply stared at him. Pietro turned back to Gino.
We are in dire circumstances, as you might imagine. Millions live on the continent, and the quakes are increasing in ferocity. Our options are limited and appalling.
He shrugged.
I thought if I came here, I might learn something. but I don't know what there is to learn. I could show you the cave where the lever for the eastern continent was located, Gino offered, if you think it might offer you any clues.
Pietro arched his brows.
Probably not, he said, but I would like to see it anyway. Is it nearby? Could we sail to it within a day?
Gino gestured toward the ruined half of the island.
It's here, maybe a 2 hours walk away.
Pietro felt his face light up, and he jumped to his feet.
Then yes, I would like to see it.
It required about 30 minutes of preparation before they could set off on their expedition. Cassie was not inclined to let strangers roam her land at will, so she wanted 2 of her own people to accompany them. And no one wanted to set off without provisions, so a few of Cassie's companions hurried back up the hill to fetch food and water. Danner's successful bargaining session had left him mellow, and he agreed to wait the half day it would take them to return.
Even if we don't cast off until tomorrow morning, no harm done, he said.
You won't leave without us,
Stolo said. How would you explain that to my mother?
Danner's face didn't relax from its usual stolid expression.
I can't help it if you're clumsy enough to fall overboard on high water.
Stolo grinned at Pietro.
We've always been close.
Eventually, their guides returned, a young woman named Dessa and an older man named Bryn. Pietro thought they might be father and daughter, but no one explained their relationship. Like the others, they wore loose, light-colored clothing that allowed for easy movement. Bryn's tunic was completely plain, but Dessa's featured bright splotches of red and green in what Pietro took to be a floral motif. She was small and wiry, with a wide grin and a curious expression. Bryn seemed more taciturn, though not unfriendly. He handed everyone sacks of provisions with a few words of instruction.
Everyone's responsible for their own supplies,
Gino translated, hoisting his over his shoulder.
Let's go.
Dessa led the way up the left-hand path. The loose black rock made the climb hazardous, so they moved slowly and carefully in a single file. Pietro noted that large swaths of the path were choked by hardy weeds, indicating that few people came this way on a regular basis, and that the island was gradually reclaiming even its most devastated acres. Once they crested the hill, what lay before them was an eerie landscape of almost uniform black and gray. But it had an odd, irresistible rhythm to it, of flat lands interrupted by fields of jagged, broken rocks and undulating rivulets as slick as ice. They stepped forward carefully, finding the smooth patches as treacherous as the sinks of loose gravel. On their right-hand side, the land canted downward from the peak of the mountain range, sometimes sharply, sometimes on a gentle grade. But Pietro always felt that his right leg was a few inches higher than his left. It added to the arduousness of the trek, the unreality of the whole outing. The sun was high, and the day, which had started out cool, grew quickly warmer. As they hiked along the black surface, Pietro began to feel unpleasantly hot. He hoped the stone beneath their feet didn't heat up so much it burned through the soles of his shoes. They were only about 20 minutes from the beach when he reached into his sack to pull out a water skin. He was glad to see there were several in the bag. Bryn had taken the lead and never once looked back to see if the others were following. Stolo fell in next to Dessa, and the two of them seemed to be having a grand time attempting to communicate. Pietro thought they were trying to teach each other words like sky, rock, black, and mountain. But they were laughing so much, it was hard to tell. He had never seen anyone compare with Stolo for putting people instantly at ease. He'd like to see him make the attempt with Jayla. If anyone could win her over in 5 minutes, it would be Stolo. That left Pietro paired up with Gino. As the oldest 2 members of the party, and the 2 that were clearly in the worst physical shape, they didn't have much breath left for conversation. But whenever they reached relatively level land, Gino began questioning Pietro about life back in Corcannon. They had a few acquaintances in common, so Pietro could supply updates on their lives, and he described some of the new buildings that had been constructed in the last 3 decades. But I wouldn't say the changes have been sweeping in the past 30 years, Pietro said. He sighed. Nothing like changes that may come. Bryn stopped the group once, and briefly, for a refreshment break, then set off again without a word. Pietro was generally good at judging the passage of time, but between the heat and the unrelentingly monochromatic landscape, he was beginning to lose his bearings. The trip had seemed to last far longer than 2 hours by the time Bryn slowed and came to a halt. He pointed up the steep mountainside to a narrow slit in the sleek black wall. "Here we are," said Gino. Stolo glanced back at Pietro, grinning. "Looks like a bit of a climb." Gino pushed ahead of the others and set his foot carefully on the narrowest imaginable path. "It's not so bad," he said. "Just go slowly." Bryn said something that Pietro guessed meant, "We'll wait here," because the 2 islanders seated themselves on boulders that didn't look quite as spiky as some of the others. Pietro took a deep breath and followed after Gino. Over his shoulder, he said to Stolo, "You can catch me if I fall." "You won't fall," Stolo said confidently, and started after him. They climbed cautiously up the slope, finding handholds when they could, suspending their breathing when loose stones rolled out from under their feet. But all 3 of them made it without mishap to the small door in the side of the mountain. From this vantage point, it was clear that it had once been a grander opening, perhaps 3 times as wide, and fronted by a modest plaza of fired bricks laid in a complex pattern. But an avalanche had covered half of the door and most of the decorative entrance, and all that remained was a slim slot that could only be reached by clambering over a pile of stones. "Be careful here," Gino said. "Sometimes the rocks shift underfoot." Pietro glanced back expressively at Stolo, who grinned. But they had come this far. They would find the broken lever or die in a glorious tumble of black stone. Gino picked his way up the layered rocks and disappeared inside. Pietro nerved himself before reaching for the first handhold and pulling himself up. He made sure he had both feet firmly on one stone before attempting to climb to the next one. Once or twice, his landing spot shuddered beneath his feet, but everything stayed solidly in place. Gino helped him down the other side into a space that was blessedly cool and dark. Pietro dropped his bag of provisions next to Gino's and let his vision adjust while they waited for Stolo. Like the formal entrance, the interior was a mix of ancient artifacts and obliterating rockfall. In the faint sunlight that drifted through the narrow opening, Pietro could make out mosaics and murals climbing up the walls, carved pillars lying on the floor. Everything was obscured by layers of dust and ash. "Well, this is a treasure trove," he said in a hushed voice. "What could we learn about our past if we had a few days to spend here? I wonder sometimes if Cassie's people would help me excavate the place," Gino said. "There are 3 corridors that branch off this first room. 2 are completely blocked by debris, and I always want to know, what lies beyond those impasses? Was this a temple? Would we find rooms where priests lived? Archives with their writings? Would anything be salvageable? I would love to know." Stolo's form briefly blocked the sunlight. Then he dropped easily to his feet on the other side. "Incredible," he said, gazing around. Gino gestured toward the back of the cave, which disappeared into darkness. "Bryn is a patient enough man, but I don't think he's disposed to linger. Let's find what we came here for before we waste time exploring." Pietro felt a stab of dismay. "It's too dark to see anything." Gino began rummaging in his bag. "Perhaps Cassie thought to tell her people to supply us with candles." Stolo reached into his pocket to pull out a short stick. "I've got a chem light," he said. "I usually carry one." What?" Gino said. Pietro was grinning. "I forgot to mention that particular innovation when I was recounting stories of the city," he said. "Very useful." Stolo scraped the stick along a rough wall, and an orb of milky illumination sprang up along one end. "This direction?" he asked, and led the way forward. They found themselves in a narrow corridor whose walls were mostly intact, though bare of any decoration. At intervals, they came across small glass-like discs that had been set into the walls. Lights, Pietro guessed, that had once been animated by the same kind of engine that powered Corcannon. In the near dark, it was difficult to judge distance, but they had gone unnervingly deep into the mountainside before the corridor abruptly opened up into a small cavern that seemed to be about 20 feet in each dimension. Well, opened up was the wrong phrase, Pietro thought, as the three of them crowded at the entrance and looked around by Stolo's handy light. Pietro could still make out the walls and part of the ceiling, but the chamber was about half filled with a clutter of stones, ranging from pebbles to boulders, that appeared to have gushed down from some shaft overhead and buried a central feature of the room. Time and inevitable settling had rearranged the rockfall so that it made a waist-high mound around that middle point, and it was possible to make out only glimpses of what lay beneath the rubble. A gleam of metal, twisted and blackened, maybe a basin of gold designed to catch a body's worth of blood. A stone pedestal, no doubt with a hollow core that fed to some collection point thousands of feet below the surface. Pietro cast his gaze upward, seeking to pierce the shadows overhead, but he could not see the top of the open shaft. "A little different from the arrangement in the city," he murmured. "Instead of walls closing in, there must have been, what, a pile or column overhead? And when the mechanism was oiled, the pile remained suspended, and when it was not, the rock came crashing down." "That's how I interpret it," Gino said. "This does not give me any clues," Pietro said, "on how to stop it from happening again." "No," Gino said. "Were you really hoping to find any?" Pietro didn't answer, but he was aware of a heavy weight in his chest, as if disappointment had created its own rockfall over his heart. He stepped cautiously into the room, wading through a fine sift of grit and gravel. Gino stayed at the door, but Stolo followed him in. "Look at this," Stolo said, his light wavering wildly as he bent to pick up something lying on the floor. "It's stamped with a caterfoil, just like all the temple doors in Corcannon." "No doubt," Pietro said. "This place was built by the same people." Stolo scooped up another rock, this one long and flat. "And here, that's a portrait of Dar. Do you see?" Pietro examined it. "You're right. Identical features." "I'd be careful about just picking up bits and pieces," Gino called nervously from the doorway. "You don't want things to start shifting around. Just stuff from the edges," Stolo promised, and snagged another scrap from the floor. He studied it for a moment. "That's an odd thing," he said, handing it to Pietro. It was a slab of stone, maybe 10 inches square and 2 inches thick, with heavy bolts extruding through the back. Clearly a decorative piece designed to be affixed to the wall. Pietro flipped it over and found himself staring at the simple imprint of a hand. It was carved into the tablet with such precision and skill that it actually looked as if the stone had formed itself around the palm and fingers. "That's remarkable," he said. What is it?" Gino asked. Stolo crowded nearer to make a closer inspection, holding the chem light directly over Pietro's wrist. "It's a hand," Stolo said, trying to fit his own over the indentation and covering it completely.
A small one, though. Maybe a child's. A woman's, Pietro corrected him. How do you know? Because there's a casting just like this in the temple in the city. Legend has it that Dar and Corcannon were having an argument. In a fit of rage, she slapped her hand against the wall and left this mark behind. Pietro angled the slab to try to get a better look. Except for the imprint, there was no decoration on the tablet at all. But that can't be the right story. Obviously, these castings were hung in these chambers on purpose. Gino overcame his unease and scuffed through the ash to join them. Not Dar, he said. Zessiah. Why do you think that? Gino shrugged. That's the story that's been handed down by Cassie's people. Corcannon wooed Dar and took her as his wife, and together they rearranged the scattered lands. They created the mechanism and decreed that it had to be kept oiled with the blood of their descendants. But Zessiah was furious at their arrogance. She reminded them that the islands were made up of her bones and still responded to her will. She threatened to tear the continent apart unless Corcannon and Dar, in some fashion, acknowledged her power. And then she slammed her hand into the wall and left this mark behind, Stolo said in an admiring voice. Wait, Pietro said. The legend claims that when the eastern continent began to tremble, Zessiah could have stopped the destruction if she'd wanted to, Gino went on. If she'd put her hand on the wall and pushed, the lever would have turned. The lands would have settled. That was the bargain she made with Corcannon and Dar. Then why didn't she do it? Stolo asked. All the gods had stopped walking the world by that time, Pietro said in a choked voice. If you believe they were even gods, they might have been men and women with extraordinary abilities. That's blasphemy, of course, Gino said, in a tone that indicated he subscribed to the same theory. Gods or humans, it doesn't really matter, Stolo said impatiently. You've been going on and on about the blood of their offspring. Didn't Zessiah have any heirs lying around? Couldn't they have run up here and pushed the lever in place? Pietro glanced mutely at Gino. A thought was forming at the back of his mind, but he couldn't quite grasp it, or couldn't quite believe it. Gino nodded. Oh, certainly. The islanders will tell you they're all descended from Zessiah. That's true here, and it's true back on the mainland. So, they have to be descended from Corcannon as well, Pietro guessed. Gino nodded again. Corcannon was vainglorious and conceited, or if you prefer the interpretation of the sacred texts, too wise to completely cede any power to the lesser deities. It's not enough to carry blood from Dar. That won't turn the key. It's not enough to be the daughter of the daughter of the daughter of Zessiah. Your hand won't be strong enough to move the mountain. You must be bred from Corcannon and Zessiah both, Pietro whispered. Stolo was frowning. But is there anyone with such a lineage? I mean, if Dar was his wife, the tales vary, Gino said. Some say Zessiah agreed to lie with Corcannon once and bear him one child, as long as she could take the child back with her to the islands. Another version says that Dar flew into a jealous rage at the very notion and insisted that Zessiah be banished altogether. Pietro was staring down at the tablet in his hands. Could it be? I tend to believe the first set of stories, he said. Corcannon always seemed determined to leave behind his mark in as many ways as he could. I agree, Gino said. Not only did he reshape the world to better suit his fancy, he had such a colossal sense of self-worth that he required it to be fed over and over again with remnants of his own body. A man like that, or a god like that, would never allow someone else her own undiluted power. But the question remains, Stolo said. Is there anyone alive who can claim both Cordelon and Zasiah as ancestors?
He gestured around the destroyed cavern, and the light from his chemstick bounced over the tumbled walls.
It doesn't seem that anyone like that was living in the ruined lands when their quakes started. No, and if any of their joint descendants ever lived in Corcannon, the priests lost track of them a long time ago,
Gino said. Pietro turned the tablet over and over in his hands, feeling first the smooth indentation of the palm print, then the rough, rusty protrusions of the bolts. It had to weigh a good 10 pounds. It was a miracle it hadn't shattered when it was thrown to the heaving floor.
I can hardly believe it, he said, but I think there's one. A little girl.
Chapter 28. Brandon. Brandon and Villette spent almost a month plotting their escape, trying to anticipate every disastrous eventuality and plan a way around it.
We have to leave at night, Brandon said, when the other guards are asleep. I can't defeat 2 of them, and I don't want to kill either one, and that's what it would come down to if they caught us.
Please, no. Don't kill anyone on my behalf, Villette exclaimed. That would be unbearable.
And we should pick a night when the servants are gone, Brandon added. I don't think they'd fight me, but they'd sound the alarm if they saw us leaving. The fewer people in the house when we go, the better.
I agree. He had thought finances might be one of their biggest concerns, but Villette waved away that consideration. I have enough money to fund 5 escapes and keep us in food and housing for 100 years, she said. How do you think I bribed all those other guards who tried to help me?
I thought you seduced them with your charm and beauty.
Charm and beauty only go so far when people are about to give up everything for someone else. Most conspirators require a cash deposit along the way. She peered up at him in the darkness. It was very late and unexpectedly cool, and they were sitting outside on the patio, sharing a metal bench and a large knitted blanket. I would happily give you money, you know, as much as you asked for. You could... He silenced her with a kiss, closing his arms around her so tightly that she wouldn't have breath to argue. It was still astonishing to him that she would allow him to take such liberties. Incredible to him that she would cling to him, kiss him back. Oh, he knew she didn't actually love him. He was a tool, a means to an end. And she needed his services so badly, she would give him anything she thought he wanted. Her money, her body, the rest of her life, maybe, if he was able to secure her freedom. He should be too proud to accept that bargain. He should only love a woman who would love him in return, truly love him, light up when she saw his face at the end of the day, worry about him when he was gone from her sight. But it didn't even matter to him. He didn't care that she didn't love him. He just wanted her out of this place. He wanted her free, safe. He wanted to build her life from the bones of his own.
I don't care about your money, he whispered against her mouth, except to use it to get you out of the city.
She nodded. So we'll leave at night.
But all of the bridges close at sunset, he said, still thinking it through. We'll need a place to stay till morning.
It will look suspicious if we arrive at some inn in the middle of the night, clearly fleeing disaster.
I know. Maybe I should rent a room in a quiet part of town, pay a month's rent in advance, and visit it on my days off, so the neighbors think I'm furnishing it. Then we'll just be able to unlock the door and walk in, no matter what time we arrive. Stay there one night and leave in the morning.
He thought about it a little more and frowned. Villette read his expression and demanded, "What's wrong?"
Unless I can buy horses, we'll be on foot, which means any search party will catch up with us within a day. But that means I'd have to buy horses in advance, which means we can't just capitalize on a lucky chance to escape one night when everyone else is, say, laid low with a fever.
So buy horses.
But any stable master will think it's odd for me to buy horses and then leave them idle until I suddenly demand them one day at dawn. He would certainly describe me to any temple guards who came looking.
If we're far enough out of the city by then, maybe it won't matter. He nodded.
Something else worries me.
She responded with a laugh that was more frustration than mirth. I can't decide if I should be vexed or grateful that you are looking ahead to perceive so many obstacles, she said. What concerns you now?
Your bracelet.
She freed her left hand from the folds of the blanket and held her arm so that the filigree glinted in the surly moonlight. Ah, it identifies me.
Even the gods who won't recognize you will be told what your bracelet looks like. I don't have the tools to saw through it.
This time, I am the one who has been thinking ahead, she murmured, lifting her other hand. She touched the bracelet, and it snapped open.
Brandon gasped. I thought they were always welded on, he said. Mine are.
They're supposed to be, she said. A year or two before I was imprisoned, I had a friend who was a jeweler. Even then, it had occurred to me that I might, sometime, want to leave this identity behind. He cut it from my body and remade it with a hidden clasp. No one else has ever known about it.
That's exceptionally useful, Brandon said. Of course, if we're stopped and you're not wearing any bracelet on your left hand.
She fastened the band around her wrist again, and he heard the small click as it locked in place. Oh, but I was still thinking ahead, she said gaily. He made me a second bracelet, just a plain band, the kind that would be worn by any ordinary laborer. Brandon drew back to study her face, as if he didn't already know it by heart. It hardly even mattered that there wasn't enough moonlight to make it out clearly.
Though you look nothing like any laborer I've ever seen, and your clothes, I don't suppose you laid in some plain gowns or trousers while you were plotting.
I did. I bought 2 new dresses for my maid and told her I'd dispose of her old ones, but I kept them in the bottom of a drawer.
That was clever.
So that's another problem taken care of. Anything else?
Your face and your hair mark you as Corcannon, he said. You're dark enough that I don't think there's much you can do to alter your appearance. But maybe if you don't have the bracelet, they won't realize it's you.
She sighed and leaned her cheek against his jacket, tucking her hands back under the blanket. And if they catch up with us and recognize me and take us into custody, she whispered, what happens then? He was pretty sure she could hear the sudden acceleration of his heart.
I suppose they bring you back here and your incarceration begins again.
I know what happens to me, she said. I was inquiring after you. He was silent a moment.
I don't know what happens to temple guards who try to help prisoners escape, he lied. I think it's likely I might be incarcerated myself, at least for a time.
She lifted her head again. Her dark eyes were liquid with apprehension. They wouldn't hurt you, would they? He imagined hanging did hurt, but only for a short time.
I don't think so. I've never heard stories like that.
She kept her eyes on his face, as if she wasn't sure he was telling the truth. I wouldn't want any harm to come to you, she said, not because of me. He kissed her, then drew her head back against his chest.
Neither of us will come to harm, he said, because we won't get caught.
During his afternoons off, Brandon went exploring. The closest bridge was the northern span, but it also had the most drawbacks, in his estimation. First, it was the logical place the temple guards would look for them. Second, it was the narrowest of the 3 main bridges, so on days when traffic was heavy, travelers might line up for more than an hour before they were able to cross. Third,
It had one foot in the elite neighborhood of the city, where there were no affordable housing options nearby. It would take Brandon and Villette longer to get to the next nearest bridge, but that one was so close to the warehouse district that cheap lodgings were plentiful, and it was so wide that it permitted hundreds of travelers to cross every hour. So Brandon spent a few days prowling through the working-class neighborhood, looking for just the right kind of accommodations. He wanted a building that was large enough to suggest the neighbors didn't all know each other, shabby enough to indicate that no one was keeping close track of the property, but decent enough that Villette wouldn't be alarmed. Fortunately, that description applied to a lot of the buildings in this part of town, so Brandon added a fourth qualification: close enough to the bridge to allow them to cover the distance quickly. Finally, one afternoon, he came across the perfect spot: a long 3-story complex bare of any ornamentation, with all its windows intact, but all of its doors in need of paint. When he sought out the landlady, she led him to a cramped and dingy set of rooms, while he grumbled about the trouble he was having getting out of his current lease.
"I keep arguing with my brother, but he doesn't want me to leave, so I think it will be a week or 2 before I have all my things transferred," he said. "But I want to have my new place ready so I can just pick up and go, you know? I'm tired of the quarreling."
The landlady nodded politely, but he could tell she didn't care. Still, he hoped she'd keep this story in the back of her mind if anyone asked why the new tenant hadn't moved in. "Do you want to pay 1 month in advance or 2? Brandon pretended to debate.
"Well, if I don't move in right away, it seems like a waste, too. But you know what? I'm a man who likes some certainty in his life. I'll pay the 2 months in advance."
"Excellent," she said. "Let's go down to my office and I'll give you a key." So Brandon was in a cheerful mood when he made his way back to the mansion that evening. He'd hung the key on a cord around his neck, and it lay against his chest, just below his chaziza, which seemed fitting, as he had to think Zesaya was overseeing this mad venture. He had to hope she was. He tried not to look too pleased with himself as he strolled through the door. That was the sort of thing Finley always noticed, and then she'd pester him with questions about how he'd spent his day. He didn't have any convincing lies ready. But although Finley was in the atrium when he stepped inside, she didn't appear to have any attention to spare for Brandon. She was sitting at the wrought iron table, closely interrogating a temple guard whom Brandon had never seen before. Both of them looked over when he walked in. "And this is Brandon," Finley said, as if she was in the middle of listing all the inhabitants of the house. "Brandon, this is Lynette. She's replacing Natter as of today." Brandon had completely forgotten Natter's tenure was almost up, and he felt a clutch of terror. Natter was efficient and watchful, so Brandon had always known they would have to move carefully to avoid catching his attention. But at least he understood how Natter's mind worked. Brandon had no idea how smart, how curious, how observant this new person was. How might her arrival derail their escape plans? "Hello," he said, coming over to join them. He hoped his face looked friendly instead of stricken. "When did you get here?" Lynette didn't bother to stand to greet him, but she tipped her face up to look at him. From her hair and skin, he guessed that she had a fair amount of bastard Cortellano blood in her. "Hello," she replied coolly. "About an hour ago." "Natter was already packed," Finley said with a laugh. "I think he was gone 5 minutes after Lynette walked in." "I never had the feeling this was his favorite posting," Brandon said. Finley snorted. "It's not mine either, but I don't have that much longer to go." That was something else Brandon kept forgetting. He didn't have limitless amounts of time to get Villette out of here. If he didn't free her before his assignment was over, he'd never see her again. He couldn't think about that right now. He kept his attention on Lynette, still trying to make a quick assessment. Her face was impassive,
her eyes guarded. Either she was the kind of person who didn't like to give away what she was thinking, or she was trying to hide nervousness behind an aloof mask. "So what kinds of assignments have you been on before?" he asked. "I just spent a year as part of the guard for the High Divine," she said. Brandon raised his eyebrows. That was an elite appointment, usually a mark of favor. Had she committed some infraction that had brought her to this lower post? She must have read his expression, because she added in a cool voice, "All the guards in his detail are rotated out every year or so, just to keep them fresh." "She probably has the best stories," Finley said enviously. Lynette glanced at her. "Most of them I can't repeat." Finley always ignored any attempt to put her in her place. "But some of them you can. You can tell us over dinner." Lynette abruptly rose to her feet. She was shorter than Brandon by about an inch, with a solid, muscular build. He had to guess she had strength and stamina in her wiry arms. "I'm going to sleep for a couple of hours, so I'm fresh for my shift tonight." "Oh, I'll work overnight," Brandon said. "I prefer to." But Finley was shaking her head. "New guard always pulls night watch. You know the rule." "It's not like anyone cares if we rearrange the schedule to suit ourselves." "I understood that the night shift was my duty, and I'm prepared to serve it," Lynette said. And without another word, she headed down the hallway toward the room that used to be Natter's. Brandon stared after her, filled with a complex mix of irritation, indecision, and worry. She was a complication. He didn't know how to factor her in. "Well, she's not very friendly," he observed. "The women never are, not at first," Finley said. "Always so intent on proving to everyone that they're as tough as the men." He looked back at her. "You're not like that." She grinned. "That's because I know I'm good. I don't have to prove anything." "I think I'd rather have Nader back." Finley yawned. "It's just a few more months. You can take anything for that long." A few more months. A few more months. Brandon lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to sleep, even though he had to be alert in the morning when his own watch would start. He wasn't used to being in bed at this hour. He was used to meeting with Villette in the garden, while the whole house slept around them. Now they would have to carry out their plotting in broad daylight, constantly aware that anyone might overhear them or notice them in conversation. They would not be able to speak openly or touch freely. The gods knew they would be unable to kiss. Brandon stifled a groan and rolled to his side. He could bear the physical separation, but it would be agony to be unable to talk with Villette, to share ideas about their escape or warnings about some new obstacle he had perceived. And then he almost started out of bed. They wouldn't even be able to leave if Lynette decided to keep the overnight shift permanently. All of their plans hinged on them being able to sneak out of the house when everyone else was asleep. Brandon forced himself to lie back down, to relax his muscles, to clear his mind. Lynette would have time off eventually, and someone else would have to take her place. Finley hated the night shift and would gladly let Brandon claim it. He and Villette would just have to make meticulous plans during their rare interludes of solitude. They wouldn't be able to rely on chance and error. He brought his forearm up to cover his eyes. So many things could go wrong, he thought. We will have to be so careful. Brandon felt heavy-lidded and heavy-limbed as he took up his duties the next morning. He wasn't sure he'd slept at all the night before. He'd finally just given up and gotten out of bed when dawn sidled up to the window. He could only pray that no determined assassins came bursting onto the property, because he could tell his reflexes were slow and his mind was foggy. He wouldn't be much use in a real fight. Lynette had passed him in the hallway without a word, heading back to her bed. Villette had not yet made an appearance, but Finley was at breakfast. "I'm heading down to the Catterfoil," she said. "Want anything?" He yawned. "A better night's sleep." She laughed. "You'll get used to being on normal hours again. You'll like it better." He was sure she was wrong. Villette finally left her room around noon, floating down the stairwell so soundlessly and mournfully she could have been a ghost. She paused for a scant breakfast and headed out to the back garden to enjoy the flimsy sunlight of late summer. Finley was still gone. Lynette was still sleeping, and Abe was on the front lawn planting a line of new shrubbery. As long as the cook stayed in the kitchen and the maid busied herself upstairs, Brandon thought, he might be able to manage a few minutes of conversation with Villette. He dawdled a bit, so it didn't look like he was rushing right out after her. He even completed a circuit of the upper stories, just to prove he wasn't in a hurry. Then he made his way down the back corridor like a man with one more task to complete. Villette was sitting on one of the benches overlooking the fish pond, staring at the water with so much despair she might have been watching a funeral. She didn't even lift her head when Brandon stepped out of the house. He stopped near the edge of the patio, not too far from the door, a position that gave him a good view of the entire garden. It was the spot he would normally hold if he was just standing here, keeping watch. For the next hour, they stayed that way, Villette keeping all her attention on the pond, Brandon allowing his eyes to sweep across the small enclosure as if he was constantly looking for trouble. He kept his head cocked back slightly toward the kitchen, hoping he would detect any sounds indicating that someone else was about to come outside. But all the other inhabitants of the house seemed to be absent, sleeping, or occupied. Finally, Villette stirred and glanced his way. "Hello, Brandon, is it?" she called. "Can you come here a moment? I have a question about the fish pond." "Yes, Donna," he said, and marched across the lawn to her side. She was pointing at some invisible defect in the stone border at her feet. "Do you think the mortar has loosened? Do you think the water is leaking?" she asked. He was trying not to grin. It wasn't a very convincing ploy, but it would do for their purposes. He knelt in front of her and ran his hand over the inlaid stones. "It's hard to tell," he said. "Maybe there's a problem." "So we have a new guard," Villette said in an undervoice. "How does that affect our scheme?" "It gives us less leeway," he admitted. "We can't just wait for an opportune moment. We'll have to make a plan and stick with it." "Will she always be on the night watch?" "Until she earns a day off, which will be in a couple of weeks." Villette caught her breath. "Does that mean we should be prepared to leave that very day?" "I think so." "I'll be ready." "Good." He stood up and brushed the dirt off his knees. "I think that should take care of the problem," he said in a slightly raised voice, in case anyone was listening. "That's the best I can do." Chapter 29. Brandon. The next 2 weeks passed in a similar fashion, though Brandon slept better after that first day, and consequently had a clearer head in the mornings. Lynette didn't exactly warm up to them, but she did join them for dinner most nights, and managed to be civil, if not cordial, during their conversations. One afternoon, at the end of that second week, Brandon was standing indecisively in the atrium, wondering if he could manufacture an excuse for talking to Villette if he went out into the garden, when Finley rammed through the front door. He was startled enough that he put a hand on his sword, but he could see her face was excited, not alarmed. "Michaelo's just arrived at the gate," she announced. "I didn't even know he was coming today. Should we wake Lynette up?" Brandon automatically started straightening his collar and his sleeves, checking his navy uniform for any signs of dust. "I wouldn't want to be yanked out of bed 2 minutes before the secretary of the sanctuary strolled in," he said. "Next time, then," Finley decided, coming to stand shoulder to shoulder with him so they looked like a respectable fighting force.
Just then, Abe opened the door, and the temple delegation swept in. Finley and Brandon bowed in tandem as smoothly as if they'd been practicing for weeks. "Villette?" Michaelo demanded.
"In the garden, Patry," Finley answered. "Would you like me to escort you out?"
"I know the way," Michaelo said, brushing past them without another word. His guards lingered in the atrium, so Brandon and Finley did as well, all of them trying to look stiff and formal and completely incurious about their counterparts. The cook carried a tray of refreshments out to the garden. Brandon tried to imagine how Villette had received Michaelo this time. Gaily, sullenly, mockingly, morosely. He had seen her show all those moods to the secretary of the sanctuary. Michaelo himself was always the same, cool, determined, unyielding. A man who knew he had the power in the relationship and was willing to bide his time. A man who thought he had power, who thought he had time. It was probably an hour before Michaelo strolled back into the house, unruffled as always. He paused to inspect Finley and Brandon where they stood, with their spines straight and their heads high. "I know I've met both of you before," he said, "but hasn't a new guard arrived recently?" As the senior member of their group, Finley answered.
"Yes, but she's been taking the night watch and sleeping during the day."
"Ah, perhaps next time I'm here I can be introduced."
Finley didn't make the obvious answer.
"If you'd told us you were coming, you could have met her today."
Instead, she asked, "Would you like us to wake her?"
No, I'll return soon enough. Besides the arrival of the new guard, is there anything of importance to report?"
"Nothing at all, Patry. Everything continues to go smoothly."
"Excellent. Just what I like to hear."
Michaelo nodded and strode to the door, his soldiers falling in step behind him. Finley followed them out to lock the gate. She was back inside a couple of minutes later, rolling her eyes. "Never saw a man with such a big, red-hot poker up his ass," she said.
"Is the High Divine just as bad? I've never met him, only seen him from a distance."
"No, he seems like a sweet old man, like he'd be everybody's favorite uncle. Though I have to think he's probably not really that nice." She shook her head. "Nobody who's got any power ever is."
"Can't argue with that," Brandon said.
The visit had ruffled them both, so Finley didn't retreat to her room for the rest of Brandon's shift. Instead, she chatted with him while he was in the foyer and followed him when he made his rounds. Ordinarily, he wouldn't have minded. He rather liked Finley. But he wanted to talk to Villette. Michaelo's visits always unsettled her, and he wanted to make sure she was calm and soothe her if she wasn't. He didn't get a chance till well past dinner. Lynette had emerged from her room to join them for a couple of hours before her watch began at 9. Brandon excused himself while they were still eating, saying he would take one final walk around the grounds. He headed out to the gardens because Villette had never come back inside after Michaelo left. The whole enclosure was full of shadows, but he could make out her denser shape, once again sitting on a bench by the pond. They didn't have time to be cautious, so he just went straight over to her, hoping no one was watching from the house. But he came to a halt just behind her, the position of a servant who was responding to a summons from an employer.
"Are you all right?"
he asked in a low voice. She was wrapped in a light cloak, leaning forward as if fascinated by the ripples of water glinting faintly in the moonlight. He could see the slight motion as she shook her head. "No," she whispered. He had to fight the urge to step closer, to take her in a protective embrace.
"Why? What did he say to you?"
"Brandon, I'm so stupid. I forgot. I was so happy I got careless."
"Forgot what? Careless about what?"
"The churlosh," she whispered. For a moment, he had no idea what she was talking about. "My blood," she added. "I forgot to swallow the churlosh. Michaelo came here today, and he took a sample of my blood, and I realized I'm so afraid he'll find that I'm fertile. I'm so afraid they'll turn me out of this place and force me into marriage." Her voice broke on a choked sob. She had finally told him, a week or so ago, why she had been imprisoned, what value she held for the temple. Michaelo had been right. It was a fantastical tale, almost impossible to believe. Yet Brandon had chosen to believe it. Even if it wasn't true, Villette was genuinely terrified of something the priests would do to her. It hardly mattered to Brandon what it was. He only knew he had to prevent it. "All right," he said, thinking fast. "All right, how quickly will they get results?" "I don't know, maybe a day or two."
"And then how quickly will they remove you from this place?"
"I don't know, but I'd guess immediately. They have waited years for this moment. They're not going to waste any time."
"Then we have to leave before the week is up."
"How?"
3 nights from now. That's Lynette's day off. I'll take the night shift. As soon as everyone is asleep, we'll just walk out."
"They'll catch us. They'll never stop hunting for me."
"We'll go so far from Corcannon, they'll never find us."
"I want to believe you," she whispered. "But I'm so afraid. I don't want them to take me. I would rather die." She glanced at him over her shoulder. "I would. Brandon, I would rather be dead."
"Don't," he pleaded. "Don't take your own life. Not until we've tried to escape. Maybe, if we don't get out of here, if they catch us. But not until then. Not until there's no hope at all. Promise me, Villette."
She took a long, shuddering breath. "I promise," she said. "But Brandon, I am so afraid." He came close enough to lay a hand on her shoulder and feel her trembling. He wished he could open a vein and pour some of his courage, some of his conviction into her own body.
"I know you are," he said. "But we'll make it. We will."
He heard the faint clatter of the door opening and took a hasty step away.
"Is that all you wanted?"
he asked in a formal voice. Villette shook her hair back and came gracefully to her feet. "Yes," she said in a languid tone. "Thank you for your help." Without another glance at him, she turned and headed toward the house. He heard her murmur a courteous greeting to someone, heard Lynette reply, "Good night, Donna." He waited until the door opened and shut again, before he sauntered back toward the house. "Everything all right with her?" Lynette asked. She seemed upset.
"It suddenly occurred to her that the fish might start dying when the weather turns cold," Brandon answered. "I told her that some might, but most of them would be fine as long as the water didn't freeze solid."
Lynette glanced at the pond, then at Brandon. He could barely see the gleam of her eyes in the faint light. "Huh. I hadn't given it any thought. How do you know?"
"Had a pond like this when I was growing up."
"I don't like fish," Lynette said.
"To eat or to look at?"
"Either."
There wasn't much to say to that.
He wasn't sure what Lynette might like, but he didn't care enough to ask.
"Well, Villette seems to enjoy watching them, so I was glad to be able to reassure her."
She nodded, but he could tell she'd lost interest. "Anything happening out here?"
"Nothing to report," he said. "You should have a quiet night."
"See you in the morning." After breakfast, Brandon offered to run errands for the cook, saying he was getting so restless he had to do something useful or lose his mind. She gratefully accepted his offer and handed him a list of ingredients. So he took off before Lynette had even finished her 12-hour shift. He didn't have much time. Everyone would expect him to dawdle over his chores, because anyone who left the house was always gone longer than the errands would seem to justify. But he still only had a window of a few hours. He hopped onto the first chugger headed south and exited near the bridge nearest his lodgings. There were 4 or 5 stables in the immediate vicinity, and Brandon applied his usual criteria. He wanted one that looked clean enough to be respectable, but run down enough that its owners would be grateful for any business, and not inclined to ask questions. There were two that seemed to perfectly fit that description, and he chose the one closest to his apartment. "I need a couple of dependable horses and all the gear," he told the stable owner. It wasn't hard to make his voice disgruntled, his expression irritable. "My wife says, well, I don't think her father's ever going to die, you know what I'm saying? But she thinks it might happen this time, and she wants to be there." The stable master nodded, trying to fix a sympathetic expression on his face, but clearly putting more effort into calculating the charges. He was a broad man with massive arms and powerful legs. The bracelets he wore on both arms were made of braided leather, studded with bits of gold and silver. Brandon had seen such a style employed before by blacksmiths, who were understandably wary about wearing metal directly against their skin, and workers who labored in dirty jobs. "Would you rather rent or buy?" the stable master asked. "If you won't need the horses long, you might be better off renting." Brandon grunted. The chances were very slim that he would ever have the chance to return the beasts, and despite the fact that he was fast becoming the most adept liar he'd ever met, he couldn't bring himself to swindle an honest working man. "I'd rather buy just because, well, who knows how long we might have to be staying with him. But if you're open to a repurchase when we get back." "Might just be," the other man answered. "Let me show you what I've got on hand." Brandon knew enough about horses to be pretty sure when he wasn't being cheated, so he agreed to the first two animals the stable master suggested, and only haggled a little on the price. "Might be 3-4 more days before we leave," he said. "Can you board them until then? For a fee, I mean." "Of course." "Good man." He made a few other stops to pick up the barest necessities for a brief overnight stay. A couple of blankets, some dried food that would keep for a few weeks and travel well. A bottle of wine, just because, if they ever actually made it to their desperate refuge, they'd both probably need it. He carried all his purchases back to the rented rooms and placed them neatly on the floor. Then he stomped around for a few minutes and knocked on the walls, just so the neighbors would realize he was present. That way they'd be less startled when he and Villette showed up in the middle of the night. Or so he hoped. Finally, he set off for the food markets to pick up the items the cook had requested. He'd been gone longer than he planned, but he felt pretty good about what he'd accomplished. They were ready for a midnight flight, and that midnight was only a few days away. When Brandon made it back to the house, Finley met him at the door. "Took you long enough," she said. He grinned. "I got distracted. Anything going on here?" "Yes," she answered, her voice low and full of excitement. He raised his eyebrows, but she just shook her head. "Drop this stuff off, then come out and walk the grounds with me." She was clearly bursting with news, so he didn't waste time asking more questions. He took all the food to the cook, brushed off her thanks, then headed back out the front door. Finley was already halfway down the fence line, as if checking the integrity of the posts. He glanced around and located Abe near the far corner of the house, digging up something that might be a rosebush. Too far away to hear anything. Brandon hustled to catch up with Finley as she continued walking the perimeter. "What's up?" "Visitors all day long. Well, 2. "So who were they?" "The first one was from the temple." Brandon felt his heart thump with anxiety. "Michaelo again?" "No, the High Divine this time. He went directly up to Villette's room and walked right in. We could hear both of them yelling." "Who could hear?" "The maid and the cook and me. Lynette was asleep and Abe was in the garden, but the 3 of us were all in the foyer and we could hear everything." "What were they arguing about? Could you tell?" Finley looked disappointed. "No, well, she kept saying, 'You can't compel me.'
And he said, "I assure you, I can." And then once he said, "I would like to make this as civilized as I can. Please make it possible for me to avoid doing you any harm." Finley looked over at him, her eyes blazing. What could that mean? Brandon knew exactly what it meant, and his heart thumped even harder. Villette's carelessness had cost her dearly. Cleared of Churloche, her blood had proved itself to be clean and fertile. "I don't know, but it sounds big." And then she said something about how soon he expected her to move, and he said preparations were being made, and I think they're about to take her someplace else. I don't know why, and I don't know where, and I don't think she wants to go. "Why do you care?" he wanted to say, shouting the words in her face. "You don't even like her. It doesn't matter to you if she lives or dies." Instead, he tried for the verbal equivalent of a shrug. "I don't think she likes being here either," he said. "She doesn't seem to have a very happy life in general." "No," Finley said. "It's hard to feel sorry for a beautiful, rich woman, but I'd never want to be her." Brandon couldn't keep talking about Villette, so he changed the subject. "Well, I suppose we'll be back at the barracks in a few days, waiting for our next assignment," he said. "Lynette will probably be glad of that." "Lynette," Finley hissed. She glanced over her shoulder, but Abe was still safely kneeling in front of the house, while the two of them had reached the corner of the fence line and come to a halt. The second caller was for her. A man. That's odd. Neither Natter nor Finley had ever had a friend over the whole time Brandon had been here. He'd assumed such visits were forbidden. Was it an emergency? Who knows? She's so closed-mouthed. She was sleeping, of course, and he wouldn't leave a message, so I had to wake her up. Better you than me. She just rolled out of bed like she was already awake. The two of them went out into the yard and talked for about 5 minutes. Then he left, and she went back to her room. She didn't say a thing. It could have been news about a family member. Probably, but it was still awfully strange. Did she look upset? Not really. Maybe she'll tell us something over dinner. Finley made a face. Maybe, but probably not. Then she rolled her eyes. Oh, right, dinner. It's the cook's night off, so it'll be warmed over stew and any scraps we can scrounge from the kitchen. Brandon was sure his dismay was showing in his face. Tonight, it's the servants' night off. All of them. Yes, all of them. Every once in a while they get to leave this place and go off and be normal people for a few hours. No, of course, I know that. I just wish it had been a couple of days later. He wanted to wail. How perfect that would have been. To have all the servants out of the house, the very night he and Villette needed to sneak away. Clearly, Josiah was not watching over this misadventure as closely as he had hoped. I just forgot, he ended lamely. Cold stew it is. And then we'll grill Lynette and see if we can get her to tell us about her friend, Finley said. But I bet she won't say a word. Indeed, Lynette could hardly have been less forthcoming when the three of them gathered for a meal a couple of hours later. She answered Finley's persistent questions with shrugs, shakes of the head, and terse replies like, "Just someone I know." You realize we're not supposed to have visitors here, Finley finally said. Lynette looked at her a moment. All right, she said. That'll be the last one. Brandon toyed with his food and barely paid attention to the conversation, if that's what it could be called. His mind was too busy going over possibilities, worrying over the details of the escape. The public chuggers ran all night, but rarely more than once an hour. He and Villette would have to start out on foot and hope a transport rattled up before she had raised blisters on her feet from the unaccustomed exercise. Did she even have the right shoes for undertaking such a long journey? It hardly mattered. Her blood had betrayed her. They had to act now. "So, what are you going to do on your day off?" Finley was asking. "Do you have family in town? Friends? You don't talk about them a lot." Lynette pushed herself away from the table and abruptly stood up. "And you talk too much," she said, and marched out. Finley sneered at her back, then turned to Brandon with a grin. "Well, I guess that's told me," she said. "Just leave her alone," he advised. "Go to your room as soon as her shift starts and leave her in peace." Now Finley was openly laughing. "Oh, no, I like getting under her skin. I'm going to hang out in the atrium, play some card games, ask her if she'd like to join me for a round. You should stay too. It'll be fun." "Not my idea of fun," he said, coming to his feet. "All right, I'm done for the night. See you in the morning." Finley stood up and gestured toward the foyer. "Come on, just a few hands, just to annoy Lynette." He only agreed because he was so jumpy that he wasn't sure he'd be able to stand himself if he was just cooped up in his room, endlessly reviewing his escape plans. Since it was still her shift, Finley made one more round of the house and grounds, while Brandon sat at the wrought iron table, shuffling and reshuffling the deck. It was easy to imagine Lynette standing right behind her closed door, hearing the faint whiffle of the cards and fuming with impatience. "I don't know how I'll stand her once Finley's gone and it's just me and some other new guard," he thought. And then he realized that he would be gone even sooner than Finley, and he would never meet another new guard at this house, or anywhere in Corcannon. He would be abandoning his post, his career, the beginnings of the life he had started to build from will and tenacity, throwing everything away for the sake of a woman he barely knew and didn't entirely trust, and loved so helplessly that it sometimes frightened him. Maybe he was crazy. He shuffled the cards again, and maybe they would be caught, and Villette would be sacrificed, and he would be hanged. All this plotting would lead to nothing but heartbreak and disaster. He almost shrugged. Nothing could turn him from this course. Better to die than to live with the knowledge that he could not save Villette, that he hadn't even tried. And maybe Zesiah hadn't turned her back on him. He dropped the cards to the table and put one hand around the chaziza that lay under his shirt. She loved to defy Cordelon and his acolytes, after all. Maybe she would shepherd the two of them through the dark streets, make smooth the road they traveled as they fled from the priests and their blood rites. Maybe Zesiah would watch over their mad venture. "Don't look so intense. You'll make me think you're cheating," Finley said as she dropped into the seat across from him. He had to shake off his fierce mood and force himself to smile at her. "An island man doesn't cheat," he said. "He just plays better than a city girl." Finley hooted at the challenge and grabbed the cards. "Give me those. I'm dealing, and we're playing for money." Chapter 30. Brandon. In the end, Brandon sat with Finley until nearly 11 as they played cards and gambled for low stakes and argued half-heartedly. Lynette emerged from her room exactly at 9 and didn't even glance their way as she made her first pass through the house. Finley and Brandon watched her make the entire circuit around the second-floor balcony, the entire circuit of the third floor, before she descended and headed out the front door to check the grounds. "I think she tried every doorknob to make sure it was locked," Finley whispered. "Do you suppose Villette wondered if someone was trying to break into her room?" "She better not try our doorknobs tonight while we're sleeping," Brandon answered. "I sleep with a knife under my hand. If I hear someone rattling around outside, I'm liable to come out blade first." "Me too, especially now that I know she's prowling the house." "Well, I prowl around at night too, but I don't try the doors." "I wonder if she checks the gate to make sure it's locked." "I do that," he said. "So do I." They played a few more hands, got bored, tried a different game. got bored again. "I'm going to bed," Brandon said, yawning as he stood up. "But feel free to stay out here all night, just to make her crazy." She grinned up at him. "I just might do that. Not much other entertainment around here." He retired to his room and made himself lie down, but he was wide awake. Squabbling with Finley had taken off some of his restless edge, but his mind was still fretting over details. Maybe he was wrong to plan to take the land route. Maybe it would be smarter to cross the eastern bridge that led to the small city harbor and board the nearest ship. Maybe there would be an islander vessel flying the fish-covered flag of Zesaya. The captain of such a ship might be willing to help out a fellow countryman and not ask any questions. Islanders were more likely to be loyal to each other than to the city or the priests who ran it. Sometimes they'd spite a Cordellano, even if it cost them, just because it was such a satisfying thing to do. If Brandon could find a captain like that, maybe the harbor was a better bet after all. He'd have to ask Villette in the morning, right after he asked her what terrible news the High Divine had brought when he came to visit. The decision made Brandon feel more peaceful than he had in days, and he turned on his side. It had to be well past midnight by now. He had better get some sleep. He would have to be certain he was rested before they fled the house. He closed his eyes, squeezing them tightly to make sure they stayed shut. He promised himself he wouldn't stir from his bed until morning. There was a sound in the corridor. Brandon's lids flew open and he tensed on his bed, the knife already in his hand. He lay motionless for a few seconds, straining to hear. But the noise didn't come again. It had been a slight rasping sound, like metal dragging along stone. He couldn't think what natural nighttime activity might have caused it. Impossible to just roll over and go back to sleep. He climbed soundlessly out of bed and pulled on a pair of pants, not bothering with a shirt. The tile floor was cool beneath his bare feet as he stole across the room and stood motionless at his door, still listening intently. He couldn't hear anything amiss. There was probably nothing wrong, but there was no reason not to creep out and check. Opening the door slowly, so it didn't creak or click, he glided out into the corridor. The short hallway that served as bedrooms was completely dark, except for the faint light that spilled in from the atrium, where wall sconces provided a chalky illumination. Nothing was moving in his immediate line of sight, so he edged forward until he could view the entire open space of the bottom level. It was completely empty, except for the wrought iron table, where Finley had apparently played solitary card games until she fell asleep. Brandon smiled to see her forehead resting on the cold table, her face turned toward the wall. Frowned as he noticed the liquid dripping between the woven metal slats. His mouth had just gathered to form the syllables of her name when another faint sound drew his attention upward. The balconies of the top 2 stories were wreathed in shadows, but surely that was a darker shape flitting along the second level, coming to a halt beside one of the closed doors, bending over with a sense of purpose. There was no one in the house tonight except Villette and the 3 guards, and Brandon was pretty sure Finley was dead. That meant Lynette was picking the lock on Villette's room. He flew across the slick tile floor, not bothering with stealth or silence. "Villette!" he shouted. "Villette! Watch out!" Above him, he heard the splintering sound of a doorframe breaking and a faint cry of alarm. He leaped madly up the stairs, galvanized by terror, and raced down the balcony so fast that his feet skidded along the smooth tile. The sounds from Villette's room grew louder. A scream, a thud, another shout. Lynette might have broken in, but Villette was putting up a fight. He charged through the shattered door, straight toward the tangle of bodies that were barely visible in the curtained room. Villette was wearing a white nightdress, so he concentrated on the darker mass that had to be Lynette in her navy blue uniform. He grabbed her by the shoulders and wrenched her away, trying to kick her feet out from under her at the same time. She surprised him by releasing Villette and allowing herself to fall backward on him so heavily that she almost brought both of them to the floor.
He let go, scrambling sideways, and she twisted around to face him. She lifted a hand in a wild strike, and he felt her blade scrape once against his shoulder, once against his ribs, drawing blood both times. She couldn't see him any more clearly than he could see her, or he would probably be dead already. She swung again, and he dropped low, flinging himself at her legs, and this time he brought her crashing down. He heard her grunt as she struck the bed frame, but the collision wasn't enough to deter her. She kicked free of his hold, then shoved her boots violently in his face as he tried to pin her down. He probably only had 20 or 30 pounds on her, not enough to help him win the fight by mass alone. She kicked him again and rolled away, leaping to her feet. He was off the floor just as fast. They circled each other in the dark. "Villette, can you get us some light?" he called. Lynette surprised him by speaking. "If you can see me, I can see you." He didn't bother answering, just watched her shadow for cues. Villette was behind him now, which meant Lynette would have to kill him before she could attack Villette again. She probably had multiple weapons, but if he could get the knife out of her hand, he could at least improve his odds. He feinted to see if she would strike at him again, and when she did, he grabbed her arm and twisted hard. She yelped and responded with a vicious kick, aiming for his groin but connecting with his thigh. She hadn't dropped the knife, so he clamped his other hand around her forearm and savagely snapped down on the bone. He felt it crack beneath his fingers as she swept her leg out and knocked him off his feet. He slammed to the floor and rolled to his knees as Lynette leaped across him, trying to reach Villette. He thrust his hand upward, a hard palm against her ribcage, spinning her off course. She crashed against another piece of furniture, and he heard chairs and table legs squeal across the floor. But she never lost her balance. He jumped to his feet as she launched herself forward again, and he felt the impact of their bodies across every surface of his own. Just then, the room flared with a thin, cool light, and he could finally see what he was doing. He was chest to chest with Lynette, nose to nose. Her normally serene features were contorted with passion. For a moment, he was simply bewildered. "What is wrong with you?" he whispered. "She has to die," she panted, and tried to shove herself away from him. Brandon swept his arms up and crushed her against him, exploiting his slight size advantage and the brute strength in his arms. She struggled fiercely, but her broken wrist was trapped between their bodies, and he could tell that the pain was sapping her strength. He could feel her trying to free her good arm, and he guessed she'd switched her knife to that hand. So he tightened his hold so much he thought his own ribs might fracture. She grunted in pain and butted her head against his forehead with such force that his arms loosened and he stumbled. With a yell, Lynette sprang past him, knife already extended. Brandon whirled around just in time to see her stagger backward, hit by a copper water pitcher Villette flung straight at her face. It was enough for Brandon. He pounced, his dagger hand arcing through the air, and cut her across the throat with 2 quick slashes. For a moment, she teetered on her toes, her expression showing surprise and her mouth working soundlessly. Her good hand came up to cover the wounds. Then her face smoothed out and she seemed to sigh. A second later, she crumpled gracelessly to the floor. Brandon stood over her, breathing heavily, his knife still at the ready in case this was a trick. But the blood was flowing so freely and so fast that within a minute he knew it was over. Not until then did he turn to appraise Villette. She was standing motionless, staring down at the guard, another weapon in her right hand. This time a decorative metal paperweight that looked like it might weigh 5 pounds. Her expression was part fury and part resolve, and he thought, if he hadn't arrived in time, she might have been able to fight Lynette off all on her own. He wanted to comfort her, to put his arms around her in a much more tender hold than the one he had used on Lynette, but she radiated such menace that he thought she might not be safe to touch. "She's dead," he said. Villette lifted her gaze to his face. She wanted to kill me.
Yes, I don't know why.
Villette shook her head. Michaelo always said. I didn't believe him, but...
She had the look of a fanatic, Brandon said. She wanted you dead for the very reason the temple wanted you alive.
Now she wavered. She put her left hand to her face, as if she was too weary to think. That was when Brandon noticed that whatever light she had managed to conjure in this dark room seemed to be spilling between her closed fingers. Its chilly glow threw her cheekbones into stark relief. My blood, she said.
Yes,
he repeated. He came close enough to wrap an arm around her shoulders, and she leaned into his embrace.
She must be one of those, what did you call them? Reversionists. Securing a post here must have been a goal they'd been after for a long time.
She rubbed her cheek against the bare skin of his chest. She didn't seem to mind that she was getting his blood on her face, her clothes. Why wait until tonight? She's been here for a couple of weeks. He kissed her hair.
What news did the High Divine bring today?
She lifted her head. The very worst. Their tests confirmed that I am now fertile, and they plan to marry me off by the end of the week. Brandon nodded. It was what he had suspected.
Lynette must have gotten the same news, because she had a mysterious visitor this afternoon. As long as you couldn't have a child, you weren't a danger, so they let you live. But once your blood was clean, they wanted to get rid of you before you could produce an heir.
She pulled away from him. Her anger and determination were fading, and she was beginning to look anxious and afraid. What do we do now? There's a dead body in my room, and the High Divine promising to be back in a few days. Brandon, there is no hope left for me. He caught her shoulders and drew her closer, making shushing noises and dropping a quick kiss on her mouth.
We leave, he said. Right now. Tonight. The servants are gone. Finley is dead.
What?
I know, it's terrible.
But I liked her.
Me too. Lynette killed her before she came upstairs.
He shook his head, shaking away the grief. He had no time for it.
But now we have an unexpected opportunity. There is no one in the house but us. It's a few hours until dawn. We have a little time.
She brought her hands up between their bodies, wringing them together. A few hours. We cannot get far enough away. And when Michaelo realizes that he's been right all this time, that I really am in danger, Brandon, we will never get away. Suddenly, it was all clear to him. The entire plan.
Get dressed. Grab your things, he said. We'll be out of here in 15 minutes.
But... He reached for her left hand and gently unsnapped her ornate gold bracelet.
We'll put this on Lynette. We'll strip off her uniform and dress her in your robe. And when they find her body...
We look nothing alike.
She's got Corcannon coloring, just like you. And when they find her remains, charred by the fire...
She stared at him. You want to burn the house down, she whispered.
If they think you died, they won't look for you.
Brandon, yes, but will it work?
I don't know, but it could. It might. It's our best chance.
She pulled away from him, suddenly full of brisk purpose. Go, pack up your own things. I'll get my money and a change of clothes. He towed Lynette's limp body with his bare foot. He should be more horrified that he had just killed another living human, and more distraught that Finley had been murdered. But mostly what he felt was a profound sense of relief. Such a terrible night, and yet how much worse it might have been.
I have to cut off Lynette's bracelet and gather materials to set a couple of fires. One here in the bedroom, I think, and 1 or 2 downstairs. So maybe it will be an hour before we're out of here.
Maybe an hour, Villette said, almost blithe. And then we'll be gone. He headed for the door, then turned back briefly to kiss her one more time.
You're free, he whispered. I swear to you, as of this night, you're free.
She leaned forward to kiss him in reply. Let's run away. Chapter 31. Madeleine. It wasn't even dawn when Madeleine heard the incessant clatter of heavy vehicles laboring up the street, caught the faint echoes of people shouting from what seemed like a far distance. She stirred in her bed, half tempted to run to the window and peer out, trying to guess what disaster was in the making. Reese moved beside her, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her closer. "What is it? What's wrong?" he murmured into her neck. "I hear noises outside." That brought him all the way awake, and he pushed himself up to an elbow, though he managed to keep one arm around her. "You think someone's attacking the house?" No, something in the distance, as if a couple of chuggers have collided, and people are coming from all over the city to provide assistance." He yawned, threw the covers back, and climbed out of bed. "Let's see if I can tell anything," he said, opening the window as wide as it would go. He stuck his head out so far she was afraid he might fall to the garden below. "Reese, be careful!" He turned back with a grin, closing the window to keep out the chilly morning air. If I fall, there'll be someone there in a minute to set my broken bones," he said, crawling back next to her. "You know I've got guards patrolling night and day." She snuggled against him. Even that brief moment at the window had cooled his skin. "Well, I don't want you broken. Could you tell what's going on?" "Smelled like smoke. Maybe a fire up the street." "Oh, I hope not." "Nothing you can do about it. Go back to sleep." He did, almost on the instant. But Madeleine lay awake for the better part of an hour. It wasn't the commotion in the neighborhood that kept her eyes wide open, but the commotion in her head. The constant churn of worry and fear and indecision. What should she do? Life had changed dramatically in the 2 weeks since she had confronted the council. That very afternoon, Reese had moved into her father's house, bringing his very masculine presence and a cadre of soldiers. He had ostentatiously taken a room on the opposite side of the balcony and made it clear to Madeleine that he was here to protect her, not seduce her. They had slept separately for 3 days before she went to him in the middle of the night and simply said, "I can't bear to be apart from you." After that, he shared her bed. It had been a surprise to her how much she relished lovemaking. She had always enjoyed Tivol's warm affections, his kisses, the feel of his arm around her shoulder, the way she fit so neatly against his body when he took her in a loose embrace. Few of the women in her set were virgins, and she'd been willing to experiment outside the marriage bed. But Tivol had always rather sweetly insisted that they wait. Now, of course, she was certain he was following Harlow's directive to let her body mature to its optimum state. But she had been so charmed that she had never pushed the matter. Nonetheless, she had expected to derive a certain amount of pleasure from their intimate relations. But she hadn't expected this craving she felt for Reese's touch. This sense of starvation she experienced when she had been apart from him for more than a day. She hadn't been prepared for the absolute giddiness of physical delight. It was wrapped up with, but somehow separate from the emotional madness of love. An extra dimension, a magnifier of all the things she already felt. "I love this so much," she whispered to Reese one night. "I'm afraid I'm becoming wanton." He laughed and gathered her tightly to him. "You could not say anything that pleased me more," he assured her. So Reese had been the greatest and the happiest change in her life. But around the sun-drenched circle of his presence was a ring of pitch-black night, and every day the darkness encroached more and more closely on Madeleine's bewildered heart. She had fulfilled her promise and presented herself at the temple. Harlow himself had cut a slice in her arm and collected the liquid that fell. Reese had accompanied her, a physician of his choosing beside him, and the instant they thought Madeleine grew weak, they practically snatched her away from the High Divine's hold.
She didn't stay to watch him pour her blood into his infernal fountain, but it seemed to have some effect. At any rate, the tremors that had rumbled beneath the city for days died away to nothing. Impossible to know how long the partial offering would satisfy the god. She shifted position in the bed, trying not to wake Reese. She always came to the same conclusion. If the city erupted, if the continent exploded at the seams, it would be her fault. If people died and mountains crumbled and the entire civilization sank into the sea, Madeleine would be to blame. She could not endure the idea of bearing a child and sending it off to be killed, but she could not live with the guilt of destroying the world. She had never shared her thoughts with Reese. He knew that she was troubled about the role she had been assigned. He knew that she felt great responsibility and concern. But he didn't know how deep her anguish ran. "We'll go to my property in Chibane," he told her on the nights he noticed her distress and thought he could soothe her. "I thought Mount Dar was already spewing ash and cinders." "That mountain has stood for 1,000 years. It won't come apart now. We'll be safe." But the world would not be safe. She flung an arm over her eyes, trying to block out what little light filtered through the room. She didn't want to die. She didn't want to murder her sons and send her daughters off to terrible fates. But she didn't know what to do. When Madeleine woke in the morning, Reese was gone. Truly gone, because he was off to meet with a merchant who ran a mining operation about a day's ride outside of the city. She buried her face in his pillow and breathed in the traces of his scent. She would put this pillow in the closet so the maid wouldn't wash the casing before he returned. As soon as she was dressed, she made her way down to the kitchen. It was still something of a shock to realize how many people were likely to be in the house at any given point. 2 or 3 soldiers always on watch in the great open atrium. 2 or 3 more who could be glimpsed through the windows, patrolling the fence. Reese's manservant and secretary had also taken up residence, though she thought the secretary might have lodgings of his own somewhere in the city. If so, he almost never used them. She didn't mind the extra bodies. She rather liked the purposeful bustle of having a large household to care for. Until she remembered why all those new additions were suddenly in her halls and spare bedrooms. The kitchen was the busiest room in the mansion, since an undercook and 2 serving girls had been hired to help feed the expanded numbers. Nora looked up as Madeleine wandered in. "Good morning, Donna," she said. "Are you looking for breakfast?" "I'm starving." "Aussen, why don't you make up a plate of eggs and toast for the Donna, and some fruit, too?" Madeleine appropriated a piece of bread from the counter and nibbled on it as Aussen began gathering food. "Did anybody else wake up last night, hearing noise in the street?" The undercook looked up from where she was stirring a pot on the stove. "Yes, and this morning we learned there was a big fire." 2 streets over, an entire house burned down, Nora confirmed. "Was anyone hurt?" "They say a woman died," a serving girl said in an important voice. "Oh no," Madeleine exclaimed. "Do you know who it was?" "The courier who came this morning told us it was an old woman," said Nora. "She lived all alone and her neighbors never saw her." "That's awful." "It is," Nora agreed. "Aussen, my dear, what a nice plate you've put together. Now, why don't you carry it out to the small dining room?" "I can't just eat in here?" Nora waved at the broad wooden table, covered with bowls and pans and bags of ingredients. "It's baking day, and there's just no room," she said. "I'll eat with you," Aussen offered. That made Madeleine laugh. "Well then, you have to fill your own plate." As soon as they were seated in the smaller dining room, Aussen began chattering away in a mix of Zessan and Cordish. Madeleine didn't entirely follow her story, but she thought it involved a visit to Cody's house and a foot race with some of his roommates. She just nodded encouragingly and concentrated on her food. Jayla stepped into the room 15 minutes later. "I'm sorry," she said. "Nora just told me she'd sent Aussen in with you. To get us both out of the way, I think." "I help in the kitchen,"
Aussen said, offended. Of course you do, Madeleine said gravely. Nora tells me that all the time. Jayla hid a smile. Toka is the one who will be arriving today, and her code word is 11, she said. In the past 2 weeks, Madeleine had met Jayla's friend Cody, an easygoing young courier, and a whole host of his friends. They had set up a complex schedule of visits to ensure that one of them saw Madeleine every day to receive her assurance that she was safe and under no duress. If the day came that these things weren't true, Cody would hand-carry letters to a designated list of council families and business people, telling the raw truth of Madeleine's situation. As Madeleine understood it, the couriers all took different routes to the house, arrived at different times of the day, and followed circuitous paths home to make it difficult for any spies to track them down. Sometimes she wondered if Jayla was taking overly dramatic precautions. Other times, she wondered if there was any value in threatening to reveal her fate. Maybe no one else in the city would care that the occasional woman or child was surrendered to keep the rest of them safe and happy. But Harlow and her father seemed worried about what might happen if the news leaked out, and she had nothing else to bargain with. Toka, she repeated. That's Cody's sister, right? Yes. I like him so much. You've spent all of 5 minutes with him. I still like him. Most people do. I love Cody, Aussen announced. And I love Toka, and I love Cammy. I don't love Roven. Which one is Roven? The petite, pretty girl? That's her, Jayla said, her voice dry. Madeleine tilted her head, hearing a hint of dislike. For someone as reserved as Jayla, that spoke volumes. What makes her so disagreeable? Nothing. She seems nice enough. She follows Cody around, Aussen supplied, all the time. She's always touching him. Madeleine smothered a laugh and watched Jayla fight to keep down a blush. Oh, a rival, she said. Let's figure out how we can get rid of her. She expected Jayla to deny her conclusion, but the topic of Roven seemed to get under her skin. No point in fighting over a man, Jayla said. Either he loves you or he doesn't. True, Madeleine said, but that doesn't mean you can't scheme to get him to yourself. I have other things to think about. Aussen was inspecting Madeleine's plate. You haven't eaten all your breakfast, she scolded. Nora always makes me eat all of my breakfast. Madeleine shoveled a forkful of eggs in her mouth. I've been too busy talking to you, she said around the food. Jayla rested her hands on Aussen's shoulders. Stop being a pest, she said with stern affection. Then, addressing Madeleine, if you don't need me, I can take her away for the day. With Reese's men deployed around the grounds, it should have made very little difference if Jayla was in the house or not. There were plenty of people on hand to protect Madeleine. And yet, she found herself almost panicky every time she gave Jayla leave to take a few hours off, as if Jayla was the only one she could trust to keep her safe. Tomorrow, if that's all right, Madeleine said. I'm expecting Tivol this morning and Harlow this afternoon, and I know it's irrational, but I don't want to be gone when either one of them is in the house. Jayla interrupted. Tomorrow is fine. Thank you. Tivol arrived less than an hour later. She received him in the most formal room in the house, where her father used to meet business contacts he wanted to intimidate. It had a high, rounded ceiling, painted an accusing white, 3 walls tiled in a hostile red, and a collection of black wooden chairs that were hard and unyielding. The tall windows let in a brooding sunlight that didn't even attempt to lighten the mood. Tivol's mouth quirked as Ella showed him in, because he understood very well why Madeleine had chosen this setting, but he did not complain. Thank you for seeing me, he said. She had refused his request the last 3 times he'd made it, but each time she'd felt a little more wistful. He was the person in her life she had liked the longest, had found herself grieving his absence as if he had died. Could she make a kind of peace with him? Would that, in some small way, heal her lacerated heart? She gestured at a couple of chairs, and they took their seats, both of them squirming in a futile effort to get comfortable. Madeleine folded her hands in her lap. "I am wondering what you think you have to say to me," she said, "or I to you." He had clasped his own hands together and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. His expression was open and earnest. "I don't know what is more likely to make you forgive me," he said. "An apology or an explanation." "I don't know that forgiveness is even an option," she said, "but I would like an explanation." As he thought it over, seeming to debate where to begin, she added, "How long have you known?" "Forever, I think," he said. "I don't remember learning this story, so my mother must have told me some version of it when I was quite young. It's as if, from the time I was born, it was made clear to me that there was a special fate in store for you, and it would be my job to see you through it. I always thought this made me—" He straightened and lifted a hand in a vague gesture. "Heroic, somehow." "Heroic." "Your protector. The thing you had to do was so hard, but I could make your life so much easier. That's how I always viewed it." He sighed. "It sounds stupid, said out loud. It's what I believed." "And you weren't shocked? Horrified? Repulsed? These are not just my children we're talking about, you realize. If you were my husband—" I know. He ran a hand through his hair. "My sons would be sacrifices, and my daughters would be forced into the very same position you're in now." He leaned forward again. "But their fates would be noble, tragic but transformative. I always believed it." "Did you ever think to tell me?" He nodded. "So many times. You're my closest friend, Madeleine, the woman I love best in the world. And to know I had been lying to you my whole life. But then I thought how such knowledge would break your heart. I couldn't bear to hurt you that way." "I think I have been hurt in a way that is so much worse." "I know, and I'm so sorry. I don't know how to undo the harm." "You can't." There was a silence between them for a moment, and then Tivol spoke again, hesitantly. What do you plan to do now?" "I don't know." "You have felt the tremors. You must realize—" "I know," she said, her voice rising. "The fate of the entire world rests on my shoulders. Do you think I have somehow overlooked that fact?" "Of course I don't. But if you— Madeleine, I know you have been bullied and lied to and coerced, but—" "But you think I have a clear duty," she said coldly. He watched her unwaveringly. "I do." She stared back at him, both furious and terrified, because how could he say such a thing to her? And because she thought he might be right. "I am not the only one who has to agree to such a scheme," she said, almost spitting the words. "And I can tell you right now that Reese will never allow a child of his to be used in such a way." Tivol flinched, but kept his gaze steady. "Then perhaps Reese should not be the father of your children." She narrowed her eyes. "There is no other candidate for the post." Tivol laid his hand on his heart, a melodramatic gesture that somehow did not look ridiculous. "Any time you would consider me for that position, I would gladly reclaim it." Before she could decide if that was the most generous or the most insulting offer she had ever had, there was a polite knock, and Aussen entered, carrying a tray of refreshments. The girl said, "Nora thought you would want—" followed by a handful of incomprehensible islander words. "Thank you," Madeleine said. "You can set the tray on that little table." "What did she say?" Tivol asked. I'm not sure. She's from the islands, and she speaks Zessan half the time. Aussen settled the tray on the table with great delicacy. I'll come back for your dishes later, she assured them solemnly, and slipped out the door.
She doesn't seem like your usual well-trained staff,
Tivol said.
And a bit on the young side.
She's Jayla's ward.
Jayla?
My guard, the one who was with us that night at Harlow's. His face tightened in sympathy, as if he remembered that evening, and then he nodded.
Of course. But why is she delivering food, and looking perilously like she might break the china?
She helps out in the kitchen, mostly to keep her occupied, while Jayla is occupied protecting me.
You seem fond of her.
She looked at him a long moment. I am. I think I would grow fond of any child who came into my life. He returned her gaze.
That's why it would be best, he said, if you gave up your children the minute they were born.
She felt a sharp pain beneath her ribs. She almost glanced down to check for an injury. Is that what you plan to do? She whispered. Take them from me while I still lay in the birthing bed, then tell me they had died? He didn't answer, and she knew she was right. The wound in her chest seemed to grow larger with every heartbeat. She abruptly came to her feet, and Tivol scrambled up beside her.
Madeleine,
he began, but she shook her head. He stepped closer, and she flung up a hand to keep him away. She stumbled toward the door, so blinded with tears that she almost could not find her way. He didn't follow. He didn't say her name again. She fled across the floor, staggered up the stairs, and burst into her room, sobbing the whole way. How could she ever have loved him? What was she going to do? Madeleine had mostly recovered her equanimity by mid-afternoon, when Harlow was supposed to arrive. She had not seen him since the day she accompanied him to the temple to offer up her blood, because she was so hurt and angry at his level of betrayal. No doubt Harlow, like Tivol, had cast himself as a tragic but noble figure. She did not want to hear his justifications, and she was weary of spouting her own recriminations. But she knew that, eventually, they would have to come to an understanding, and so she had agreed to let him visit. She had no intention of ever seeing her father again. That decision left her feeling so free that sometimes she forgot how trapped she was. She washed her face and straightened her clothes and studied herself in the mirror. She wanted to look wise and thoughtful, not nervous and sad. She wasn't sure she had come close to succeeding. 2 people were in the atrium as she descended the stairway, Jayla and the lanky young woman who was Cody's sister. Madeleine paused long enough to present her daily code word to the courier, then headed again to the unfriendly, formal receiving room. She was too restless to sit, and the chairs were too uncomfortable anyway. So she spent the next 15 minutes just standing at the window, watching traffic rattle down the gridway. Her back was still to the door when she heard it open, and the footman announced,
Donna, someone from the temple is here.
Thank you. Yes, show him in. There was the tap of footsteps, but not the click of a latch engaging. Jayla had insisted that there should never be a closed door between Madeleine and the guards any time there were visitors in the house.
Good afternoon, Madeleine,
someone said, and she whirled around, because that wasn't Harlow's voice. Benito, she said, making no attempt to hide her surprise. I wasn't expecting you.
The Patri was so sorry he was unable to keep his engagement, Benito answered. He sent me to make his apologies in person, and to beg you to receive him tomorrow at around this time.
She could hardly imagine any commitment Harlow could have had that would be more important than this one. But in truth, she was relieved that she would not have to face him today. Yes, of course, she said. I hope nothing terrible has happened. Benito made a graceful gesture with one hand. His dark, serious face was so handsome that it was distracting. She had always believed the rumors about him and Harlow were true.
Many terrible things are happening all the time, he replied. The Patri's role is to try to make them a little less dire. She found herself wanting to ask this question of everyone she met. "Did you know?" she said. "About me?" He watched her solemnly from those deep liquid eyes. "I did. I thought it was a heavy burden for the Patri to bear." "For the Patri?" she said indignantly. "What about me?" "As long as you did not know, it was no burden to you at all." She came a few steps closer, feeling suddenly combative. "So you agreed? You thought it was best I did not know?" "From what I understand," he said, "in the past there were women who knew the truth, and women who did not. Those who were aware of their fates were angry and desperate and afraid. Those who were unaware led gentler lives, though marked by mysterious tragedies." He shrugged. "I can understand why the decision was made to keep you in the dark." "What happened to those women, the ones who knew the truth?" "Sadly, they are all dead." "Killed in childbirth, I suppose?" Madeleine said spitefully. "The last one was murdered by a reversionist." Madeleine caught her breath. "I didn't realize. I thought the fanatics had never been successful in their attempts." She wrapped her arms around her shoulders, feeling a sudden chill. "They have been responsible for quite a few deaths," Benito said, "including that of the last remaining woman who knew what her destiny was supposed to be." "What was her name? What happened to her?" "Villette Rowan. Her throat was cut and her house set on fire. At least one of her guards was also found dead in the house." She almost gasped. "There was a fire last night." He shook his head. "Oh, no. This happened 50 years ago." Madeleine spared a moment to wonder about that woman. Villette, he had called her, who had died at the hands of fanatics. Had that other woman railed against the terrible destiny that had been laid out for her, only to meet another end that was even worse? She must have been related to Madeleine in some fashion. Maybe they even looked alike. Would their fates be similar? She tried to keep her voice cool. "So the reversionists have been around for decades," she said. "Did they ever seek to harm my mother or my grandmother?" "Not as far as I know. Harlow says everyone believed the cult had died out after Villette's death." "I wonder what caused them to rise up again." Benito casually strolled across the room, casually pushed the door shut as he passed it. New members reading old texts, wondering about the will of God, realizing the world was never meant to hold this shape. Madeleine felt suddenly, unaccountably nervous. Why had he closed the door? Why was he still approaching her, eyeing her so intently? "It's the shape the god chose." Corcannon called himself a deity, but there were goddesses here long before he arrived, and they were never happy with this patched-together land. He was closing in on her. She backed away, but the grim furniture was badly placed to offer her any protection. "Stay away from me," she ordered, trying to make her tone peremptory. "No, get out of here." Something gleamed in his hand. "Everything will go back to the way it is supposed to be," he said, "once you're dead." Madeleine screamed. Benito lunged. She managed to put one of the black chairs between them, then thought to snatch it up in her hands as a weapon to hold him off. Benito dodged her wild thrusts, wrapped his free hand around one of the chair legs, and tried to wrench it out of her hands. She hung on, but the motion propelled her forward, her shoulder practically next to his. The chair canted off uselessly to the side. She screamed again, rearing back as his knife hand came down, slicing along her upper arm with a line of brutal fire. She flung the chair down and tried to twist away, but her ankles caught in the stiff wooden legs and she tripped, falling awkwardly to the floor. Benito had to leap backward as the chair skidded in his direction,
but a second later he was diving over it, falling on her from above. She shrieked and rolled to one side as the blade came down, biting heavily into her shoulder. There was a loud crash and shouts and hard-booted footfalls. Madeleine was curled in a protective ball, her arms over her face, so she didn't see who hurtled through the room, bringing Benito down with a horrific sound of rending wood and snapping bone. She heard a terrible gurgling sound of pain and fury, then a repeated wet thudding, then a gasp, then stillness.
Donna, are you all right? Donna!
An insistent voice at her ear, urgent hands on her arm, and she recognized the deep bass tones of Reese's senior guard. She felt lightheaded and dizzy, but she allowed him to help her rise shakily to her feet. She could sense brisk activity in the room, people moving, calling out to each other, asking sharp questions, but she could only focus on one spot, one unmoving form. Benito sprawled face up on the floor, red blotches staining his ivory robe, his mouth slack, his sightless eyes trained on the harsh white ceiling. Jayla kneeling beside him, watching him, clearly ready to kill him again if he even thought about coming back to life. Her hands were covered in blood. There was blood on her trousers and tunic, on the wicked silver blade she still held at the ready.
"Jayla,"
Madeleine whispered. Jayla's eyes never wavered from the priest's face. "How badly are you hurt?"
"Cuts in both arms, one pretty deep, but no worse damage,"
Reese's captain answered for her. Jayla nodded. "Do you think the High Divine sent him?" "No!" Madeleine burst out, the word almost a wail. "I am absolutely certain Harlow wants me alive." Jayla nodded again. "Then he was one of those, whatever that fancy name was."
"Sit down, Donna, and let me bind your wounds until we can get a physician here,"
the captain said, urging her to a chair. Madeleine would have resisted, but she thought she might fall over at any minute. She dropped onto the stiff seat and said, "I wonder if that was always his goal, if he became Harlow's lover just to have a chance at me." Jayla gave her the briefest glance and returned her attention to Benito. Maybe, or maybe someone recruited him once he was close to the source of power. Madeleine momentarily closed her eyes. She wondered how much blood she'd lost. She didn't have that much to spare after her recent offering. "Then I'm still not safe."
"Maybe not,"
Jayla said in a hard voice.
"but Benito's death will make any other fanatic think twice about attempting assassination."
Someone rushed into the room, and Madeleine heard a woman say,
"Let me see her. Ella, go fetch my medical kit."
The housekeeper, sounding calmer than Madeleine thought she would have if she'd walked in on such a scene. The woman bustled over, all authority and purpose, and even Reese's captain stepped out of her way.
"The physician's been sent for, but we'll wrap these cuts till he arrives. Can you make it up to your room, or should I have someone carry you?"
"Someone might have to carry me." The captain stepped forward again.
"I can do it."
Madeleine nodded, and he took her in a careful lift. The movement jostled her arms, and she couldn't bite back a cry of pain.
"I'm sorry, Donna,"
he said, and turned for the door. "Wait," she said, twisting in his hold to look behind her. "Jayla." Jayla looked up. Her face was so still, her pose so calm, that it took Madeleine this long to realize she was blazingly furious. "Thank you."
"I shouldn't have allowed him to get that close. I should have been in the room with you."
"I would have had you wait outside. I wasn't afraid of him."
"As soon as he shut the door, I knew."
"You saved me." Jayla's mouth shaped a word, and Madeleine was sure she was going to say, "That's my job," but instead she answered,
"I'm glad."
Chapter 32.
Jayla. Jayla was still smoldering with rage and self-recrimination when she went to her room to clean up. The stained clothes she left in a pile to be dealt with later. She wanted to throw them in a heap on the back lawn and set a match to them, but that was wasteful.
The housekeeper, she knew, would consider it a sacred honor to wash away the blood that had been spilled to save Madeleine's life. The clothing would be returned to her in a near-pristine state. She stripped naked and scrubbed herself clean, giving special attention to her hands. As far as she knew, this was the first time she'd killed a man, though she'd been in some pretty intense skirmishes before and didn't know how some of her opponents had fared once they disengaged. And she'd meant to kill Benito. She'd kicked down that door intending to take his life. The soft snap of the latch engaging had caught her attention, but she'd hesitated. Possibly, Madeleine had agreed that theirs was a conference no other ears should overhear, and she wouldn't appreciate a clumsy intrusion. But Jayla had crept close enough to lay her hand on the knob, to catch the faint interplay of voices. As long as they were simply talking, no reason to interrupt. Jayla toweled her hair dry and slipped into fresh clothes, then washed her hands one more time. Her skin felt hot, and her blood was moving too quickly through her veins. Her peripheral vision seemed to have narrowed down so much she had to turn her head if she wanted to see anything that wasn't straight in front of her. This was combat adrenaline, she knew, and it might not fade for hours. It could keep pain at bay so long, soldiers didn't realize they'd been dealt a mortal wound until the battle high suddenly faded and they collapsed. It was similarly useful for keeping horror at bay, at least temporarily. I killed a man. She felt awful enough now. She could hardly imagine how she would feel when realization rushed in upon her in the middle of the night. The room was too small and curiously airless. Nora would surely keep Aussen with her for the rest of the afternoon, maybe into the evening. Everyone would realize that Jayla needed space to recover. She stepped into the hall and followed the stairs down 2 flights, automatically noting which of Reese's men were on guard. The captain saw her and started her way, but stopped short when she shook her head. No one spoke to her as she pushed through the door and out into the chilly afternoon. She wanted to run somewhere, to an alley maybe, a dark place with no windows and no one to stare at her. It was, she knew, safe for her to leave the grounds. Every single one of Reese's soldiers would be on high alert. This would be the one night of the year no one would be able to break in. Still, Jayla couldn't bring herself to abandon her post. It was as if her act of violence had chained her to this place, made her its eternal guardian. Without her presence, the house would not be safe. Ridiculous, of course. She pressed her body up against the high fence, her face between a pair of cool bars, her hands wrapped loosely around the metal. She peered out wistfully at the street just past the semicircular drive. If she stepped beyond the gate, if she always stayed within sight of the house, within easy call. 2 private sprinters rattled past, headed south, and a chugger lumbered more slowly north. As soon as the street was clear, she gazed across it, her eyes automatically sweeping the scene for signs of trouble. Her attention caught on a dark, compact shape crouched in front of the fencing on the other side of the gridway. A man, clearly waiting. Her eyes narrowed and her hands tightened on the bars. Then he came easily to his feet, a flash of diamond at his wrist, and she was out the front gate before she even decided to move. Fortunately, there were no cars bearing down from either direction, because Jayla didn't even pause to check before she dashed across the tracks and flung herself at Cody. He caught her with his usual lithe grace, drawing her so close she could smell the soap on his skin. She realized he was murmuring comforting phrases into her ear before she realized she was crying into his shirt. She couldn't remember the last time she had wept in someone's arms, and she knew she shouldn't be doing it now, and she couldn't stop herself. He drew her a little farther down the street, not too far, just to the shade of a large tree planted in a neighbor's yard, and then wrapped his arms even more tightly around her. He was still speaking nonsense phrases. She was still weeping. But she managed to force out a few words. "How did you know?"
Toka was here.
Jayla frowned, trying to remember. "I thought she left before Benito arrived."
You know Toka. She stayed a few minutes to flirt with the housemaid. Heard all the commotion. Hung around long enough to learn what happened, then ran back to tell me. I've been here for the past 10 minutes. Wasn't sure if I should come in. Wasn't sure if you'd want to see me."
"I would have said no," she said into his shirt, "if you came to the door. But then, when I saw you sitting there, you were the only person I could think of in the world that I could bear to talk to." His arms still around her, he pulled her to the ground, and they simply sat there a long time in silence. The ground was chilly beneath her body, and rocky besides, and when a big transport trundled south a few minutes later, Jayla could see a few travelers peering curiously out at them. But she didn't care about any of it. For a moment, for the first time in longer than she cared to remember, she felt like she had come to rest. "I killed him," she said. "I meant to do it, and I'm glad he's dead. But I don't know if I'll ever be able to get over it." His hold briefly tightened.
"I wish," he said, "I knew something profound to say, to make it all right for you. But I don't think anything I say would help. I think you're just going to have to wrestle with it until it makes sense."
She tilted her head back to look up at him. "It doesn't change how you think of me?" He kissed her, which was the reassurance she'd been looking for, of course.
"For bringing him down, or for agonizing over it?"
She could tell her brows quirked down as she puzzled that over, and he kissed her again.
"I'm so proud of you for being able to save her," he said. "But I love you because you let it hurt you."
She sighed and rested her cheek against his chest. "I think I'll get past it, eventually. But tonight will be hard. I don't know if I'll sleep."
"Come stay with me," he invited. "I'll be there any time you wake up."
"I think Madeleine would be uneasy if I was out of the house. I'd be uneasy if I was out of the house." A pause. "You could stay here." He shifted next to her, and she knew he was looking down at her in surprise, but she kept her eyes trained on the ground. He had coaxed her toward the center of his life, but she had steadfastly kept him on the fringes of hers.
"That doesn't seem like the sort of thing Dona Madeleine would approve of," he said.
Jayla snorted. "Her lover has moved into the house, and everyone knows they're sharing a bedroom. She wouldn't have any moral qualms."
"Yes, but it's her house. She can do what she likes."
Unexpectedly, Jayla felt a smile play around her lips. It was so rare that she was the one trying to persuade Cody to participate. "She has a vested interest in keeping me happy and steady. If I tell her that I need you with me, she'll write you an invitation in her own hand."
"Don't you share a room with Aussen?"
Now she was laughing. "I do. We would have to lie there very chastely, just sleeping." He bent in to press his lips against her cheek.
"Well, then what's the point?"
She turned her head just enough so that they were forehead to forehead, nose to nose, his eyes so close to hers she couldn't entirely focus. "Really? You wouldn't stay with me just to soothe my soul?"
"I would," he said. "I will. I'd sleep on the floor at the foot of your bed. I'm just enjoying the novelty of having you beg me to be with you."
She tried to hold back the smile. "I wouldn't deign to beg."
"Would you implore? I like imploring."
"I was trying to tempt you."
"By telling me there will be a child in the room with us? You have a lot to learn about seduction."
And now she was laughing. She almost felt giddy. It was so odd. There's an empty room next to mine. It's as small as a closet, but Aussen uses it to play in. I think she'd like to sleep there. He pretended to consider. We'd have to ask her, of course. Of course. And receive Madeleine's permission. Jayla thought of the conversation that morning, an hour that seemed so long ago now, when Madeleine recommended that Jayla fight Roven for Cody's affections. She was pretty sure Madeleine would be delighted by this particular development, delighted to have something else to think about except danger and duty and death. We'll ask both of them, she said, but I think you'll be going home to pack a bag. So, after all, it turned out the night wasn't as bad as Jayla had feared. Madeleine had welcomed Cody with a flash of gaiety, saying, "It has become my goal to fill the house with 100 people, so please make yourself at home." Aussen was pleased by the notion of having her own room, though she seemed to think it would be jollier if they all shared a space. "We could talk and sing and play games until we fell asleep," she suggested. "I'll play a game with you in your own bedroom," Cody countered, "and then you'll go straight to sleep." And he did. And she did. And then he joined Jayla in their own room, and they did not go straight to sleep. But once Jayla closed her eyes, she fell instantly into dreaming and didn't wake till morning. Madeleine was alone in the breakfast room when Jayla tracked her down. "How are you this morning?" Jayla asked. Madeleine looked up from a mostly untouched plate of food. "Nervous," she admitted. "On edge. My thoughts." She made a circular motion beside her head. "They keep spinning." Jayla nodded. She could understand completely. "When does Reese get back?" "This afternoon, I think. I hope." "What do you have planned for the day? Any visitors?" "Nothing. No one. 3 of my friends have sent notes asking to come by, because, of course, they want to hear all about yesterday's dreadful ordeal. But I told them I wasn't up to company. And Harlow was supposed to come by this afternoon, but I sent him a message and postponed. All I want to do today is sit quietly in my house and think about my life, and not have anyone drop by and try to murder me." "That sounds like a good plan." "What about you? Wasn't there something you wanted to do today?" "It can wait until you feel safe again." "Don't be ridiculous. There are 10 guards littering the house and the lawn. I feel safe." "Still, after yesterday," Madeleine pointed a finger at her. "After yesterday, you deserve a day off. I insist. I order you. Go do something fun, and take that darling Cody with you." Jayla laughed. "I'll tell him you called him that. I really do like him. But he's already gone. He has work to do." "He'll be back tonight?" Jayla felt her cheeks prickle with heat. It was annoying. She never used to blush. "He'll be back." "So it's settled. You'll take the day off. I'll hide in my house." "Thank you, Donna. Everything will be fine." It had been too long since Jayla had headed east to the Islander district and checked with the guardian of Zesiah's temple. In her defense, life had been complicated. But Madeleine wasn't the only person under Jayla's personal protection, and her obligation to Aussen weighed on her almost as heavily. Accordingly, she spent the morning playing with Aussen before heading out to the Zessin temple shortly after lunch. During the whole long chugger ride across town, she stared unseeingly out the window. In her mind, she replayed yesterday's events over and over. The closed latch, the nervous wait, the scream, the fight, the broken door, the remorseless dagger strike. It always ended the same way. She reviewed it again. It was a relief to climb off in the Zessin district and force herself to focus on something else. As always, there were people everywhere, and some of them might not be friendly. She needed to keep her wits about her, be ready for anything. She headed directly to the temple. Stepping inside the small, plain space, she found the candles lit and the fountain splashing, but no guardian in sight. This was not uncommon, but she had to hold back a sigh anyway. She took a seat on one of the worn wooden benches and studied the embroidered wall hangings one by one, just to pass the time. She was deep in contemplation of the fourth tapestry when the guardian stepped in and headed for the fountain to speak the words of her regular ritual. Jayla managed to sit patiently until the guardian stepped back from the fountain and shook the water off her hands. The woman came straight over to Jayla and spoke without preamble. "I have news about Tivol, Aussen's mother." Jayla practically catapulted to her feet. "You do? Is she here?" "She has been in the city 10 days, and hoping for news of her daughter that entire time," the guardian said severely. "I'm sorry. There have been so many demands on my time. But she's here? Can I see her?" Jayla felt a ballooning sense of lightness in her chest. It was so powerful, she thought it might tug her off her feet and send her bouncing gently along the ceiling trusses. "I will send someone for her. She has started a job in the warehouse district, so it might take a little time to find her." Jayla weighed her choices. She would prefer to return to the house as soon as possible, but she didn't know if she would be able to get away tomorrow. And how wonderful if she could reunite Aussen with her family before nightfall. "I'll wait," she said. "It seems best for everyone." The guardian nodded. "There is a room in back, if you would like someplace to stay." "Thank you, but I'll stroll around for a bit and come back in an hour." She returned to the main road and browsed the market and the small shops. She should buy Aussen a present, something to remember her by. It would be so odd not to have the little girl chattering in her ear at night, dancing around her during breakfast, making herself at home in Cody's ramshackle house. But maybe Tivol would let her know where they were living in the city. Jayla could visit from time to time. She was sure Cody would come with her. She was in a shop, tossing through a pile of colorful knitted gloves, when she felt the first faint tremor under her feet. She looked up, wondering if it might just be the effect of a massive transport rumbling by. But then it came again, more of a jolt than a roll. Someone in the back of the building cried out in alarm. An older Zessan woman staggered and fell to the floor. Jayla raced over to help her up and guided her outside, while the ground continued to shake beneath them. In the street, the whole community had gathered in anxious clusters, groaning and shouting each time a new wave sent them careening back and forth. Behind her, Jayla heard flimsy market booths come crashing down. Flower pots and metal stands flew across the walkways. Not 5 yards from where she stood, the road seemed to briefly fold in half, and a narrow crack opened up right down its center. She pulled the old woman back, but in truth, there was no way of knowing where the most danger lay. Suddenly, the motion stopped. The world seemed solid again. The people standing in the street looked cautiously around, wondering if it was safe to breathe. Several took a few steps forward, testing the ground with one foot before lifting the other one. A few laughed. The crowd dispersed a little more. A middle-aged man came rushing up to pull the old woman from Jayla's hands. She thought he said "thank you" in Zessan before he hurried them both away. Jayla took a deep breath. She had been hoping for a calmer day than yesterday. So far, the gods were not cooperating. She headed back to the temple and was relieved to see it had suffered no damage. Stepping inside, she seated herself on the bench again, resolved to stay until Tivol arrived. Maybe there would be less drama if she just planted herself in one place and didn't move.
Over the next 30 minutes, a handful of people drifted in and out of the temple, staying just long enough to say a silent prayer or exchange a few words with the guardian. Then suddenly, the outer door opened with so much force that it was clear someone was rushing to get inside. Jayla rose to her feet as a compact Zessan woman hurtled in and headed straight to the guardian, asking questions in a sharp, eager voice. It was no surprise when they pivoted toward Jayla.
Aussen,
the woman demanded, laying a hand on Jayla's arm.
You have my daughter?
Tivol spoke Cordish. That was a small mercy.
Yes, she has been with me about 3 months now, Jayla answered. The woman traveling with her died on the way. I'm sorry.
Tivol put her hands to her cheeks, then pulled them away, as if she didn't have time to grieve.
She had been ill, but I thought... But, Aussen, she is safe. Can you take me to her?
Of course. Can you come now?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Jayla said to the guardian, then turned toward the door, Tivol at her heels. I'm Jayla, by the way.
Thank you, Jayla. Can we hurry?
They strode swiftly down the side street to the main road, then broke into a run to catch a transport that was rumbling down the gridway. Jayla and Tivol collapsed onto an unoccupied bench, and Jayla found that she was smiling again. Tizel's mother arrived. One of her burdens was about to be lifted. Tivol still looked anxious and a touch suspicious.
I don't understand, she said, why you didn't leave my daughter with the temple guardian, where I would find her instantly.
Which was when Jayla realized her burden might not be transferred after all. No reason Pietro couldn't come looking for Aussen just because Tivol had arrived. In fact, wouldn't he be more likely to find Aussen if she was living in the Zessan district? Jayla felt her heart rapidly regain all the weight she thought she had shed. She answered steadily. It's complicated, but I wanted to protect her. Someone in the city believes Aussen is a descendant of the god Corcannon, and such descendants are prized for the miracles in their blood, and that puts her in danger. Tivol frowned as the car jounced over a particularly rough patch, and for a moment Jayla wondered if the woman didn't know Cordish well enough to understand the complex explanation.
I always thought those were just stories, she said at last.
Jayla felt her pulse quicken.
Which part? My grandmother, Villette, told us that she was descended from Corcannon. Yes, and she claimed that the priests would kill her if she ever returned to the city.
Well, it might be true, Jayla said. She took a moment to study Tivol. She had the delicate bones, freckled face, and crinkly hair of the typical islander. But her skin was darker than most, and her hair was more brown than ginger. If you carry Corcannon blood, you're in danger as well.
How did anyone even guess that?
Tivol burst out impatiently.
I've never told Aussen those tales.
There's a trick she can do, with a clump of dirt. Tivol nodded.
I can do it too. It's a handy ability, though an odd one.
A gift from the god, apparently, Jayla answered. Or a curse. Tivol took a deep breath.
I despise what I know of Corcannon. The only deity I honor is Zesaya.
I have learned to prefer her myself, Jayla said with a flash of humor. But I'm not sure she can protect you from Corcannon zealots.
But then...
The chugger rocked violently, and everyone on board screamed. The instant it righted itself, all the passengers shoved and clawed their way to the exits, then stood miserably in the street, wondering what to do next. Which way lay safety?
How far now?
Tivol panted.
Can we get there on foot?
We can. It might take us more than an hour of hard walking. And if the quakes start up again... Tizel's face was set.
Let's get going.
They strode down streets clogged with residents too nervous to re-enter their homes, and workers guarding broken wagons and sagging doorways. Most people were just milling around, but some, like the two of them, were clearly on purposeful journeys toward critical destinations, and they pushed past the bystanders with an impatience that bordered on hostility. The ground shifted under them a few times, but grudgingly, as if it was tired of this pastime and merely wanted to settle. The sun edged toward late afternoon, and the air cooled considerably. But they walked with such dogged energy that they were warm enough to sweat. At least, Jayla was. Tivol, pacing along determinedly beside her, didn't bother to complain. She didn't speak at all except to say, "Look out," or "How much farther?" Finally, they attained the wide, gracious avenues of Council Row. Finally, Jayla could tell her, "Just a few more minutes, just the next street over." But when they turned the last corner and the Elaine house came into view, Jayla could tell at once that something was wrong. There was a tangle of crumpled metal right in front of the house, where a handful of grid cars must have upended during a tremor. And there was a group of soldiers milling before the front gate, agitated and confused. Jayla broke into a run, Tivol easily keeping up. In the knot of people outside the gate, Jayla recognized first Nora, then Reese's captain, then Reese, then, unexpectedly, the priest, Pietro. Even more unexpectedly, Cody. All of them were shouting. All of them whirled to face her as she came jogging up. "What happened?" she demanded. "Where's Madeleine?" Everyone answered at once, so she turned to Cody for clarity. He took her arm to steady her. "Tivol took her," he said, his voice low and grim. "And Aussen, too." Chapter 33. Pietro. Pietro had been in a fever of impatience ever since they had sighted land that morning. By the god's own face, how long could it take to sail into a harbor and dock and disembark? Hours, apparently. But at last he was on solid land, having made the sketchiest of farewells to Danner and his sons. The ground seemed curiously uneven beneath his feet, but he didn't let his unsteadiness slow him down. He merely hitched his pack over his shoulder and headed for the narrow uphill bridge that led from the harbor to the city. The gridway didn't run down this route, and there were no horse-drawn wagons immediately available, so he set out on foot. Stolo fell in step beside him. "Where to now? To find that girl?" "Yes. Do you have any idea where she is?" "No, but I know someone who does." He glanced over at Stolo. "It might take me some time to track her down. You don't have to come with me. I'm sure you've been missed at the temple." "I'm sure I have," Stolo said cheerfully. "But I need to hear the end of this story." Pietro was breathless by the time they made it off the bridge at the top of the hill. There was no way he could race all the way to his lodgings, even though his instincts were screaming for him to hurry, hurry, hurry. But it would accomplish nothing for him to exhaust himself in one ill-advised sprint. "There's a chugger," he exclaimed, as one heaved into view, and they ran for it. It took a maddeningly long time to get to Pietro's rooms, where he'd written Cody's address on a scrap of paper. While they were there, he grudgingly acted on Stolo's suggestion that he change his clothes, wash his face, and shave. "You look like an old sailor just washed ashore," Stolo observed. "If I was a little girl, I'd be terrified." "Aussen knows me. She won't be afraid," Pietro muttered. But he freshened up anyway. Finally, they were back on the street, catching another chugger to Cody's neighborhood. They were almost at their destination when the car lurched violently to the side, its wheels making a horrific screech across the pavement and sparks raining down from the cable overhead. Passengers screamed in panic and stampeded out of the doors and windows before the vehicle even stopped moving. "A quake," Pietro murmured. "The day wanted only that." Stolo was tugging him toward the door. "Come on, if another one hits." One did, of course, almost on the words. But they managed to exit safely with the last of the riders. The driver was already outside, trying to assess the damage, recruiting the brawnier passengers to try to shove the transport back into alignment. He looked hopefully in Stolo's direction, but Pietro grabbed his arm and said, "I think we're close now. Let's go." The pavement stuttered beneath their feet a few more times, but they didn't lose their balance, and nothing fell on them from overhead, so Pietro thought that counted as success. He found Cody's street easily enough, but he had to cast around to find the right place, as nothing was numbered, and Cody's description of the exterior matched about half the buildings in the neighborhood. Finally, he spotted a red vest propped in the window of one of the old warehouses, a signal that couriers lived on the premises. He strode up and knocked furiously. A moment later, someone flung the door open, clearly expecting disaster on the other side. "What is it? What's wrong?" the young man exclaimed. Or maybe young woman. Pietro wasn't sure and didn't have time to study personal jewelry. "I need to speak with Cody right away. Is he here?" For an answer, the person turned and bellowed into the house. "Cody! Someone's here to see you!" Over the doorkeeper's head, Pietro could spot a few other figures hovering inside the front room. Clearly, his urgent summons had roused the whole house. He wasn't sure he wanted an audience for this conversation. Then again, he didn't care. He just had to find Aussen. He thought the ground shifted slightly beneath him, but maybe that was his body still trying to anticipate the roll of the ocean. There were running footsteps. Then Cody brushed past his housemates to push out the door. His open, friendly face looked concerned. "Pietro, what's wrong?" "I need you to take me to Aussen, right now." Cody took a quick step backward. His friendliness disappeared. "No, I can't." "You don't understand. I won't hurt her. I swear it, Cody. This is so important." Cody was shaking his head. No, I promise Jayla. I'm sorry." "Cody, she can save the city. Don't you feel the tremors running under the street?" As if to prove his point, the ground rocked with another restless wave. "The whole place is going to come apart." Cody crossed his arms and backed away, as if he would retreat into the house and slam the door shut. "No, I won't. You can't sacrifice Aussen. I don't want to sacrifice her. I can't explain, but I think she has a special ability. I'm not taking you to Aussen." Pietro stared. He had not factored this in. Jayla distrusted him so much that Cody wouldn't even listen to him. "Then, will you go to Jayla and tell her what I said? Beg her, Cody. Tell her from me." A slim Corcannon girl pushed past the roommate who still guarded the door. "You want to find Aussen and Jayla?" she said. "I'll take you to them." Cody whirled on her. "Roven, you can't." She shrugged. At any other time, Pietro might pause to analyze the malice in her expression. But today, he didn't care about anything except finding Aussen. "Thank you. I'll pay you whatever your courier rate is." She flounced out of the doorway, not even looking at Cody. "Then let's go." They formed an odd, uneasy procession as they hurried down the crowded streets, watching for the next chugger to come along. Cody and Roven were in the lead, arguing, while Pietro and Stolo lagged behind. Pietro was still keyed up with excitement, but he could feel weariness eating at the edges of his energy. When this day was over, he might simply disintegrate. "I wonder what their story is," Stolo murmured, watching the other two quarrel. "She's spiteful and he's furious, but I don't even care," Pietro said. "He's furious, but he hasn't physically restrained her," Stolo said, a note of admiration in his voice. Pietro glanced at the two couriers again. "Not Cody," he said. "I don't think he has it in him, even when violence would solve his problems." He flashed a look at Stolo. "And don't say violence never solves problems."
Pietro hadn't been sure the gridway would still be functional, with all the tremors still dancing underfoot. But they'd been following a cable line for half a mile when one of the big chuggers came rumbling up. It was empty except for a few nervous riders who looked ready to fling themselves out the windows at the first uneasy rattle. "We'll get as far as we can," the driver said. "If the way's blocked, I'll have to let you out." Rovin flashed a smile at Pietro and Stolo as they clambered aboard, and Stolo smiled back. "I thought you couriers just ran all over the city on foot," Stolo said to her. She laughed. "We do whatever's quickest. For short routes, especially through the Catterfoil, it's always faster to run. But long trips from one end of the city to the other, nothing beats a transport." "Rovin, don't take them there," Cody said, still not looking at Pietro. She gave him one burning glance and turned her back on him. "In case we get separated," she said, "do you know where Madeleine lives?" Cody groaned and turned away. Pietro nodded. "Aussen lives with Madeleine?" he asked in some surprise. "She lives with a guard named Jayla, who works for Madeleine," Rovin corrected. Pietro's eyes sharpened. He remembered now. Jayla had mentioned Madeleine's name, claimed to have met her at some function. A lie, obviously. "Thank you," he said. "That's useful to know." Cody tilted his head just enough to address Rovin. "I will never forgive you." The other courier hunched a shoulder. "You don't care about me anyway." Beside him, Pietro heard Stolo say, "Ah," under his breath. A love triangle, probably. Rovin must have had her heart set on Cody, but he'd only had eyes for Jayla from the minute they met. That had been obvious even from the first campfire by the ruined Chobani Bridge. "He will kill Aussen because of you," Cody whispered furiously. "I won't. Cody, I swear I won't," Pietro said. "I'm not talking to you." There was a long moment of silence, except for the hum of the chugger and the occasional deep rumble of the ground. Pietro became aware that Stolo was watching him thoughtfully. "You won't, will you?" he asked presently. "Kill that little girl?" "If you even have to ask me that, I'm astonished that you've spent 5 minutes in my company." "Because I'm of the opinion that sometimes violence is justified," Stolo said. "So I'd stop you if it came down to it." Pietro stifled a sound and dropped his head into his hands. He couldn't tell if he wanted to laugh or moan or shout aloud with pure, undifferentiated emotion. "I wouldn't," he said. "But I confess there are days I can understand why some people think there isn't a choice. And that terrifies me as much as any realization I've ever had." The car came to a shuddering stop, and all the riders looked up uneasily. "The track's blocked," the driver called out. "Everybody has to get out." The passengers muttered among themselves as they climbed off and looked around, trying to figure out where they were and how to get where they wanted to be. The road ahead was a tangle of downed cables and 3 of the tall poles that supported them. But up ahead, Pietro thought, the way looked clear, and the wires were still solidly in place. "What now?" Stolo asked. "We walk," Rovin said. "It's not that far." They set out after their guide. Cody, who had given up arguing with her, dropped behind their little procession, but stuck with them doggedly. Pietro could tell his own energy was ebbing. He had allowed himself to relax while they rode the transport, and now he could feel his muscles protesting as he forced them to work again. But if they found Aussen, if he could explain everything to Jayla, explain everything to Harlow... He frowned. No, he couldn't tell Harlow anything, not until he was certain he was right. If Harlow knew of Aussen's existence, and Aussen couldn't perform as Pietro expected, she would never be safe again. Once they were clear of the twisted wires, Rovin picked up the pace, and the rest of them hurried to keep up. Pietro glanced around.
recognizing more and more of the houses they passed. This was Council Row, where the political families and the wealthy merchants and the successful bankers lived. He'd spent many evenings here with Harlow, back in a different life altogether. Over a small rise, down a short cross street, onto another one of those wide, beautiful promenades. Pietro was concentrating on his feet, not on the vista ahead. But he looked up when Cody cried out with alarm and took off past them at a run. Flooded with fresh anxiety, Pietro watched him dash to the open gate of the Elaine property, where a disorganized group of people formed a knot of agitation. "What's wrong?" Stolo asked. Pietro shook his head and forced himself forward at a jog. He couldn't even begin to guess what the news might be, except he knew that it would be terrible. Chapter 34. Madeleine. True to her word, Madeleine kept to her room for the whole of the morning. But it turned out silence and solitude were the wrong conditions for keeping her mind from endlessly replaying the sounds and images from the day before. Benito's solemn face, his slow advance, his swift attack, then a blur and a jumble, then chaos, then suddenly blood everywhere. Someone had tried to kill her. Someone had been killed on her behalf. She could not entirely comprehend either of those truths. She was not sure she would ever get the pictures out of her head. By lunchtime, her own thoughts had put her in such a state that she had to go downstairs just to be around other living creatures. She consulted with the housekeeper on trivial matters, checked with Reese's secretary to make sure he had everything he needed, and dropped into the kitchen pretending she wanted a snack. "It looks like a fine sunny day outside," Nora said, when Madeleine had consumed a plateful of muffins and still didn't budge from the table. "Why don't you and Aussen go outside and play a game?" Aussen was already on her feet. "I have a ball," she offered. "Oh, and a little net. You catch the ball with it." Madeleine managed a smile for the cook. "Am I really so much in the way?" Nora smiled back. "A little exercise will be good for both of you." A few minutes later, Madeleine and Aussen were out on the wide green lawn, laughing and chasing after each other as they threw the ball around. Madeleine noticed that a few of Reese's guards had drifted outside and were watching them, more out of amusement than a strict observance of duty. But she didn't even care. Nora was right. She already felt better. "I'm going to catch you," she called, putting on a menacing expression as she advanced on the little girl. "I'm going to get that ball." Aussen shrieked and hared off, running so hard that she tripped over her feet and somersaulted to the grass. Or, no, Madeleine felt her own legs tremble and give out, and she flung out an arm to break her fall as she came crashing down. The land roiled beneath her, as if some giant underground creature was reaching up with a massive claw, trying to scrape through to open air. It felt like the world was spinning out of control. "Aussen!" she cried, and crawled over to wrap herself around Aussen's trembling body. Prone on the ground, they clung to each other through another set of tremors. Madeleine kept whispering, "It will be all right," though she didn't entirely believe it. Aussen whispered back something unintelligible, and then repeated it in Cordish. "Zasiah is angry, and she's shaking the land." Zasiah, or Cordelon. How did you placate a god? With blood. "It will be all right," Madeleine repeated. She didn't have anything else to offer. When the ground finally steadied, they pushed themselves into sitting positions and looked around. Most of the house had emptied. Soldiers and servants alike gathered in pockets on the lawn, everyone clearly planning to stay outside until they were sure the quake was over. It seemed like the wisest course. "Let's just stay right here for a while," Madeleine said. "I'll tell you stories about when I was a little girl and I used to play games with my brother Logan." Just thinking about Logan made Madeleine's heart spasm with grief, but she was determined to talk about him. Her father and Harlow had conspired to erase him from the world. Maybe she could, in some small way, bring him back. She was on her third tale about her brother's exploits when she heard noise from the front gate. At first, she thought it must be Reese, who should be arriving at any minute, but she soon realized that the newcomer was arguing with a guard. "But I need to talk to Madeleine! Let me in!" She recognized Tivol's voice. For a cowardly moment, she wanted to lie back down in the grass, so flat and so still that he would never notice her. But they had parted on such bad terms the day before, and eventually she was going to have to come to some sort of truce with him. She swallowed a sigh and came to her feet, pulling Aussen up by the hand. "That's Tivol," she said. "Shall we go talk to him?" Hand in hand they crossed the lawn to the tall front gate. Tivol was still arguing with the guard when he spotted them. His face showed first surprise, and then relief. She nodded at the guard, and the man slipped away to allow them privacy. Tivol's fingers were wrapped around the bars as if he wanted to pry them apart with brute strength. "There you are. Madeleine, I heard what happened yesterday with Benito." Madeleine nodded wearily. "It was too awful. I can't bear to talk about it." "But are you all right?" he asked urgently. "He didn't hurt you?" It was all she could do not to glare at him. "Do you think he's the only one who has tried to hurt me lately?" she wanted to ask, but she managed to refrain. "Jayla was there," she said. "But thank you for thinking of me." "I would have come by anyway to check on you," he said. "But just now, when I felt the quake—" She couldn't keep the bitterness from her voice. "You thought, what a good thing that Madeleine survived Benito's attack. Now she will realize how important it is that she do these terrible things." "That's not what I thought. I was worried about you, your safety." Aussen glanced up at her. "What terrible things are you going to do?" She squeezed the girl's hand. "Nothing. It doesn't matter." And then to Tivol, "We were fine. We were outside when the quake hit." That sounded a little bare, so she added, "And you? Are you all right?" "There are downed wires and wrecked grid cars along the main routes, but I didn't have any trouble. But I wanted to come see you." He gestured behind him where his sprinter was parked on the drive. "And I brought a present for the little girl." "For me?" Aussen squealed before Madeleine could reply. "Don't try to buy my forgiveness by giving gifts to a child." So instead she had to say, "That was kind of you." He gestured at the car again. "I'll just go get it." He was back in a moment, carrying a large, unwieldy box. "It's carvings, mostly. Fish and flowers and little goddess statues. We used to have a Aussen gardener, and he made these all the time. We found a whole room full of them after he left, and I remembered Aussen was from the islands, and so I thought—" Aussen was on her tiptoes, trying to peer through the railings. She said something in Aussen, then added, "I can't see them." "Here, let me open the gate and Tivol can hand them to us." She threw the lock and pushed open the metal gate, and Tivol set the box on the grass just inside the fence line. Almost cooing, Aussen bent over to look inside. Tivol grabbed her around the waist and yanked her into his arms, crushing her against his chest. Aussen made a small sound of distress and gazed at Madeleine in fright, but she didn't scream for help. Madeleine was too stunned to do anything but stare. "Tivol, what in— Put her down!" He shook his head. "I didn't plan this, but— Come with me, Madeleine. It's the only way." "Come with you where? And why?" "You can't marry Reese. You know it. He'll never do the things that have to be done. And there's no choice, Madeleine. You have to come with me." "I don't have to. I won't." He backed up toward his little sprinter, still holding Aussen tightly against him. Now she was squirming in his arms, kicking against his shins. Her face looked stark with fear. "Then I'll kill her," he said calmly. "You wouldn't do that." "You already know that I'm prepared to sacrifice children. if you don't come with me right now." He did something. Maybe he squeezed Aussen in his arms to prove the power in his hands, and the little girl wailed in terror. Loud enough to rouse the guards? Did Madeleine even want the guards involved? Would he really hurt Aussen? "You already know I'm prepared to sacrifice children." "All right," she said hastily, slipping out the gate. "I'll come with you. Put Aussen down. Leave her here." He was already at his car, slinging Aussen into the cramped back seat and securing her hands with something. A scrap of rope, a belt, maybe. Madeleine followed helplessly. "I can't leave her anywhere until I'm sure of you," he said. There was a shout behind him, and they both jerked around to see guards pouring out of the house, the captain in the lead. "Stop them," Tivol hissed, his hand suddenly around Aussen's throat, "or her life is forfeit." She waved her arms wildly at the guards. Stay back, or he'll hurt her." The guards came to a messy halt, looking furious and uncertain. "Donna, where are you going?" the captain shouted. "Don't answer. Get in the car," Tivol ordered. He still had his fingers wrapped around Aussen's neck. Madeleine just gestured at the guards again and climbed in. "Let go of her," she said coldly. Tivol cast a last glance at the soldiers, vaulted into the grid car, and sent it spinning around the drive and out onto the road. She clutched the side of the door to keep herself from pitching out the open window as they careened too fast down the deserted gridway. She was surprised when he headed north. "You're taking me to your mother's house?" she said, trying to infuse her voice with scornful amusement. "I suppose an abduction would be just the sort of thing to meet with Heloise's approval." He shook his head. No, she wouldn't. Well, maybe she would, but that's not where we're going." "Your rooms are the other way." He glanced at her and then looked away. And that was the moment, above all other moments, when she realized how long he had lied to her, when she realized what he was capable of, that she understood that she had never known Tivol at all. "There's another place," he said. Madeleine felt a stab of despair. She knew the guards would rally, knew that Reese and Jayla would return soon, knew that they would make a plan and come rescue her before nightfall. But they would be looking for her in Tivol's rented rooms, or his mother's cold and elegant mansion. But if he was taking her to some sequestered hiding space, no one would know where to find her. "What are you planning to do with me?" she said, raising her voice so he could hear her over the rattle of the road, but hoping it was too noisy for Aussen to catch her words. He shook his head. He was going so fast that he had to keep all his attention on the route. Twice they passed vehicles in the southbound lane that had been twisted sideways because of the quake. Once Madeleine heard an entire building collapse behind them, seconds after they rushed by. But their own passageway was damnably clear. "I told you, I didn't plan this, but, there's only one thing to do." He risked a swift look in her direction, then returned his eyes to the road. "You have to marry me, and we have to produce a child instantly." "As convenient as that would be for you and Harlow," she said icily. "There is nothing instant about bearing a baby." "No, but we have to instantly start trying." "I'm not going to marry you." "Maybe not, but you'll still have my child." He glanced at her. "I don't want it to be this way, Madeleine. All I have ever wanted was to cherish you and protect you, but you have made everything impossible." Would he really do it? Take her to some secret hideaway and rape her, the whole time believing himself a hero? In his own way, that made him as much of a fanatic as Benito, made him just as cruel. She turned awkwardly in her seat and stretched her arm out, trying to reach Aussen. She could just barely lay her hand on the child's ankle. The little girl was curled up on the back bench, her hands tied to a railing, her eyes streaming with tears. "I'm so sorry, love," she said,
trying to make her voice soothing even though she had to shout. "Don't be afraid. Everything will be all right. Don't be afraid." Nothing would be all right. There was every reason to be terrified. It was clear Aussen didn't believe her anyway, because she just gulped down a sob and didn't say a word. Their mad flight continued for another 30 minutes, maybe longer. They had soon left Council Row behind, and now they were traveling along the elevated road that ran along the base of the mountain. She thought they had passed the cross street that would take them to the Catterfoil, and were headed farther east, toward the more unsavory parts of town. The sporty grid car was constantly striking debris and jouncing over cracks in the road, but miraculously, their way remained open. It was enough to make Madeleine think Corcannon was smoothing their way, signaling his approval of this terrible turn of events. Madeleine had never been particularly devout, but she'd always had a casual respect for an abstract divinity. Now he seemed real and malevolent, and she hated him. The sun was hovering over the horizon, and the air had grown noticeably colder when Tivol abruptly wrenched off the road and onto a narrow parallel track. Madeleine looked around, fear gurgling up at the back of her throat. Was this their destination? They were coming to a halt along a row of featureless buildings, long and low and somehow slovenly looking. Most of the windows appeared to be covered with dark, heavy curtains. At any rate, not one of them admitted the faintest spill of light. Madeleine strained, but couldn't hear much noise. No laughter, no loud voices, no music. Everything that happened in this district occurred in secrecy. "Where are we?" she whispered. "Just a place I go sometimes when I want to be alone." He had stopped the car and hopped out, instantly retrieving Aussen from the back. Aussen wailed in fear, and he muffled her mouth against his shirt. "Give her to me," Madeleine said. He shook his head. "Up that way, the second door. Go on in." A broken walkway led to the designated spot, which opened into a shadowy hallway marked by half a dozen other doors. Tivol headed to the first one on the left, fished a key from his pocket, and let them in, flicking on a wall sconce as they entered. Inside was not the chamber of horrors Madeleine had half expected, though it was bleak enough. A few pieces of tumble-down furniture, heavy draperies on the window, no rugs or artwork or anything to soften the bare outlines of chair and table and scarred wooden floor. There was another door, half open, that probably led to a bedroom. There was a small space consisting of cabinets and a sink, which she guessed was supposed to be a kitchen. There was a faint smell of forgotten garbage, or rotted food, or unwashed clothes. This was where Tivol came not just when he wanted to be alone, but when he wanted to be unmoored from civilized conventions, when he wanted to forget his obligations to his mother, his betrothed, his city, and his God. "Do you bring your friends here and drink all night?" she asked. She could tell that her composed voice made him relax a little. "Sometimes." "And women? Do you bring them here too?" He eyed her. "Sometimes. Not once we're married, though." She had to swallow a laugh of hysteria, as if, after all his other betrayals, she would care about his fidelity. "Is there a place you can put Aussen so she can sleep? I'm worried about her." He hesitated, then stepped past her and through the other door. Madeleine followed. It was a bedroom, as spare and uninviting as the rest of the place, furnished only with a dresser, a chair, and a half-made bed. She decided not to wonder whether he had ever had the sheets washed. Tivol lay Aussen clumsily on the mattress, and the girl immediately cried out and lifted her arms toward Madeleine. "Don't," he said, but she brushed past him. "Let me get her settled," she said. "Then I'll come out and talk to you." She turned her back to Tivol and sat beside Aussen, leaning in and taking her into an embrace. "I'm so sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. Everything will be all right. Aussen whispered unfamiliar words into her neck. But Madeleine didn't have to know Zessen to guess what she'd said. She just made hushing sounds and repeated her empty reassurances, smoothing back Aussen's hair and kissing her forehead. Behind her, she heard Tivol shift uncertainly, then quietly exit the room. He left the door open, though, and she thought he was probably on high alert, waiting to see if she would try to lock the door between them. She had glanced at it as she stepped through, and she hadn't been impressed. It looked like he could break it down with a couple of hard kicks. No, she would need a better plan. She stayed with Aussen as long as she dared, knowing that Tivol was getting restless in the other room. She could hear him pacing, then growing still to listen, then pacing again. When Aussen finally fell asleep, Madeleine stiffened her spine, smoothed down her hair, and came to her feet. Time to face her captor. Tivol instantly swiveled to face her as she stepped out of the room. "How is she?" "Well enough, I suppose, for someone who's been kidnapped and terrorized." "I didn't." She just shook her head and walked past him, straight into the little kitchen. "Do you have food here? I'm hungry, and I'm sure Aussen will be when she wakes up." He seemed caught unaware by her prosaic concerns. "A little. Crackers and dried meat. I stock up when I think I'll be here a while, but I wasn't planning." "So you keep saying." She rummaged around in a couple of drawers and cabinets, coming across plenty of glassware and bottles of wine, a shelf full of plates, but not what she was looking for. She tried another cabinet. "I could go get food, but you wouldn't like it," he said. She kept her back to him. "I wouldn't like the food you fetched for me? Right now, I'd be happy with bread and cheese." "No, I mean, I couldn't just leave you here. I'd have to—" He hesitated, as if hoping she'd fill in the blank for herself. But when she said nothing, he blew out his breath. "Tie you up." "Everything you say just inclines me to love you more." "Madeleine, this is not my fault. If you—" "Don't you dare try to blame me," she said. On these shelves, a couple of empty jars and a bag of old beans. She couldn't imagine how he ever made a meal here. Maybe when Tivol and his friends gathered here, all they did was drink liquor and carouse. "I'm not blaming you." "But I don't think you've thought it through," she said, moving on to the next cupboard. Empty. "You know that my disappearance will trigger a series of events. Letters will be delivered across the city. By morning, everyone will know everything. My role, Harlow's role, and the fact that Corcannon is on the verge of destruction." "I know," he said, his voice ragged. "But maybe Harlow and your father are terrified of exposure, but I'm not so sure. Maybe it's for the best. Once people get past their initial horror, they won't be afraid. They'll understand why the sacrifices have to be made, and they'll honor the ritual." "You think they'll rise up against me instead of for me?" "Well, maybe." Ah, here it was. The drawer that held everything she needed. She sorted silently through the possibilities, trying to decide which one was best. "They all want to live," he said. "They want the city to survive. They'll choose the greater good." She slipped the knife into her sleeve and turned to face him. "I've been thinking, Tivol, ever since I learned the truth, thinking about what I should do. And I've come to my decision." She took a deep breath. "I'll have this baby, but I won't allow it to be put to death." "You have to, Madeleine." "No, I'll have a child, and then, when the god demands more blood, I'll go. He can drain me." It was almost comical the way shock reshaped his face. "What?" he whispered. "It's the only way I'll agree to any of this. This way, I'll have a good life, just a short one. I can protect my children and protect the city. It's the only answer.
I don't think I can agree. I can't watch you die.
Now her voice turned steely. We all have to give up something we don't want to lose. I do. You do. All of us. He shook his head.
You know Reese will never agree to such a plan. He'd spirit you out of the city so fast. No. You have to marry me. There's no other choice.
People keep saying that to me, she replied, and it's just not true. She whipped the knife out and held its sharp edge to the tender skin under her jaw. She thought she could feel her pulse, rapid but steady, fluttering against the lethal edge. If you don't take me home, I'll end my own life right now, she said, her voice utterly calm. I won't bear anyone's child. My blood will flow out here on your dirty floor, and you won't even be able to pour it down your god's greedy throat. You'll lose everything, Tivol, and it will be your fault. Now he looked stricken, panicked, aghast. Every satisfyingly devastating emotion she could have wished for.
No, Madeleine, I'm begging you.
I know I'm going to die, Tivol, one way or another, she said, still calmly. So you decide. Will my death mean something, or will it condemn the city to annihilation? He took a hasty step forward, and she pressed the blade deeper, feeling it bite. Tivol gasped and froze. A droplet burned down the cool column of her neck.
Madeleine.
He wasn't going to back down. He wasn't going to release her. She closed her eyes and willed herself the strength to make good her threat. There was a violent commotion at the door. Chapter 35. Jayla. They formed a small, desperate group in front of the gate, Jayla and Reese and Pietro and Cody, bracing themselves impatiently against the occasional sullen rocking of the street, speaking rapidly, interjecting what bits of information they had, trying to understand, trying to plan.
He took her,
Reese said furiously.
He's going to force her.
We'll find him, Jayla said, though she had no idea how.
Where would he go?
Pietro asked.
He has lodgings south of here, Reese said, but my captain says he drove north.
His mother's house is just up the street, Jayla said. Maybe he went there? Reese spit out an expletive.
I'd believe it of Heloise, he said, to connive at a scheme like this.
But Cody was shaking his head.
No, there's another place.
They all stared at him.
Who are you?
Reese demanded.
I'm Cody. I'm a courier, and I've made deliveries to Tivol Wellenden on the northeast edge of the city.
Reese loosed another oath.
Oh, yes, all the fashionable young wastrels have quarters there,
he bit out,
where they meet to gamble and whore.
He glanced at Jayla.
Sorry.
Jayla ignored him. Can you find it again? She asked Cody. He nodded.
Of course I can.
Reese wheeled for the driveway.
We can take my car.
Tivol pushed past him to Jayla's side. What about my daughter? She demanded. She's with them, Jayla said. We'll find them both. Pietro's attention was suddenly riveted on Tivol.
You're Aussen's mother?
Jayla shoved him so hard he staggered backward. Not now, you wretched man. We have to find them. He recovered his balance and glared at her.
Yes, now. The city is tearing itself apart. Aussen could save us all.
She moved so fast she had him by the neck before anyone else could react. Do I have to kill you before we leave? She growled. Because I killed one man yesterday, and I think I'm about to kill another one today. Behind her, she heard Reese say, What? Who? She heard Cody answer, and Reese exclaim, What? Again. But she was focused on Pietro, on the feel of her hands around his throat. His ragged heartbeat pattered against her palm. He was afraid of her, but she thought he was afraid of something else even more.
"I don't want to hurt her," he managed, speaking hoarsely against the pressure of her grip. "I think she can save the city with her hands. Jayla, let me go."
He clawed at her fingers. She felt someone grab her shoulder and haul her back.
"Let him explain," Reese ordered. "But hurry, man. We have no time."
She relaxed her hold, but kept her hands loosely around his neck, just in case she didn't like what he had to say. He stood before her, motionless, his eyes fixed on hers.
"I went to the ruined lands,"
he said, speaking rapidly. He gestured behind him.
"Stolo will corroborate everything I say. We found the old temple. We think we realized, no one's blood has to be spilled. If someone is descended from both Corcannon and Zesiah, all they have to do is push a lever. But that person must carry the blood of both of the gods."
She stared back at him. "That's ridiculous." He pointed in Tivol's general direction.
Ask her heritage."
But Tivol had already explained it to Jayla as they rode the chugger north. Slowly, almost reluctantly, she dropped her hands and motioned Tivol forward. "Tell him," she said. "My grandmother was Corcannon," Tivol said. "She claimed she had the blood of the god in her veins, and every islander is descended from Zesiah. But what this has to do with Aussen?" Pietro's face blazed with excitement.
"Then you could do it. You could turn the key."
"I want to find my daughter."
"If we don't engage the lever, it won't matter if we find Aussen or not," he replied bluntly. "This whole city will implode."
As if to underscore his warning, the ground shifted under their feet again. Tivol cried out and would have fallen if Reese hadn't caught her arm. Jayla abruptly came to a decision. "All right," she said. "Reese and Cody and I will find Madeleine and Aussen. Pietro and Tivol will go find this stupid lever. Do you even know where it is?"
"Yes,"
Pietro and Cody said in unison. She returned her fierce glare to Pietro. "But if you harm Tivol..." She swiveled around to locate Reese's captain and motioned him forward. He joined them with alacrity. "Go with them. If he tries to harm this woman, kill him." The captain looked horrified, and both Reese and Cody dissented loudly.
"Disable him," Reese said. "Don't kill him."
The captain nodded.
"All right, where are we going?"
"The main temple," Pietro said. He glanced over his shoulder.
"But with all the roads blocked, I don't know the best way to get there. Cody, he's coming with us," Reese interjected. "All right, we'll find our way."
Rowan pushed forward. "I can take you," she said. "Good. Make yourself useful," Jayla wanted to say, but she restrained herself. She was trying to figure out why Rowan was here to begin with. Actually, she still didn't understand why Cody was here, or Pietro. Reese had apparently arrived just moments before she and Tivol showed up, miraculously managing to navigate the disrupted gridway on his journey from the northern bridge. "Then that's settled," Jayla said.
"No, wait," Pietro exclaimed. "We need the key to get to the bottom levels. Cody, do you have it with you?"
Cody shook his head.
"I've got my big key ring, but the temple key is in my room. You'll have to stop there first."
"I've got one." The soft words came from the stranger, who appeared to be Pietro's companion, a good-looking man wearing a bracelet of a priest, but bearing the physique of a fighter.
"Harlow gave it to me right before we left on our trip. I can get us in."
"Good," Jayla said. "Let's go." Reese was driving a mid-sized Sprinter that wasn't designed to hold 4 people, but they squeezed in anyway. Jayla and one of Reese's guards crammed themselves in the tiny back seat, while Cody sat in front to give directions. Reese tore out of the drive at a pace that rivaled Tivol's at his most reckless. But within 5 minutes, he had to screech to a halt because of hazards in the road. A pair of grid cars, one going north and one going south, had apparently been spun around by a recent tremor and smashed against each other. Several people were already laboring to move the southbound vehicle off the road. All 4 of them jumped out of Reese's Sprinter and ran over to help, though they convinced the whole group to shift their attention to the northbound lane instead. It took maybe 10 minutes before they were able to push the car far enough to the side that Reese would be able to squeak by. They flung themselves back in the car, and Reese took off with a jerk. There was a sound of rending metal as they scraped the derelict, but they made it past. 2 more roadblocks were dispatched in similar fashion. Jayla felt her fear and tension rising. Every minute they delayed was another minute Tivol could do violent harm to either of his captives. It didn't help that the sun was rapidly sinking, making the whole world seem like a darker and scarier place. The 4th obstacle was a chest-high pile of bricks that used to be a building that must have practically hugged the gridway before a tremor brought it down. The 4 of them climbed out of the Sprinter, Reese's bitter, hopeless cursing serving to express what they were all feeling. Ahead, in the failing light, Jayla could see another rock pile sprawled across the road. "We'll just have to go on foot," Cody said. "We're only a few miles away now." Jayla took his arm. "Would it be faster to run the cable?" He glanced down at her. "Maybe. We wouldn't have to detour around fallen debris." Reese glanced up at the gently swaying netting overhead. "Is it safe?" As if in answer, a spark shimmered along one of the wires and blinked out. Cody actually grinned. "Maybe," he said. "All right," said Reese. "Let's do it." "Not you," said Cody. "It takes skill and practice, and you don't have time to learn. If it gets me there sooner." "Cody and I will run the cable," Jayla said. "You 2 follow on foot. We'll only beat you by a few minutes." "If we aren't electrocuted," she thought. "All right, just go," Reese exclaimed. "But tell me the address." Cody shook his head. "I don't know street numbers. It's on Kelmine Road, if you know it." Reese looked unsure. "I know the general vicinity." The guard spoke up. "I can find it," he said with quiet confidence. "I used to patrol that district. But how will we know which building?" Reese ripped a sleeve off his blue silk shirt and handed it to Jayla. "Tie this to the outside," he said grimly. "Probably multiple units inside," the guard cautioned. "How will we know which one?" Jayla knotted the sleeve loosely around her neck so she wouldn't lose it. She said, "You'll hear the screaming." Reese nodded. "Go, go!" Without another word, Cody headed for the nearest utility pole and shimmied up. Jayla waited till he was at the top, then followed. Below her, she saw Reese and the guard skirting the fallen brick, trying to find their way past it. "Pay attention," Cody said sharply, taking her hand as she stepped out onto the webbing. "Follow me, but watch your feet. If I drop down to the street, you drop down. Don't try to go ahead if I say it's too dangerous." She nodded. "All right, let's go." Cody plunged forward, moving with swiftness and grace. His sure feet moved nimbly from rope to rope. His lean body swayed effortlessly from side to side as his balance transferred. She made certain her own feet were securely placed, then released her hold on the pole and followed him. The trick was to keep moving. There was the constant sense of tumbling forward, of an unreliable base giving way beneath her shoes. But if she never paused, she could translate that falling feeling into forward motion. Her arms were stretched as wide as they would go, counterbalancing her shifting weight. They had practiced this. There was a rhythm to it. Race forward on the thick cable until she felt herself start to careen, then widen her stance and slow her pace by placing her feet on the great loops of the supportive webbing. The cable was stronger, less springy, a swifter track. The ropes of the netting had too much give, forced her to take slower steps, lift her legs higher to reach the next foothold. But the cable was dangerous and dizzying, and she couldn't follow it for long. She alternated. Ahead of her, Cody danced from cable to netting,
Running so smoothly he seemed to skim above the street, supported by nothing but air. Below them, they passed another set of crashed grid cars, 2 more mounds of bricks, groups of people shouting, a child wailing, a pile of splintered wood that had somehow caught fire. Above them, the sky hardened from tired turquoise to obdurate indigo. An unforgiving onyx was traveling in from the west. Jayla felt an irritable wind scratch at her face. Suddenly, the cable beneath her feet loosened, then snapped taut. She felt herself flung to the netting and grabbed frantically for a hold. "Down! Get down!" Cody shouted, and she swung herself over the side of the webbing and dropped to the street below. She landed in a hard crouch, feeling the impact all the way to her hips, and slapped her hand to the pavement to hold herself steady. The ground bucked beneath them. Somewhere nearby, glass shattered explosively. Not 10 yards ahead of them, one of the utility poles sizzled, then erupted into flame, falling sideways and taking down a whole line of cable with it. Cody grabbed her and pulled her back before the sparking wire could fall on her head. "On foot the rest of the way," he called, over the sounds that came from all directions. More glass falling, more cars crashing, more stones hailing down from collapsing buildings. Somewhere, someone was screaming, "We're almost there." She just nodded, and he set off again. They were in a part of town she didn't think she'd recognize, even in daylight. All low buildings and empty windows, trash in the shallow ditches, grime on the stone foundations. She knew they were in the northern part of the city, because the mountain face reared up so close and so solid that she could almost touch it. There were fewer rock falls on their way, no more crumpled grid cars. This wasn't a part of town that saw much traffic, and the buildings that made up this neighborhood lurked as far from the main street as possible. The ground steadied beneath their feet, and they were able to race forward with nothing to slow them down. A short, narrow drive looped off from the main road, and Cody veered down it without hesitation. The street was lined with more of those anonymous, shuttered buildings, all of them ominously quiet, and a handful of private vehicles. "That's Tivol's Sprinter," she said. Cody nodded. "And that's the house." They approached the door from a sideways angle, just in case Tivol happened to be peering out of the curtained windows. Jayla slipped Reese's blue sleeve from around her neck and tied it to the curved metal handle of the door. Cody had already ducked inside. When she entered, she found a short, smelly corridor lined with 6 doors. Cody had his hand on the nearest one. From the other side, Jayla could catch the faint sound of voices, but she couldn't make out any words. "Locked," he mouthed. She lifted a foot and mimed a hard kick. He shook his head and reached into his pocket for a ring of spectacularly assorted keys. "One of these should fit," he breathed. She raised her eyebrows, wondering, but not particularly caring, if it was even legal to own such things. He picked through the array, tried one without success, then tried another. She felt a jolt of triumph as his hand turned the key through its full revolution. The door fell ajar by 1/2 inch. Inside, the voices had risen enough that Jayla could tell a man and a woman were arguing. She thought there might be some value in making a violent entrance, so she motioned Cody to stand aside. Loosing a combat yell, she kicked the door open and leaped inside. One quick glance gave her the scene. A small space, drab furnishings, and 2 figures struggling in a far corner of the room. She yelled again and charged forward, just as the larger figure whirled around with a cry of his own. It was Tivol, and he had blood on his hands. He shouted in rage or alarm and rushed toward her, his fingers curled like claws before him. It was easy to take him down, smash his head against the hard floor, flip him to his stomach to neutralize his flailing arms, lay her dagger against the side of his neck. Tivol tried to wrench himself free. She slammed his head against the floor again, then dropped heavily onto his back, feeling his body spasm as her weight bowed his spine. Through that whole exercise,
She hadn't once lifted the blade. "Jayla, no! No! Don't kill him!" That was Madeleine's voice, and it jerked Jayla's head up. Madeleine was standing a few feet away, swaying with exhaustion, her hands at her throat. There was blood trickling between her fingers and staining her jacket. "He hurt you." "He didn't. I was threatening to kill myself, and I found a knife." Cody moved closer. "Let me see those cuts, if they're deep." "I don't think there's a single thing in this house that would be clean enough to serve as a dressing." "How did you find me?" Tivol thrashed under Jayla's body. "Let me go. I have to explain to Madeleine." Jayla made sure the dagger was nice and tight before she leaned forward to murmur in his ear. "Madeleine doesn't want you to die, but there's no reason you have to be conscious. So if you don't lie still, I will beat you senseless." "Jayla!" Madeleine exclaimed, but Tivol stopped struggling. Jayla looked back up at her. "Where's Aussen? Is she all right?" "In the other room. Sleeping, I hope." Cody was still fussing over Madeleine's wounds. "These have to be cleaned and treated." "There's water here in the kitchen." "Wait, this is better. Whiskey. Sit down." Jayla felt, more than saw, the two of them circle around her and take seats on the dilapidated furniture. "Here, you can use my jacket to make bandages," Madeleine said. "Just rip it up." There were tearing sounds, and then a soft warning from Cody. "This is going to hurt a little." A short silence, a choked whimper, and then soft breathing. "Ow," Madeleine said. "That hurt a lot." "Sorry." "When you're done with her," Jayla said, "see if you can find some rope." "There has to be some in the house," Madeleine said with mordant humor, "because he was threatening to tie me up." "I didn't," Tivol started. Jayla kneed him in the kidney, and he shut up. "How did you find me?" Madeleine asked again. Jayla was too preoccupied to answer, so Cody explained, adding details about Pietro and Rofen and Reese as Madeleine kept asking questions. "Reese is back?" she said. "Where is he?" "He should be here any minute." It was as if the words conjured him, because a second later Jayla heard the front door crash open and footsteps charge down the hall. The cries of "Reese!" and "Madeleine!" were so heartfelt and so numerous that for a moment there didn't seem to be any other words in the human language. A shape dropped to the floor next to Jayla, and she glanced over to find Reese's soldier uncoiling a serviceable bit of cord from his belt. "Good job," he commended her. "I can handle him if you want." She nodded and rose to her feet. A quick look showed her that Reese and Madeleine had collapsed together on the sofa, and she was looking weary but safe within his protective arms. Madeleine's throat had been swathed so thickly in a gaily patterned cloth that she probably couldn't lower her chin, but other than that, she didn't seem to be in particular distress. Well, she was crying, but smiling at the same time. Now to find Aussen, praying that she was just as safe, just as whole. Jayla hurried into the bedroom to find Cody before her, kneeling on the floor, his arms crossed on the bed, his chin resting on his wrists. Aussen lay on her side, her eyes closed, her breathing steady. "She's still sleeping," Cody said. "She doesn't look like she's been hurt." Jayla nodded and crawled onto the mattress, curling her body around the small, clenched form. "Aussen," she whispered. "It's Jayla. I'm here. You're safe." Aussen startled awake, and Jayla felt her small frame clench and relax. "Cody," she whispered. Then, turning her head, "Jayla, you found me." Jayla kissed her ear. "Cody found you," she said. "But Tivol, he's here and he—" "Jayla took care of Tivol," Cody interrupted. "She punched him and he fell down, and he's not getting back up." "Good," said Aussen. "He's a terrible man." "He is," said Jayla. "Where's Madeleine?" "She's in the other room with Reese. Everything's going to be fine," Jayla said. She squeezed the little body tighter. "Everything's going to be better than fine," she whispered. Aussen, I found your mother. Aussen rolled over in her arms. She's here? She's here? Does she know where to find me? We'll take her to you as soon as we can get out of here. And then Aussen started crying. Aussen, who had gone days and weeks and months without shedding a tear, was now sobbing against Jayla's chest. Cody climbed onto the bed and put his arms around both of them, Aussen a small shape between them. Jayla thought he might be crying too, but she couldn't tell because her own eyes were so full of tears. There was too much terror and madness and hope and danger and love. It was impossible to manage it all. Who wouldn't be weeping? It didn't help that the house started juddering around them. Chapter 36. Pietro. He was too old. He didn't have the stamina to run all the way across Corcannon and then halfway back again. Pietro staggered and paused for breath, bent forward, his hands braced against his knees. The others clustered around him. We can stop somewhere. Rest, Stolo suggested. Pietro shook his head, gasping for air. They had been hurrying through the city for the past half hour, winding through alleys and down side roads that he had never known existed. Everywhere there were fallen poles, tumbled buildings, blocked passages. Everywhere there were people crowding in the streets, putting out fires, crying out for help, trying to find missing loved ones. Maybe he was imagining it, but he sensed a rising tide of alarm and hysteria sweeping through the city. He sensed an insistent menace coiling and uncoiling deep under the surface of the streets. "There isn't time," he said. "Can't you feel the tremors?" "There are always tremors. Not like this." He pushed himself upright again. "Let's get going." Rovin pointed. "The guard is trying to find us a ride." Looking in the direction she indicated, Pietro saw Reese's captain arguing with an old man who stood beside a small, horse-drawn wagon. It was a brilliant notion, Pietro thought, since a horse wasn't confined to the gridway, which appeared to be increasingly impassable. The old man didn't look eager to risk his animal on this chancy night, however, and Pietro didn't feel too hopeful when the guard returned to them. "He says he'll take us, but his asking price is ludicrous, and he'll stop the minute he thinks it's too dangerous." Pietro pulled out a bag of coins. Corcannon himself knew there was no better use for the money. "Will this cover it?" The guard's eyes grew big. He shook out a few gold pieces and returned the bag to Pietro. "Yes, let's go." The cart wasn't large enough to easily accommodate 6 people. The guard and Rovin crammed themselves onto the bench with the old man, while Tivol and Stolo and Pietro tried to fit themselves into the back. The rough jouncing over broken pavement made the trip even more uncomfortable. But even so, the conveyance was a vast improvement over the desperate half-walk, half-run of the last 30 minutes. Pietro closed his eyes, trying to calm his breath and still his soul. When he opened them again, he found Tivol staring at him fixedly. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Why does Jayla think you're going to hurt Aussen?" How quickly could he make her understand and believe this unlikeliest of stories? "I used to be a priest in Corcannon's temple," he said. "One of the few privy to the knowledge that the city is built on a terrible secret. The whole continent will be subject to quakes and destruction." He swept an arm out to indicate the smoldering city. "Unless, every few years, a blood sacrifice is made to the god." Tezel's face showed a sudden ferocity. "You want to kill my daughter!" He thought she might dive across Stolo and strangle him. Unlike Jayla, she probably wouldn't let go until he was dead. He lifted a hand to fend her off. "I don't. I left the priesthood once I found out the truth. But the victims had to be direct descendants of Corcannon, and those descendants have been in mighty short supply in recent years." His eyes bored into hers. "But it's not just Aussen who's descended from Corcannon. You are, apparently.
"Oh, so you want to kill me?" "No, I don't want to kill anyone. I believe, with all my heart, I believe, that no blood has to be spilled if a different kind of descendant can be found, one who mixes the heritage of Corcannon and Zessiah. Someone like you." He was still staring at her. "How is it possible? How did you even come to be?" "My grandmother was Corcannon, lived in Corcannon until she fell in love with an island boy, and they ran away together 50 years ago. She never talked much about the city. She just said it was a dangerous place." Tivol frowned. "And when she was older, when she was dying, she started to claim that she was descended from the god. Yes, she insisted that the priests would have killed her if she'd ever returned to the city. We thought she was just raving." Pietro was trying to guess who her grandmother had been. Harlow had sworn that there were no women left who knew the truth of their doomed heritage. That branch of Corcannon's family, he'd said, had died out decades ago. Of course, Pietro had come to assume that Harlow lied as often as he told the truth. "What was she called? Your grandmother?" "Villette Rowan." That was it. That was the name Harlow had spoken the night 10 years ago, when he told Pietro the terrible story. "Huh," he said. "The high divine of that era believed that she perished in a fire. The priests never went looking for her because they thought she was dead. I wonder how she managed that." He smiled at Tivol. "Maybe your grandfather helped her escape." "Apparently he used to be a temple guard, but I always thought he was a mild old man. I can't see him doing anything heroic." "Well, people will surprise you," Stolo said. "Would they really have killed her?" Tivol asked. "Eventually," Pietro said. "They thought it was the only way to save the world." "And you think there's another way?" "I do, and I believe you and Aussen both have the power in your hands." She thought that over for a moment. The cart bounced over a particularly rough stretch of road, and the guard on the front bench cursed and grabbed for a handhold. Tivol said, "Would all of us have that power?" If he hadn't been thrown against the side of the cart by another nasty jolt, Pietro would have felt himself grow very still. "All of whom?" he asked carefully. "My aunts, my sisters, my cousins." He heard Stolo suck in his breath. It hadn't even occurred to him. They had lived so long with only a single tenuous lifeline. "How many of you are there?" "I have 3 aunts and 4 sisters and 14 cousins. Oh, and 5 nieces so far. And my cousins have more children than I can keep track of." He felt Stolo glance at him, but he was so stunned he could do nothing but stare at Tivol. Stolo asked, "Do they have to be women? To manipulate the device?" I don't know. The handprint is small, but maybe the hand of an island man is daintier than that of a Corcannon man." Tivol laughed. "Well, it hardly matters. Only 3 of my cousins are male, and so far, there's only been 1 boy born in Aussen's generation. We joke that Zessiah hates our Corcannon blood so much. She can't bear to make a child in his image." Pietro managed a ghostly laugh of his own. "It might not be a joke." "So then you think, if I can move this lever, any of us could do it?" "If Zessiah is merciful, that would be true," Pietro said fervently. "If she is powerful, if selfish, spiteful Corcannon was willing to do one generous thing." "Pietro," Stolo admonished. "I don't like your god either," Tivol said. The cart came to a rough, disorganized stop, and they were all banged against the sides again. Rowan would have fallen out, except the captain grabbed her. "Can't get any farther," the driver spit out. "It's all blocked, and I'm not laming my horse on one of these bad roads." Rovin freed herself from the captain's hands, though she gave him a sideways grin of thanks, and slipped smoothly from the cart. "We can walk the rest of the way," she said. The walk was more of a skid and a slide and a hike and a hustle as they navigated cracked pavement, rock-strewn sidewalks, and ill-lit backstreets. But suddenly they burst through a narrow alley, and Pietro was shocked to realize they had arrived in the Catterfoil. He'd had no idea they were this close. He could not have retraced their steps if Stolo's life depended on it. "And now the temple?" Rovin asked. Pietro nodded and led the way forward. Like the major roads, the main plaza was full of people standing in groups and wandering around restlessly, too excited to go home, too frightened to step back indoors. Pietro tried to be polite as he pushed his way between them. They were almost at the sanctuary door when another quake came, this one hard enough to send Pietro to his knees. The wail of the crowds was followed by a string of loud crashes as architectural accents ripped from the buildings and shattered on the ground. Pietro stayed low while the tremor roiled beneath him, choppier and longer than any tremor he could remember from the past. They were almost out of time. The earth had steadied, though it hadn't quite stilled, when Stolo reached out and hauled him to his feet. "Well, there's one good thing," Stolo said. "That last quake sent everyone out of the temple. I don't think there's going to be anyone in there but us. No one will stop us." "Then let's go." They hurried up the steps and through the massive doors, and Pietro took a hasty look around. Some of the oval wall sconces were still glowing a ghostly white, but a few flickered oddly, and at least half seemed to have failed completely. In the uncertain light, the usual gaudy assault of color was muted. Overhead, the stained glass skylights looked flat and black. Pietro didn't feel his usual joyous uprush of emotion at walking into the sacred space. Maybe he didn't have time to be dazzled by divinity, or maybe he was more preoccupied with gauging their degree of danger. Half of the statues lay smashed on the floor, which crunched with broken mosaic tiles and other debris. The great pillars were still intact, though Pietro thought a few of them had developed vertical cracks. Not a reassuring sign. "Do you have one of those chem lights with you?" he asked Stolo. "Unfortunately, I used the last one on the island." He glanced at Rovin and the captain, but they both shook their heads. He turned to Tivol. "Your daughter has the ability to take a clump of dirt and turn it into a source of light," he said. "I very much fear that as we descend to the lower levels of this building, the illumination may fail us completely. Is there a chance?" She was already glancing around. "Yes." Stolo led her to a waist-high ornamental vase holding a flowering red bush. Miraculously, the vase had not overturned in all the chaos. "This was potted not a month ago. The High Divine is very fond of the plant, which I believe came from Chibane." "She can make a light out of dirt?" Rovin demanded, watching as Tivol scooped up a couple of handfuls of soil and did just that. "A useful skill, unless the High Divine sees you do it, and then a suicidal one," Pietro answered. Rovin flicked him a look that made it clear she thought he was insane. The floor shifted beneath them, and he felt his panic rise again. "We have no time, no time," he called and spun around, looking for the hidden door. Yes, there, tucked behind the pillar with the thin fracture. He headed that way, and the others fell in line behind him, the strangest parade he could have ever imagined leading. Stolo edged past him to unlock the hidden door, and the four of them filed after him into the long hallway with the insufficient lighting. Pietro pushed ahead again to take the lead. He remembered this journey from the trip he had made 2 months ago with Cody, and 10 years ago with Harlow. The first task was to find the door that led to the next level down. It was this one. No, this one. His second guess was correct. They cautiously descended the steep, ill-lit stairwell and exited onto the level that held a series of meditation spaces for the priests. All the doors were wide open, and every room was empty, as anyone who had come down here for a reflective retreat had clearly run for the exits when the walls started shaking. The five of them quickly traversed the corridor, navigated the second stairwell, and hurried through the open storeroom with its piles of discarded furnishings and linens. The next door resisted opening, and Stolo had to jiggle a key in the lock to convince it to turn. They all held their breath until they heard a faint, welcome click. But no one was eager to step into the shadows of the narrow ramp that led down to the bottom level. It was all too easy to imagine one powerful quake bringing these stone walls crashing down, crushing everything beneath them. Pietro's mind replayed images of the ruined temple on the Eastern Islands, which must have been destroyed by an event very similar to this one. He found it hard to draw a breath. "I'm not going down there," Rovan declared. "You don't have to," Pietro said. "Only Tivol does. And me." "And me," the captain said quietly. "I'll go," Stolo said, but his voice was shaky. Pietro glanced at Tivol, to find her eyes wide with fear and her face pale in the dusky light. But she nodded and stepped forward, one clenched hand held above her head to light the way, the other running along the rough wall to steady her as she descended. The others followed, moving so gingerly Pietro could hardly hear their feet against the uneven stone. At last, the thick wooden door that marked the end of their journey. "It's not locked," Pietro said, and Tivol pushed her way through. Pietro, close on her heels, froze with shock as he entered the final chamber. Stolo and the guard bumped into him, apologizing and backing off, but Pietro could not stop staring. The last time he had been here, the walls had closely ringed the stone altar with the curved metal basin. But the room had still been the size of a small bedroom, and even a tall man could stand upright. But now the place was a cramped, tiny closet, its ceiling so low Pietro and the guard had to stoop to enter. Two of the walls were so close to each other, he could spread his arms and touch them both. Only one of the opalescent discs still functioned, throwing an illumination so faint it could have been mist. The metal pitcher lay on its side, resting against one of the encroaching walls. The great spoked wheel that covered the basin was canted up on one side, as if a shift in its stone support had shoved its alignment out of true. Stolo, Tivol, and the guard glanced around, curious and uneasy. "It's so small in here," the guard said. "Too small," said Pietro, his heart hammering with fear. "The walls are moving in. They'll crush the instrument. And then... Tezel's voice was steadier than his own. "What is it you want me to do?" It was so dark Pietro couldn't see the marks and incisions on the walls. He began running his hands nervously over the jagged surfaces, hoping to find what he needed by feel. What if it had already been covered up by the inexorable advance of stone? There should be a casing of a handprint, maybe shoulder height, set within a smooth block. We need to find that. They all crowded into the tiny space, blindly tracing the edges and contours of the walls. Here, I found it," Stolo exclaimed. They shifted awkwardly around each other, so Tivol could stand beside him and he could guide her hand to the right spot. "I feel it," she said. "Now what?" "Now," Pietro said, and the floor started shaking. There was a terrible, unearthly groaning, as if the very world was wailing out its grief and desperation, and the walls crept forward by an inch. The ceiling dropped hard enough to make Pietro and the captain grunt. Sand sifted down into their hair. "Now!" Pietro shouted, slamming his hand over Tezel's where it rested against the stone. "Push it with all your strength." He was pressed so close against her that he could feel her shoulders cord with effort. He felt the tendons rise in the back of her hand.
The floor beneath them continued a slow, incessant shuddering. More dust sprinkled down. The walls didn't budge. Tivol gasped and fell back against Pietro, panting. "I can't. It's too heavy."
"Tivol," he said, "you have to."
"I'm not strong enough."
"Or Corcannon is too strong," Stolo said. "He never wanted Zasiah's interference."
It was the only thing Pietro could think of. He yanked out his chaziza, depicting the goddess with her head bent over a book. Oh, why hadn't he purchased a figurine of Zasiah in her warrior pose, ready to do battle with her longtime enemy?
"Take this," he said. "Hold it in one hand and push with the other. I'll help you. We all will."
She dropped her glowing clump of dirt in Stolo's outstretched palm, and instantly the room went dark, except for the glancing light cast by the single remaining lamp. She closed the fingers of one hand around the small charm, and laid her other hand in the imprint on the wall. Again, Pietro placed his hand over hers, covering it completely. Stolo positioned himself behind Pietro, his hand against Pietro's shoulder, and the guard moved behind Stolo. Pietro could feel every ounce of their weight bearing down on him. He leaned into Tivol with his whole body, pressed her hand into the wall with all the strength he could summon. She muffled a cry, and he wondered if he had snapped her finger bones. He pressed harder. Against his back, Stolo felt so heavy, heavier than the earth itself, crushing the air from Pietro's lungs and compacting him into a single, driving pylon of intent. The room shifted around them, and they all stumbled forward a pace.
"The ceiling is coming down!"
the guard yelled. Pietro couldn't believe it.
"No!"
he shouted back, shot through with a brutal euphoria.
"We pushed the wall back!"
Only an inch or two, but he had felt it give way under their combined assault. Tivol sucked in a great lungful of air, braced her arm, and waited for the rest of them to reposition themselves. When Pietro increased the pressure of his hand over hers, she shoved herself forward again with a low growl. The wall slipped back about a foot. The ceiling creaked alarmingly, as if it winched itself up. Stolo loosed a cry of delight.
"We did it! We're doing it!"
Tivol was panting. "How far?" she asked.
"As far as we can make it go,"
Pietro answered. She nodded grimly and once again fitted her hand into the narrow casting. In the impossible light, Pietro couldn't be sure, but he thought he saw blood trickle between her fingers. This time they propelled the wall back about a yard. The ceiling retreated enough that Pietro felt himself grow giddy with an internal sense of expansion.
"Aren't we done yet?"
Stolo demanded.
"How big is the room supposed to be?"
Pietro glanced over his shoulder.
"I don't know exactly. Maybe twice this size?"
"I'm worried about Tivol," Stolo said.
"Maybe this is good enough to hold the city for a while, and she can come back someday when she's stronger."
Tivol shook her head. "I'm not coming back," she said. "Someone else can do it next time."
"Do you have one more try in you?"
Pietro asked, as gently as he could. She nodded and braced herself again, waiting for them to line up behind her. Once more she took a deep breath, but this time she let it out in a sort of battle cry, ramming herself forward as if her arm was a lance and the rough stone surface was a bitter enemy. The walls fell back and fell back and fell back, seeming to move along rails suddenly oiled smooth. Then abruptly, with a clunk so loud it echoed around the chamber, they locked in place. Carried forward by momentum, the four of them tumbled against each other and skidded to the floor. Stolo started laughing. Pietro landed on his side and rolled to his back, gazing around him in wonder. The ghost light of the single lamp showed them in a chamber the size of a nobleman's atrium, with a ceiling so high it was lost in the shadows. Except for a grimy patch around the basin in the middle of the room, the floor and walls looked scraped and new,
as if they had just this morning been hacked out of the bedrock. The air felt fresh and abundant. The foundation lay motionless beneath them. The whole world was still. Chapter 37. Madeleine. Later, Madeleine could barely remember how they made it home. She knew that part of the time she walked, stumbling along with a drunkard's erratic gait, and part of the time Reese carried her. At some point, Reese was helping her into a vehicle, but she had no idea if it was his or he had just commandeered it from some hapless passerby. She didn't care. She collapsed gratefully on the front seat and immediately twisted around to peer at the people riding in the back. "Tell me," she demanded. "Tell me what happened." Holding a sleeping Aussen in her arms, Jayla filled her in on Tizel's arrival and Pietro's mad theory. Cody added a few helpful details, while Madeleine gasped in disbelief. She was so exhausted and so dizzy that she had to wonder if she was hearing them correctly, or if she might be dreaming the whole thing. She was in the middle of asking a question when she fell asleep. She woke up as Reese was carrying her into the house, where it seemed like 50 people were awaiting her, all crowding close and calling out her name. Choking back a sound, she buried her face in Reese's jacket. She heard him reassure everyone, "She's all right, she'll be fine," and felt him run upstairs, taking 2 steps at a time. Not until he laid her carefully on her bed did she nerve herself to ask about the final actor in this wretched drama. "What did you do with Tivol?" "I left him in his house with the guard. 2 more of my men are on their way to help watch over him." "What will happen to him?" He gazed down at her soberly. Jayla had been the one to subdue Tivol, but Reese looked like he'd been in a fight. His face was flushed with remembered fury, and his shirt was ripped to shreds. One of his sleeves was completely missing. "I don't know. I imagine the council will determine an appropriate punishment." "I told him," she whispered, her low voice breaking into a sob. "I told him I'd have a baby, but I wouldn't let it be killed. I said I would be the sacrifice when the time came." Reese caught his breath, then leaned in and enveloped her in a fierce hug. Too tight, her ribs protested, but she didn't want him to let her go. "You won't have to," he said. "Can't you feel it? The quakes have stopped. The world stopped shaking while we were making our way back." "Pietro did it?" she asked in a wondering voice. "Are you sure?" "Pietro did, or Aussen's mother. They put the world back together." The reprieve was so profound that it felt like a blow, like a bolt of electrical current that left her momentarily senseless. "Then she said. "Then we—" He bent down and kissed her tenderly. "Then you get to live," he said very gently, "and we get to be happy." She fell asleep in his arms, too tired to savor her joy, but woke up maybe an hour later at the sounds of a muted celebration downstairs. She was alone. Reese must have left her to take care of some of the hundreds of details this night would have left undone. Her entire body ached, and her head was still spinning, but her chest felt curiously weightless, as if someone had pulled out half of her ribs and replaced them with sparkling chemlights. It was so easy to breathe, so easy to smile. She pushed herself out of bed, determined to see what all the noise was about. A glance in her mirror left her horrified, but she was too impatient to spend more than a few minutes freshening up, though she did wind a scarf around her throat to cover the clumsy bandages. She stepped out of her room and paused on the balcony, looking down at the scene in the atrium below. There appeared to be dozens of people deployed in concentric rings. Reese's soldiers formed the outer circle, staying out of the way. The household servants made up the middle circle, smiling and clasping their hands and, in Nora's case, wiping away tears. Cody and Jayla stood beside the cook, their arms looped around each other's waists,
leaning against each other as if only the angle of the other's body was keeping them upright. Jayla's face looked as open and peaceful as Madeleine had ever seen it. In the center were two small figures, so tightly entwined they might not ever be able to loosen their grips and let go. Madeleine could see very little except a wild knot of curly hair, a pale flash of a freckled cheek, but their emotion was so raw and dense it seemed to paint the very air. Madeleine felt her heart flutter in her chest with something too powerful to be pain. She gripped the banister with both hands as if to keep herself from falling. Reese was the only one who saw her, and he came leaping up the stairs. "Are you all right?" he asked, standing behind her and placing his hands over hers where she clutched the banister. "Your face is so pale." She laughed and leaned back against him, lifting her mouth to kiss the underside of his chin. "I'd forgotten what it feels like," she said. "Or maybe I never really knew." What feels like?" he said. She didn't think she could list all the ingredients. Some were subtractions from what had become her daily life. Jittering terror, gnawing guilt, limitless despair. All gone, all wiped away. Some were additions that seemed just within her grasp. The promise of love, the possibility of joy, threaded through with an iridescent counterpoint she thought must be hope. Some were emotions she took for herself, laying them into the contours of her heart like tiles in a mosaic. Some were reflections from the people around her, glancing through her own bones like refracted light. She shook her head and tried to distill it into one word. Happiness. Chapter 38. Jayla. Never in her life had Jayla experienced the level of exquisite pain she felt when Tivol rushed into the atrium of the Elaine mansion and folded her daughter into her arms. Jayla knew the emotion was joy, but it hurt so much it was almost devastation. Maybe because some other, barely averted confluence of events could have led to tragedy instead of elation. Maybe because Jayla was so unfamiliar with euphoria that she still had to learn how to breathe in its sharp and hallucinatory scent. She swayed on her feet, finding her balance unreliable, and Cody instantly put his arm around her to steady her. "I'm usually not much of one for crying," he said, "but that's a sight that would break anyone, I think." She shook her head by way of answer and leaned into his embrace. All around them, she could feel the other residents of the house draw nearer, forming a loose circle around Tivol and Aussen. Everyone else was smiling or sniffling, surreptitiously brushing their cheeks to flick away tears. No one else spoke, and no one seemed able to break away from the dense magnetic pull of that powerful emotion. A flicker at the doorway caught Jayla's attention, and she felt her body revert to readiness before she had even gauged whether or not the motion constituted a threat. It was a moment before she recognized the man on the threshold, whom she had only seen once before, the muscular priest who had accompanied Pietro here earlier today. Then he had seemed confident and hopeful. Now he looked worried. "What do you suppose he wants?" she asked Cody. "Who?" He followed her gaze. "Oh, that's Stolo. I wonder if something's happened to Pietro." She freed herself from Cody's hold, and the two of them threaded their way through the tangle of people to meet the newcomer at the door. No one else seemed to notice his arrival. Stolo greeted them with relief. "Cody, maybe you can help." "What's wrong? Where's Pietro?" Stolo shook his head. "He insisted on coming all the way back here with Tivol because he wanted to be sure that Aussen was all right and safely reunited with her mother. But he's utterly exhausted, and he basically just collapsed in the street." Jayla pushed past him and headed out into the cool darkness, trotting down the path toward the circular drive. Stolo had exaggerated slightly. Pietro was on the ground, but not actually in the street. He was leaning against the outer edge of the wrought iron fence, his body looking frail and crumpled.
She stepped through the gate and dropped to her knees beside him. "Are you all right?" she asked. In the chancy streetlights, his face was pale and worn, but he tried to smile. "I am trying to make that determination," he said. "It seems I am too old to be running back and forth across the city for hours, trying to save the world." Stolo and Cody had gathered behind her. "I told him I would return here and check on Aussen, and then I'd report back to him, but he insisted on coming," Stolo said. "We've been traveling all day. Even I am weary, and I'm 30 years younger than he is." Pietro rested his head against the fence and closed his eyes. "Stop reminding me that I'm too old for you." She heard Cody snort with laughter, and she had to hold back a smile. Pietro couldn't be at death's door if he was making jokes, however slight. "Pretty heroic for an old man," she said, "since it seems you really did save the city." He didn't open his eyes. "Tivol did," he said. "Remind me to tell you about it someday when I have the energy to speak." Stolo crouched down beside them. "I'd hire a wagon to take him home, but I don't know if I can find any at this hour, and with so much debris littering the streets, he can spend the night here," she said. "You both can. There will be an empty room somewhere." Pietro opened one eye. "I'm not sure that's an invitation a hired guard is authorized to issue to an unexpected guest." Now she was grinning outright. "I think Madeleine would grant me any request I made right now." Pietro opened his other eye. "So does this mean you and I might be friends after all?" he asked. "No more threatening to kill me every time you see me?" "You're the one who told me you couldn't be trusted," she pointed out. "I would think you would be pleased that I just did what you asked." He sighed and closed his eyes again. "I will be pleased, with the whole lot of us, after I've slept for about 5 days, I think." Jayla rose to her feet. "Come on," she said to the other two. "Help me get him inside." It was another 20 minutes before Pietro and Stolo were settled into a small cluttered room that was mostly used for storage, but still offered a bed and some welcome privacy. Madeleine herself had flown down the steps to offer Pietro assistance, and Jayla remembered that the two of them had known each other back in an earlier time. She didn't know what their relationship was, or how it might have been altered by recent events, but clearly Madeleine was ready to provide succor to anyone who had played a part in tonight's tumultuous events. Jayla herself was so tired that just the sight of Pietro's bed made her long for her own, but she didn't want to overlook anyone else who might need her attention. "Where's Aussen?" she asked Madeleine as they stepped onto the balcony and shut the door. "Where's Tivol?" "In my room," Madeleine said. "I think they're both already asleep. I'll stay in Reese's room tonight." Jayla nodded. "Is that everybody?" Madeleine laughed softly. "Everybody you're responsible for, you mean?" she said. "Yes, Jayla. You've taken care of every single one of them. Everyone is safe. You can rest now." Jayla managed a crooked smile. "Maybe. Not sure I can ever relax." Madeleine hesitated, as if not certain the gesture would be welcome, then flung herself across the small distance between them to give Jayla a tight hug. "Thank you," she said. "I don't know which of the gods brought you into my life, but I will be grateful to you forever." Jayla was just as surprised as Madeleine probably was when she lifted her arms to return the embrace. "The day was just as lucky for me," she said, "and I will be grateful for just as long." Cody was waiting for her in her room. She took hold of his shoulder and pulled him down next to her on the bed. "I'm too tired to take off my clothes," she murmured into his throat. "You'll have to undress me and tuck me in." "I can do that," he said. "Just lie still." But when they lay together under the cool sheets, her back to his chest, his arms folded around her, and her hands clasped on top of his, she found she couldn't sleep. Too many of the day's images kept replaying in her mind. Too many of the night's emotions hammered against her heart. After about 30 minutes, she sighed and turned onto her back. Cody kissed her cheek and snuggled up against her. "Want to talk instead?" he asked. "Maybe." He lifted a hand to play with her hair. "I've been thinking," he said. "About what?" "If the city's safe, you don't have to leave, taking Aussen and running to the islands." "I don't," she agreed. "Does that mean you'll stay in Corcannon? I know you're always thinking about moving on." For a moment, she tried to imagine that, collecting her final paycheck, packing up her things, heading back across one of the bridges to Jabane or southern Marata or Oraki. She'd never been to the western islands. Maybe she should book passage on a merchant ship and travel as far as it would take her. "It seems impossible," she said. His hand stilled. "That you'd stay?" "That I'd ever leave. That I'd want to." His fingers started moving again, traveling down the contour of her cheek, the line of her jaw. "So what will you do if you're living in Corcannon for the rest of your life?" She smiled in the dark. "Well, I don't want to sound overconfident, but I feel pretty certain that Madeleine will be happy to keep me on for as long as I want a job." "She might want you to live in Jabane on the Curval estates." Jayla considered that. She might, at least part of the time, but her heart is in the city. She'll always come back. She shifted to her side so she was facing him. "What about you?" "I never want to leave the city." "You said you would," she reminded him. "Before. You said you would come with me if I needed to run away." "And I still would," he said, "if you needed to run away again." He took a deep breath. "If I would leave for you, would you stay for me?" She was not used to giving promises. She was accustomed to concluding transactions, honoring commitments, and holding up her end of a bargain. But she liked to have the terms defined and the parameters clear. She preferred a timeline and an endpoint. She wanted clarity. Love was messy and unpredictable, chaotic and mutable. How could she be sure she had the required skills when it was a job she had never attempted before? How could she be certain she wouldn't fail, wouldn't simply walk away, the work unfinished, the contract broken? "I want to," she said, "but I'm so afraid I won't get it right." He kissed her, gently and with infinite sweetness. "I'm afraid too," he said, "but I'm more afraid of not trying." "Then maybe that's what we do." "What?" She leaned in and kissed him. "We try." "Then you'll stay?" "I'll stay. With you." Chapter 39. Brandon. It was early winter in the islands, which meant day after day of sullen sky, raw wind, and spitting rain. As was the custom, everyone in the village grumbled good-naturedly about the weather any time an opportunity for conversation arose. "Outside for 5 minutes to dig in the yard, and I thought my fingers would freeze off. Woke up this morning, looked out the window, and just went back to bed. If you're taking the path down to the road, be careful. Big muddy patch just sprang up overnight, what with all the rain." But Brandon never heard Villette utter a single word of complaint. It had been 2 months since they arrived at the settlement that stretched along a thin border of arable land between the steep border of the coastline and the hills that hulked in the center of the island. They had been exhausted and anxious after more than 2 weeks of hard travel down roads that grew narrower and less hospitable with every 50 miles they made it from the city. Despite the dramatic events of their first night in Corcannon, they could not be entirely certain that the High Divine would believe Villette was dead. They could not be sure that the temple guards were not in close pursuit. Every 2 or 3 days, they switched up their mode of travel, selling horses, buying new ones, hiring a carriage, taking a public coach. Every time they stopped at an inn for the night, they registered under different names. If the town was big enough, they slept in separate establishments. They wore unremarkable clothing, only used coins of small denominations, made no special requests. It still would be possible to trace them, Brandon knew, but only with a great deal of effort, and only if the High Divine believed they were alive. Not until they arrived in the village where he had grown up did they draw any attention, and then they made quite a stir. But that was only because Brandon's parents and brothers and cousins and friends were so happy to see him home, 2 years after he'd gone off to seek his fortune in the wide, mysterious world. "You finally realized there's nothing so special about Corcannon after all," his father said. "Everything you need is right here. Got tired of being the island boy that all the city folks made fun of," his older brother teased him. "Did they always tell you that you smelled like fish and brine? Because you do. Being a soldier is too much hard work, I suppose," one of his cousins said. "You'd rather lie in a boat all day and hope the fish bite." Everyone had been agog with curiosity about the Cortellano he'd brought home with him, a woman who reeked of wealth and privilege, despite her worn clothing and tired face. Islanders had a strong respect for privacy, so Brandon knew that no one would pester Villette with questions, and he figured that very few would come right out and ask him for details. Clearly, all the villagers assumed the two of them had eloped, because Villette's family didn't consider a Zessan boy to be good enough for their daughter. But his mother looked from Brandon to Villette and back to Brandon, and seemed to guess the whole story. Oh, not the part where Villette carried the blood of the god in her veins. Not the part where Villette had been imprisoned by powerful enemies and assigned to play a great and terrible role in the fate of the world. But she looked at this beautiful, proud, strong, fragile, haunted, hopeful creature, and she looked at her son, and she seemed to know that the woman had needed rescuing, and that the man had rescued her, and that, even now, they feared they were not entirely safe. "Villette will stay with us for a while," his mother had said. His mother had a decent command of Cordish, and Brandon had taught Villette some rudimentary Zessan, so the two women had already been able to hold a halting conversation. "You will sleep at your brother's. We'll talk about more permanent arrangements later." She sent Villette directly to bed that first afternoon, and spent the next few days fussing over her, feeding her, and assembling for her an entire wardrobe of loose trousers and embroidered smocks. The first time Brandon saw Villette in a simple handmade island outfit, with her dark hair pulled back and her face at peace, he thought he might not have recognized her if he passed her on the streets of Corcannon. "Thank you for taking such good care of her," he said to his mother as she walked him halfway back to his brother's house one evening a week after their arrival. It was a cold, wet fall day, a hint of the miserable season to come. But they were taking their time with the stroll. His mother always preferred to speak the hard words outdoors, whether she was asking for a favor or relating the news of an uncle's fatal illness. "I like her," said his mother. "Her troubles have made her kind, not cruel. That's not always the way it goes." "Has she told you about her troubles?" "No, and I don't ask her to. But I can tell she's had them." She put a hand on his arm. "I'm proud of you for helping her. You don't know that I did." "I know." They walked on a few more yards in silence. "So, do you think you'll marry her?" she asked. Brandon's breath huffed out in a sound that might have been a laugh, or might have been a sigh. "I would," he said, "but I don't want to ask her." "You don't think she'd accept you?" "Oh, I think she would, but not for the right reasons." "You think gratitude is a poor substitute for love?" He glanced at her sharply. That was it, exactly. "She feels like she owes me her life. I don't want to make her spend the rest of her years paying off that debt.
So you'd send her out somewhere in the world to make her own way, just because you're too proud to accept a gift? He came to a halt in the middle of the path. They were passing a long open stretch of land that supported a range of crops in milder weather. The setting sun cast molten light over dead cornstalks, muddy furrows, and his mother's calm, stern face.
What do you mean?
I think she feels gratitude toward you, yes, and that's a different emotion from love. True again, but I don't think that's all there is to it. You're her safe harbor. You're the one she can lean against when all other supports are gone. I see it in her face. She is always gracious, always sweet, but she's edgy. She's uneasy until you come to the house. And then she relaxes. She smiles. You're the one person she trusts, the one person she believes in. It would be an unkindness to rip that stability away from her. He gestured around at the empty land. Each house so far from the others, the lights were barely visible from one front door to the other. At this time of night, with everything else so quiet, it was possible to hear the ceaseless slap and drag of the ocean against the rocks below.
I can't ask her to stay someplace like this the rest of her life.
Where do you think she wants to go?
I don't know. Somewhere where she can find music and people and all the things she deserves.
And will she feel safe there? He stared down at his mother, at the small, clear features so similar to his own. He had never seen her agonize over a dilemma, never seen her walk away from a difficult decision or hide from a bitter truth. He had always wished he could see the world half as clearly.
I love her, he said, more than anything.
Then you'd better take care of her. His father owned a small property on the far edge of town, a place he'd bought from his sister when her youngest son moved to the southernmost island to marry. The tiny house had been taken over by spiders and mice, while the gardens had surrendered to weeds, nettles, and creeping vines. But the roof was solid, and the well water was fresh, and 3 days of concerted effort by Brandon's entire family had cleared the place both inside and out. Everyone had some piece of cast-off furniture to donate, a bed frame that needed just a minor repair, a chair that could be rethatched, a set of dishes with only a few missing pieces. Brandon's sister-in-law made a set of scarlet curtains, and his cousin's wife presented them with a quilt of countless colors. I cannot imagine ever living someplace that I would love more, Villette told him when he showed her around the day before they were married.
It's small.
She kissed him. It feels so much bigger than my prison in the city.
And plain.
She kissed him again. Every stitch of fabric is beautiful. Every scrap of wood gleams.
It's just that I want to give you everything, he said.
She put her arms around him and leaned back so she could see his face. Brandon, she said, that's exactly what you've done. The wedding had been a month ago, and since that day, the islands had shown them nothing but rain and wind and dreary skies. Then one morning they woke up to sunshine, streaming so brightly through the window that it turned the red curtains a hazy pink.
It won't last long,
Brandon said, and they rose and dressed with alacrity, packing a basket of food and folding up a couple of blankets.
We need to get out there now.
They took a steep, narrow path that led from the back edge of their field straight to the edge of the cliff that overlooked the ocean. There was a rocky and perilous track that descended all the way to the stony beach below. But Villette hadn't yet had the courage to try it, and Brandon wanted to wait until spring weather to shore it up with footholds and railings. But shortly after they'd moved in, they'd found a natural windbreak carved into the hill, a low, curved cup of land where two people could hunker down with their backs against a boulder and their faces turned toward the sea.
On the few pretty days that had been granted to them since their wedding, they had hurried down to this spot to enjoy the sun on their faces and the salt wind in their hair. Now they spread out one blanket to sit on and curled up under the second one, their arms around each other and their heads touching. The sunlight shone so fiercely on the water that Brandon had to squint against the glare. It was as if the whole ocean was a mosaic of moving, mirrored tiles. The breeze was brisk, but not unfriendly. Under the blanket, pressed against Villette, he almost felt warm. "I never get tired of the view," she murmured. "I don't know how you ever convinced yourself to move away." "I thought I was looking for something else," he said. She smiled at him. "And did you find it?" "It seems I did." She snuggled against him, quiet for a moment, but he knew her well enough by now to realize she had something on her mind and was trying to decide how to say it. He waited, lifting his head just enough to feel the sunlight slide along his cheekbone, his chin. "For so long," she said, "there was one thing I was afraid of more than anything else." "The High Divine?" "No, well, yes, I was afraid of him, but afraid of what he would make me do. I thought the worst thing that could happen to me, the thing that would break my heart, would be to get pregnant, to bring a child into the world." "I can understand that." "But now, that's the one thing I want most in the world." He thought his heart might stop. "You want?" She turned in his arms, raised a hand to his face. "Brandon," she whispered, "I'm going to have your baby." He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. And for a moment, all he could do was stare into that hopeful, watchful, fearful, beloved face. Then he shouted with delight and snatched her closer, and they laughed and cried and hugged each other so hard they dislodged 6 stones and almost kicked the picnic basket over the edge of the cliff. But Brandon whooped and rescued it, and Villette reached in to pull out the bottle of seagrass wine she had packed along with the cheese and biscuits. They toasted each other and the baby to come, and the glorious life ahead of them. And then they wrapped their arms around each other again and burrowed under the blankets and gave no more thought to the miraculous sun or the resplendent view. They never turned their eyes back to the ocean, so they never saw the slim shape that sliced up from the depths and burst into the bright air in a clean golden arc. Once, twice, 12 times, performing an elaborate dance across the dazzling waters. Later that night, they would hear other villagers claim to have spotted Keshalosha along the shoreline, tell each other excitedly that this meant Zesiah would shower them with good fortune for the coming year, maybe the rest of their lives. They didn't see, but it hardly mattered. The fish flashed through the air one more time, so high it reached the level of the cliff top, and seemed to pause for just a moment mid-air. Maybe its jewel-green eyes turned toward the two people sheltering in the rocky outcrop. So engrossed in each other, they had no time to notice favors handed out by the goddess. Maybe it flipped its tail and cast off droplets of water in a spray of watery diamonds before diving back into the icy ocean and disappearing under the glittering surface. Brandon didn't notice. The goddess had reached out a hand and reordered his life, mapping out a destiny he would never have dreamed of. He didn't require omens. He already had all the proof he would ever need. This concludes The Shuddering City by Sharon Shinn, narrated by Leanne Woodward. Copyright 2022 by Sharon Shinn. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Sharon Shinn, care of the Ethan Ellenberg Agency, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.